I press my thumb along the edge of the bandage until the last dot of red disappears. "Hold still," I murmur. The young guard on the stool in front of me winces anyway. His shoulder is a mess of fresh pink skin and tight stitches. At least he's breathing better now. A few hours ago, he came in carried between two men, eyes rolling, armor torn. Now he looks like someone who might actually see another sunrise. "There," I say. "You're done. Try not to tear it open again, all right." He gives a crooked smile. "If the Alpha calls, I go." Of course he does. I step back, giving him room to stand. The healer room is quiet now, just the soft scrape of boots on stone and the faint clink of glass vials on the shelf behind me. Sunlight leaks through the narrow windows, falling in striped patterns across the long wooden tables. Bundles of dried herbs hang from the beams. The place smells like smoke, bitter roots, and iron. Home. Or the closest thing someone like me gets to one inside this castle. He bows his head in a half-awkward, half-proud way and heads out, armor shifting against his tunic. When the door closes behind him, the room settles again. I exhale, feeling the tension slide out of my shoulders. Jessica Fallington, 24, healer. Daughter of a healer. That last part is the only reason I'm here. The castle doesn't take outsiders for this work. They like bloodlines, history, people they can trace and control. My mother spent 20 years in these halls, under the master healer, under the Alpha. So when she died, they slid me into her place like I was just another piece on their board. I put the remaining herbs back into their jar and line it up with the others. The labels are all in my mother's neat script. Small, dark letters. Nothing of her voice, but enough of her hand to keep her ghost sitting on my shelf. My fingers rest on the glass, without meaning to. A taste of ash creeps into my mouth, dry and familiar. The room around me blurs at the edges. I don't have to reach for the memory. It's always right there, waiting. One breath, I'm in the healer room. The next, I'm 10 years old and the world is screaming. The sky is a dirty gray over the field, clouds pressed low and heavy. Men shout in every direction. Steel clashes on steel. Wolves snarl, fur flashing between the bodies, teeth bared. The sound rolls over me in waves. "Stay behind the wagon, Jess." My mother's voice is tight but firm. She doesn't look at me when she says it. Her hands are already on the soldier stretched out on the ground, her fingers pressed over a wound near his ribs. His skin is pale, sweat sticking his hair to his forehead. Blood spreads under him like a dark halo. "I can help," I whisper. "You're helping by staying there." Her sleeves are rolled to her elbows, exposing lean, strong arms dusted with dirt. The little silver charm at her wrist glints when she moves. Her palms glow faintly where they touch the soldier, a soft warmth that pushes back against the cold creeping into his skin. I know that glow. I've seen it so many times in the healer hall, in quiet rooms, on clean sheets. It doesn't belong here, not in the mud and the shouting, not with wolves and steel and vampires all tearing at each other. The soldier gasps. My mother leans closer, murmuring words I don't understand, her brow furrowed in focus. Something howls in the distance, closer than before. I clutch the side of the supply wagon, the rough wood biting into my palm. I'm not supposed to be here, but the castle was empty, everyone gone to the border. Mother said I'd be safe if I stayed in the back, away from the front lines. She said they needed every healer they had. I remember the way she kissed my forehead before we left. Quick, distracted, like she already knew. "Almost there," she says now, voice low, more to herself than to him. The glow under her hands flares, soft and bright. A flicker of movement catches my eye. Across the field, a group of men breaks away from the main fight, running hard toward us. Their armor is wrong, dark, mismatched, not castle colors. Behind them, 3 wolves lope in a low, fast line, eyes bright. "Mother," I whisper. She doesn't look up. The soldiers at the edge of the healer line shout. 2 break off to intercept the incoming group. Another steps in front of us, sword raised. Someone screams. Another body falls. My mother's hands are steady. The light under her palms pulses. "You're going to be fine," she tells the wounded man. You hear me, breathe with me. I can't see his face clearly from here, just the sharp rise and fall of his chest as he fights for air. The incoming group doesn't slow down. One of them throws something, small, metal, spinning through the air. For a second, I think it's a knife. It is. It lands halfway between the front line and us with a dull thud. The world goes white. There's no sound, just pressure, the kind that hits your whole body at once and steals the breath from your lungs. The wagon shudders. I slam backward into it, head snapping against the boards. Light explodes behind my eyes. When the ringing in my ears finally fades, the first thing I hear is my own breathing, sharp and panicked. The second thing is my mother, choking. Mom. My voice cracks. Smoke curls around me, stinging my eyes. The air smells like burning oil and metal. I stumble out from behind the wagon. The field is chaos. People are down everywhere, some trying to stand, some crawling. The soldier my mother was working on is still, too still. My mother is on her knees beside him. The front of her dress is torn. There's a blackened mark across her chest and shoulder, like something slammed into her and went right through. There's no blood, not really, just darkening fabric and a strange shimmer around the wound. Her hands are still glowing, but the light flickers. Mom, I say again. My legs feel numb. I drop down next to her, hands hovering, not sure where to touch. She looks at me then, really looks. Her eyes are glassy, but she focuses on my face with effort. She takes a shaky breath. Jessica, she whispers, stay with the healers. Her fingers tremble as she reaches up, brushing hair out of my face. The charm at her wrist is warm when it bumps against my skin. You're stronger than me. I'm not, I say. You can fix this. You always fix things. Her mouth curves, but it's not quite a smile. Behind us, the fight roars on. Wolves snarl. Someone yells for the alpha. The world feels like it's spinning away from us, everything moving too fast, too loud. But right here, it's just her and me and the smell of smoke. Her glow dims. No, I say. No, you're not done. You're. It's all right. Her hand slips to my cheek. Listen to the master healer. Learn, take care of them. Her thumb moves once, soft, like she's memorizing my face with touch. Don't let them decide who you are. I don't understand what that means. I don't get a chance to ask. Her hand falls. The glow fades. Something hollows out in my chest, sharp and frozen. I can hear myself saying her name over and over. My voice sounds small and thin against the sounds of war. No one comes. No one has time. No one but me. Jessica. The healer room snaps back into focus. I blink hard, realizing I've been staring at the same jar for too long. My fingers ache from how tightly I've been holding it. I loosen my grip and set it down. A tall figure is leaning in the doorway, shoulder pressed casually against the frame. The light from the hall outlines his profile. Strong jaw, straight nose, a lock of dark hair that stubbornly falls across his forehead, no matter how often he pushes it back. Kevin. He's in his light armor today, not full battle gear. Leather, padded shoulders, healer's emblem stitched at the collar. A compromise between protection and movement. Hey, he says, eyes narrowing slightly as he studies my face. You look like you're on a different planet. Field, I say. He nods once. He knows which one. Kevin steps inside, letting the door swing shut behind him. The quiet settles back over us. He crosses the room in a few long strides and props his hip against the table across from me. How bad? I shrug one shoulder. Bad enough. He doesn't push further. That's one thing I like about him. He knows when to shut up. After a moment, he glances at the doorway, making sure we're alone, then lowers his voice. You've been thinking about the war again. Which one? I say dryly. We seem to collect them. His mouth twitches. Last week, Alpha Allen and his grand display against the vampires. Of course. I fold my arms, leaning back against the shelf. The wood is cool against my spine. You mean the massacre we're supposed to call a victory? He gives me a look. Jess. What? Did I get the word wrong? We killed how many? He exhales through his nose. It was a war, not a game. I know what a war is, I say. I also know we burned down 3 vampire settlements, and half the people there probably didn't even hold a blade. He rubs the bridge of his nose with his thumb. You don't know that. I know what I felt, I shoot back. The ones they brought in here before they died. Some of them were terrified. They didn't even know why we were fighting. Kevin's jaw tightens. You're feeling too much, he says quietly. Again. That's my job. Your job is to heal who they put in front of you, he corrects. Not to question who the alpha fights. What if the alpha's wrong? The words hang between us for a second, sharper than I intend. I hear the echo of my mother's last whisper, don't let them decide who you are, and my chest aches. Kevin's eyes flick to the door, then back to me. Keep your voice down. I lower it, but I don't back off. I'm serious. Not every vampire out there is an enemy. Some of them trade with our villages. Some bring medicine, food. They have families, too. Some of them tried to take this place from the inside, he says. There it is. He straightens, arms crossing over his chest, healer's emblem catching the light. Last time we trusted a vampire, he demanded the alpha position as if it belonged to him by birthright. You were still a kid. You didn't see it. I heard enough, I say. You heard the soft version. He pushes off the table, packing a few steps like the memory makes his skin itch. He came here smiling, bowing, offering alliances. Then one night his people broke our gates, and he walked through the main hall like he already owned it. He failed, I say. Only because Alan's father shifted faster and hit harder. Kevin's eyes are dark now. You didn't see the bodies. You didn't see what that vampire did to the Omegas when they wouldn't kneel. I flinch, despite myself. He notices and sighs. The anger fades from his face, replaced by weary patience. Look, I'm not saying every vampire is bad. I'm saying I don't know which one is going to turn on us. And I'm not going to stand in front of the alpha and tell him to fight kinder so we can feel better. You sound like a soldier, I mutter. I sound like someone who doesn't want to see you on a stretcher, he says, voice low, or on a pyre. That shuts me up for a moment. He watches me, shoulders relaxing slightly when I don't argue. He always does this, wraps his fear in duty, his worry in logic, always for the pack, always for the people. Always for me. It just feels wrong, I say finally, killing that many and calling it necessary. He nods once. Maybe it is wrong, he admits. Maybe Alan went too far, but I'm not the alpha. I'm just a healer who knows that if I hesitate, someone dies. And I'm just a healer who can't pretend all of them deserved it, I say. Our eyes meet. It's not a fight, not really. It's 2 roads that keep crossing and never fully align. Before either of us can say anything else, the door swings open without a knock. A soldier fills the frame, armor clinking as he steps inside. He looks between us, pausing just long enough to realize he might have interrupted something, then snaps to attention. Jessica Fallington, he says, voice clipped. Alpha Allen has called you. My heart stutters. Kevin's brows draw together. What for? The soldier doesn't answer him. He isn't allowed. His gaze holds only me. You're to come now. My mouth is dry. I wipe my hands on my apron, aware of the smudge of herbs on my fingers. All right, I say. I'm coming. Kevin's hand brushes mine as I move past him. A quick, grounding touch. You'll be fine, he murmurs. Sure, I say. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, right, he's the alpha. It's a joke, but the laugh that comes out of me is thin. The soldier turns and leads the way. The castle corridors are never really silent. Even now, between war and whatever comes next, there's always noise, low voices, a distant clang of metal, the echo of boots on stone. Our footsteps fall into a rhythm as we walk, the soldier ahead of me half a step behind. Tapestries line the walls, woven with old victories, wolves stitched in silver thread. The first alpha's crest. Scenes from battles most people here only know as stories. I keep my gaze ahead, away from the bloody details, away from the reminders that this place runs on war and power. What did he say exactly? I ask. The soldier glances back. Just that you're to come, now. Did he look angry? He hesitates. He looked Alan. Right, that helps. My corset feels tighter than it did an hour ago. I focus on my breathing. In, out, I can do that much. The stone under my boots is worn smooth in the middle from years of people walking these same paths. Generations of wolves and humans and whatever else Alan decides belongs here. We turn down a narrower hall, quieter than the others. The guards here stand straighter. Their armor is heavier. These are the ones closest to the Alpha, the ones who live and die by his command. The soldier stops in front of a thick wooden door banded with iron. He knocks once, hard. Enter, a voice calls from inside. He pushes the door open and steps aside, giving me a clear path. Go ahead, he says. My pulse drums in my ears. I smooth my skirt one more time, lift my chin, and step into Alpha Alan Lacoste's study. The room is big but not wasted. Shelves line the walls, stuffed with ledgers, rolled maps, and a few carefully chosen weapons displayed like art. A fire burns low in the hearth. Light from the high windows spills across a large desk in the center, where Alan stands, sleeves rolled to his forearms, a folded letter in his hand. He's younger than most people expect from an Alpha, mid-30s maybe, but his presence fills the room. Tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in dark fitted clothes that mark his rank without needing the crest on his chest. His hair is neatly combed back, a sharp contrast to the wildness I know he keeps barely leashed under his skin. Shifter Alpha, ruler of this pack, the closest thing we have to a king. He looks up when I enter. Jessica, he says, not healer, not girl, my name. I stop a few steps inside the door and bow my head. Alpha. The soldier closes the door behind me, leaving us alone. My palms are suddenly damp. I clasp them in front of me so he won't see. You sent for me, I ask, glad my voice doesn't shake. He studies me for a long moment. His eyes are a cool gray, steady and sharp. I did. He sets the letter on the desk and rounds it, coming closer. Not too close, just enough that I have to tilt my head slightly to meet his gaze. I received a report, he says. A link, as some would call it, about you. My mind races through everything I've done in the last week. Did I argue too loud in the healer hall? Did someone hear me question the war? Did I treat a vampire too gently? Did I look at him wrong in the corridor? I don't understand, I say carefully. What kind of report? His gaze doesn't move. One that claims you're a werewolf. My heart stops. It's so absurd I almost laugh. I'm not. His eyes narrow a fraction, like he's watching for lies. You're sure? I'm a healer, I say. Humans don't shift. Some do, he says quietly. Some are born in between. Bloodlines get messy when people think they can hide things. I'm not hiding anything. He watches me for another beat, then jerks his chin toward the far side of the room. I follow his gaze. Against the wall I hadn't really noticed when I came in sits a strange contraption. A high-backed chair made of dark wood and metal, with curved armrests. Wires and tubes snake from its sides to a panel of glass and brass, runes etched into the surface. Small pale stones are set along the frame, faintly glowing. My skin prickles. What is that? I ask. The discriminator, Alan says. My invention. Of course it is. He steps past me, toward the machine, trailing his fingers along the armrest. It reads what someone is. Human, wolf, vampire, other. It doesn't care about masks, or names, or nice stories. My mouth goes dry, and you want me to sit in it. I want the truth, he says. If you're human, it will say human. You'll walk out of here, back to your herbs, and we won't speak of this again, if you're not. He doesn't finish. He doesn't have to. Every instinct in me screams to bolt for the door. I stay where I am. Running would only prove him right. Fine, I say. Test me. His brow lifts a little like he expected more protests. He gestures to the chair. Sit. I swallow and cross the room, each step heavier than the last. The closer I get, the more I hear it, a low hum like something alive under the metal. The stones along the frame flicker brighter, sensing movement. I lower myself into the seat. The wood is cool, the metal cuffs beside my wrists gleam. I rest my hands on the armrests, forcing myself not to grip. Alan moves to the panel, fingers brushing over the runes with practiced ease. The stones flare, light running through the cables like water. "You may feel pressure," he says. "Don't fight it." "That's comforting," I mutter. He almost smiles, almost. The machine shivers around me. A gentle, steady pressure pushes down on my chest, nothing painful, just insistent. Like someone is pressing a palm flat against my sternum, testing the beat of my heart. The hair on my arms lifts. I taste metal on my tongue. A thin ring of light rises from the base of the chair and drifts up around me, scanning from my boots to my head. When it passes my spine, something inside me flares, bright, hot, gone. I suck in a breath. Alan watches the glass panel. Lines of light scroll across it, forming words I can't quite see from here. After a long moment, the machine's hum fades. The pressure lifts. The ring of light dissolves. "Well," I ask, trying not to sound as shaky as I feel. Alan's eyes flick to me, then back to the panel. The corner of his mouth tightens, like he's annoyed at something. "Human," he says. Relief hits so hard I almost slouch in the chair. "Told you." He doesn't smile. If anything, his suspicion deepens. "Again," he says. "What?" "Again." His tone leaves no room for argument. Sometimes it misreads when someone is nervous. "Of course I'm nervous," I say. "You dragged me in here and told me I might be secretly a wolf." Then this time, try to relax. "Right, that sounds easy." I consider arguing. Then I think about that corridor full of guards outside, about the fact that I'm alone in a room with the most powerful man in the pack, the alpha king of this castle, even if we don't use that exact title. "Fine," I say again. "Let's do it." He resets the runes. The hum rises. The light climbs. This time I focus on my breathing. In, out. I think of the healer hall, the smell of herbs, my mother's hands glowing, Kevin's stupid hair that won't stay in place. The pressure settles. That flicker down my spine sparks again, sharper, like something under my skin is pushing back. The machine does its job anyway. The hum fades. The light dies. Alan stares at the glass. "Human," he says, the word flat. I lift my eyebrows. "Do you want me to go inside again?" His gaze snaps to mine. For a long moment, he just looks at me, not in the way guards look at healers, not like I'm furniture, not like I'm a tool they pull out when they need patching up. He looks at me like I'm a puzzle he can't quite solve. I shift in the chair, uncomfortable under the weight of it. "Because I have patience to see," I add. "Bandages don't change themselves." He exhales, short and frustrated, and steps away from the panel. "It's enough," he says. "You can go to your room." I start to stand. "Jessica." My name stops me half risen. I look up. He's closer than I thought. He reaches out suddenly and catches my hand. His fingers wrap around my wrist, warm and strong. I freeze, breath caught somewhere between my chest and throat. No alpha has ever touched me outside the healer rooms. Not like this. Not when he isn't bleeding. Not when I'm not working. Healers don't get touched. Not by people like him. Slowly, I straighten, standing fully in front of him. My pulse jumps under his grip, and from the way his eyes flick there, I know he feels it. I don't pull back. His gaze travels over my face, searching. The gray of his eyes is sharper up close, flecks of silver catching the light. There's a faint scar along his jaw, one I've never noticed from a distance. His attention drops, slow and deliberate, to my throat. My collar. The edge of the corset I laced in a hurry this morning, just like every other healer wears, which pushes up, a modest amount of skin showing above the fabric. Nothing I haven't shown 100 times in these halls. It feels different now. His stare drifts lower, tracing the line of my bodice, the curve of my waist. Heat crawls up my neck. My face burns. I've had men look at me before, soldiers, guards, drunk villagers when I walk through the market on errands, but this isn't them. This is the alpha. The shifter alpha whose word decides who lives and who gets thrown to the rogues. I hold still, jaw tight. If I say anything, if I jerk away, I could lose more than a little dignity. His gaze comes back up, lingering on my chest for one last heavy second before finally settling on my face again. His hand leaves my wrist, sliding up to tuck a loose piece of hair behind my ear. My heart beats so loud I'm sure he hears it. His thumb grazes my cheekbone, slow, assessing. His touch is careful, almost gentle, which somehow makes it worse. He studies my eyes, like he's looking for something buried in them. "Impossible," he says under his breath. "You are human." I drop my gaze, unable to hold his. "Then your machine works," I say quietly. Silence stretches between us. The heat in my face, the smell of smoke from the hearth, the low crackle of the fire, all of it presses in. Finally, he steps back. "Go," he says, voice firm again. "And Jessica." I look up, expecting another question. "If anyone asks," he continues, "you were here to report on the wounded numbers, nothing else." I nod. "Yes, Alpha." He watches me one more beat, then turns away, already reaching for the letter on his desk. I walk out before I do something stupid, like ask why it matters what they think I am. The corridor outside feels colder. I walk with my hands at my sides, fingers curled into my skirt, replaying the last few minutes on a loop. The machine, the pressure, his hand on my wrist, the way his gaze dragged down my body like he had every right to look. He does, a bitter part of me thinks, "You're just a healer. He's the alpha. Pack politics are simple in that way." My room is on the healer's floor, tucked near the end of a narrow hall that always smells faintly of herbs and boiling water. When I push open the door, the space inside is as small as I left it. One narrow bed, one small table, one chipped basin, a peg with 2 extra dresses hanging from it, that's it. That's my entire world when I'm not on duty. I sit on the edge of the bed, the mattress dipping under my weight. The straw inside creaks softly. I press my palms to my knees and stare at the stone wall in front of me. For a moment, I just breathe. Human. The machine said it twice. Alan said it out loud. That should make me feel better. It does. His suspicion lingers in the room like smoke. Why would someone say I'm a wolf? I think of my mother, her last words. "Don't let them decide who you are." I think of how I sometimes feel things before they happen, the prickle in my spine before the bells ring for an attack, the way I know which herbs to grab without thinking. I shake the thoughts off. Magic isn't just for wolves. Healers use it all the time. That doesn't mean anything. A bell rings in the distance, clear and bright. Midday. Lunch. My stomach reminds me I haven't eaten since morning with a low, unhappy growl. Whatever else is happening, I still have to function. I stand, smooth my dress, and splash a little water on my face from the basin. The cold shock helps. I braid my hair quickly, fingers working on autopilot, then step back into the hall and join the flow of bodies heading toward the healer's dining room. The healer hall isn't grand like the main dining hall for nobles and high-ranking wolves. It's a long, plain room with wide wooden tables and benches, light streaming in through a row of high windows. The smell of soup and bread wraps around me as soon as I step inside. Voices buzz softly. Healers in simple dresses and tunics sit in clusters, some laughing, some talking quietly about patients and poultices and bruises that won't fade. The master healer sits at the far table, already eating, his presence like a quiet anchor at the end of the room. "Good afternoon, dear." I turn my head. Julia is at our usual table, waving me over with a lazy flick of her fingers. She's in the same standard healer dress I wear, corset and skirt, but she somehow makes it look more dramatic. Dark hair pinned up just so, neckline adjusted a little lower, sleeves rolled back to show her wrists stacked with thin copper bracelets. "Hey," I say, sliding onto the bench opposite her. Her eyes narrow immediately. "You look like someone dragged you through a hedge." Must be your reflection, I say. She snorts. There she is. Before she can press, the bench beside me shifts. Kevin drops down with his tray, setting it between us. He always sits next to me, like it's a rule no one ever wrote down. Saved you a seat, Julia says dryly. I knew you'd keep it warm, he replies, and they trade one of their usual little looks. He glances at me, searching my face. You all right? I'm fine, I say automatically. He raises a brow. Liar. Julia leans in. Alpha business. I stiffen. Who told you that? Half the floor saw the soldier come get you, she says. Don't worry, we all still like you anyway. My spoon pauses halfway to my mouth. The soup smells like vegetables and something salty. I suddenly have no idea if I'm hungry. Kevin nudges my elbow gently. Jess. I force myself to take a bite. It's warm and bland and exactly what healer food always is. I'm fine, I repeat. Just thinking about last week's war. Kevin gives me a look that says he doesn't buy it, but also isn't going to call me out in front of everyone. We already did that, he says. You're going to give yourself a headache. Julia rolls her eyes. She can't help it. You know our Jessica, soul of the pack, conscience of the castle, hates all wars, loves all strays. I jab my spoon in her direction. You say that like it's a bad thing. Depends if the strays start biting, she says lightly, then takes a sip of her soup. I flinch at the word biting. Apparently my nerves aren't done yet. Kevin catches it. Of course he does. Leave it, he tells me quietly, echoing his words from earlier. We can't decide who the alpha fights. We're healers. Soldiers at least get to choose in the moment. We patch the outcome. Wow, Julia says. That cheerful speech really improved the mood. He gives her a flat look. I'm serious. I know you are. That's the problem. I stare down into my soup, watching a slice of carrot float aimlessly in the bowl. He's right, I say. We don't decide anything. We just fix what's left. Don't start, Julia warns. We're pawns, I say anyway. The word tastes bitter. Healers, soldiers, even omegas, they move us around the board and we pretend we have choices. Kevin's jaw tightens. You want to be at the top that badly. I shake my head, laughing once without humor. No, I just want to live in a world where innocent people aren't burned because someone thinks their whole kind is the enemy. Julia's eyes flick between us, something sharp and calculating in her gaze for a second before it softens again. We live in a castle where the alpha literally has a room full of weapons named after him, she says. This is not that world. Thank you for the pep talk, I say. You're welcome. She smiles, small but sincere. Eat your soup. If you pass out from not eating, I'm not carrying you back. My dress is too nice. It isn't really, but I appreciate the attempt. I take another spoonful, and another. Kevin relaxes beside me, just a little, as if my eating is proof that I'm not about to fall apart. Still, my head keeps replaying Alan's hand on my wrist, the way his eyes lingered on my chest, the soft brush of his thumb against my cheek. Heat creeps up my neck again. What now? Julia asks, catching the shift in my expression. You look like you swallowed a coal. Nothing, I say quickly. Kevin's brow creases. Did he yell at you? No. Threaten you? Not exactly. Jess. I stare at my bowl. He tested me. With what? Julia leans forward, interest flaring. His teeth. Julia, Kevin warns. I shake my head. Some machine he built to see if I'm human or wolf or vampire. Kevin's spoon stops halfway up. What? Someone told him I was a werewolf, I say quietly. He wanted proof. Julia's mouth falls open. You. I shrug, trying for casual. Apparently. Kevin recovers first, color draining from his face. What did it say? Human, I say, twice. They both exhale at the same time. Of course it did, Julia says. You faint if someone shows you a broken bone. I do not faint, I say. I sit down quickly and reconsider my life choices. Kevin doesn't laugh. His hand curls around his spoon like he wants to break it. He shouldn't have dragged you in there for that, he mutters. It's fine, I say. I survived. That's not the point. I look at him. It kind of is. Our eyes hold for a second, something unspoken passing between us. He's angry on my behalf. I don't think I've ever seen him quite like this. It's done, I say, to shut it down. He told me to say I was there to report on wounded numbers, so that's what I was doing, if anyone asks. Julia whistles under her breath. Pack politics, she says. Gotta love them. I don't, I say. Same, she replies. We finish our soup. The hall buzzes around us, people coming and going, the master healer rising and leaving with a nod that ends the meal more than any bell. Kevin stands, picking up his tray. I have rounds, he says. Try not to pick any fights with the alpha while I'm gone. I'll do my best, I say. Julia winks. If you do, at least make it interesting. Give us something to talk about. Go away, I say to both of them, and they do. The corridor outside the healer hall is cooler than the room, light flatter, stone walls closing in just enough to make the space feel narrow. I walk slowly, letting the noise of the hall fall behind me. I'm halfway to my room when I see her. Lady Veronica. She stands near an alcove where the corridor widens, talking to a man in full armor. Her dress today is black silk, fitted and bold at the bodice, the neckline cut low enough to display the smooth, pale skin of her chest and the heavy jeweled necklace resting there. Her hair is pinned up in an elegant twist, not a strand out of place. Black lipstick draws attention to her mouth when she speaks. She is beautiful in the way knives are beautiful, sharp, dangerous, meant to be handled carefully. Beside her, Peter stands straight, helm tucked under one arm. He's the head of the soldiers, older than most of them by a decade. Dark, messy hair, strong features, eyes that miss nothing. His armor is polished, the Alpha's crest engraved on the chest. I lower my gaze automatically. Healers don't walk between nobles and their guards. We slip around them, quiet as smoke. Their voices drift down the corridor in soft fragments. I can't hear words at first, just tones. Veronica's calm, Peter's firm. As I draw closer, their conversation sharpens into focus. Still think we should wait, Peter is saying. Lady Veronica shakes her head slowly. We shouldn't wait. The words land in my ears like a dropped coin. I keep walking, forcing myself not to slow, not to stare. My skin tingles with the sense that I've just stepped past something important without understanding it. We shouldn't wait. Wait for what? Another war, a decision about the vampires, about Alan, about me. I reach the end of the corridor and turn the corner, out of sight. Then I stop, press my back lightly against the cool stone, and close my eyes. Alan's gaze, the machine, my mother's last breath, Veronica's words, all of it tangles together in my head like threads in a knot. Something is shifting inside this castle. I can feel it. I just don't know yet if it's going to break us, or finally show me who I really am. Veronica's words keep echoing in my head as I walk. We shouldn't wait. For what? Another war, another test, another rumor about what I am. The corridor feels longer than usual. Light from the high windows lies in strips across the floor, broken by the shadows of passing guards. I keep my gaze down and move, counting doorways without thinking. Healer storage, linen room, empty cell they use for drunk soldiers. My room at the end looks exactly the same as it did this morning. Plain wooden door, iron latch, a crack along the bottom where cold sneaks in during winter. I slip inside and close it behind me. Silence drops over me like a blanket. No clanking armor, no orders, no wolves, just the dull thud of my heart in my ears and the tiny creak of the mattress as I sit on the bed. The straw inside pokes my thigh through the thin blanket. The small table is still cluttered with the same things, an old candle stub, a chipped cup, a folded scrap of cloth I've been meaning to fix. 2 extra dresses hang from the peg. That's everything I own. I lie back slowly, boots still on, and stare at the ceiling. Alan's hand on my wrist flashes behind my eyes. The way his gaze dragged down my body and stopped at my chest, like I was something he could read. The way he touched my hair and cheek like he had a right. Impossible. You are human. My mother's face jumps in next. The field, the smoke, her last breath, her fingers on my cheek. Don't let them decide who you are. Now Veronica, shadows pooling in the hollow of her collarbones, saying we shouldn't wait like she's talking about more than a schedule. All of it bundles up in my chest until it's hard to breathe. I close my eyes. Just for a minute, I whisper to nobody, just breathe. I don't sleep. I hover in that strange place where the world is still there, but far away, my mind trying to sort too many pieces at once. The knock hits the door like a punch. I jerk upright, heart racing. Jessica, a male voice calls, open up. I cross the room in 3 steps and yank the door open. A soldier fills the doorway, chest rising and falling. His armor is strapped on crooked, like he got dressed running. Dark hair plastered to his forehead, eyes bright with adrenaline. Get ready, he says. We're about to fight vampires. The words slam into me. Again, I blurt. Why? He shifts, metal plates scraping. Someone invaded our territory and tried to attack our soldiers, he says. We're attacking his territory in response. Of course. Hit us, we hit you. Never mind who gets crushed in between. Is that vampire a king? I ask. Maybe this is at least about someone important, a real threat. He shakes his head. Not at all, just a normal one. I stare at him. One vampire crossed the line, and we're marching on an entire territory. His jaw ticks. That's the order. Then take that one, I say. Why attack everyone else, the ones who had nothing to do with it? He doesn't even blink. It's the Alpha's command, he repeats. My job isn't to ask why, yours either. Healers don't question. Soldiers obey. Alphas decide. The words are as old as the walls. My fingers curl around the edge of the door. I want to say more. To yell, to argue, to shove this stupid system back in his face. But he's not the one who drew the lines on the map. My shoulders drop a little. All right, I say quietly. He nods once. Healer war room in 5 minutes. Then he's gone, boots pounding down the hall to the next door. I close my eyes and lean my forehead against the wood for a second. The cool surface helps. Barely. Great, I mutter. Another war with the people we swear aren't all bad. I turn, grab my heavier leather apron from the peg and pull it over my head. The straps sit snugly over my shoulders. It's thicker than my usual one, meant for blood and chaos. I tighten my corset laces a notch so it won't slip when I bend over patients. My healer bag is already packed from last time. Rolls of bandages, jars of salve, small vials of pain-dulling liquid, a few herbs tied in little bundles. I sling the strap across my body, check that nothing has spilled, and head to the basin. Cold water bites my fingers as I splash it over my face. I wipe it away with my sleeve, scrub the tiredness from around my eyes, and twist my hair into a tighter braid. Stray pieces fight loose. I pin them back as best I can. My reflection in the dull metal shard above the basin looks like me. Pale, annoyed, a little scared. Healer dress, corset, apron, absolutely human. If only the rest of the world settled that easily. I square my shoulders and open the door. The corridor outside hums with movement. Healers in similar aprons hurry in the same direction, skirts brushing the floor, arms full of supplies. The air smells like smoke already, even though the fire hasn't reached this part of the castle yet. Or maybe that's just my brain filling in the rest. I fall into step with them, our footsteps a steady drumbeat toward the war room. By the time we push through the double doors, the place looks like a storm waiting to explode. Tables have been shoved against the walls to clear floor space. Cots are lined up in neat rows, made up with clean sheets that won't stay clean for long. Buckets of water sit near the door, with cloths draped over the edges. Cabinets stand open, shelves full of jars and bottles and folded cloth. Master Healer David is at the center of it all, sleeves rolled, gray at his temples glinting in the lamplight. He moves like he's done this 100 times and expects to do it 100 more. Put the strong tonics there, he tells a younger healer, pointing with a bottle. Leave the weaker ones for after. You know, not that cloth, the thicker one. We'll need it for pressure. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't have to. People hear him anyway. Kevin stands near one of the shelves, fastening the strap of his apron. His dark hair is pushed back, already falling out of place. He looks up when he sees me. You took your time, he says, but there's relief in his eyes. Sorry, I say. I was busy being horrified. So normal day. Julia sweeps past with a bundle of cloth in her arms, copper bracelets chiming softly on her wrists. Save the flirting for after we stop people from dying, she says. We're not flirting, I say. With each other, Kevin adds under his breath. Julia rolls her eyes. Could have fooled me. Before I can respond, a horn blasts somewhere outside, long, low, and full of warning. David's head snaps toward the door. Positions, he calls. They'll be here any second. He's right. The first wounded man stumbles in moments later, arms slung over a friend's shoulder. His leg wrapped in a makeshift bandage, red seeping through. Dust and sweat streak his face. Over here, David says, pointing to a cot. 2 healers move as one, guiding him down. Then another, and another. Everything tightens. Jessica, Kevin. David says, take that side, Julia with me. We each grab a cot zone like it's ours. The first man they bring me grimaces, but tries to smile. It's not so bad, he says, voice thin. Blood has soaked half his sleeve. Right, I say, and I'm the queen. I cut the bandage away with small scissors, peeling the cloth back carefully to see the wound. It's deep, but it missed the big vessels. Flesh gapes, nothing I haven't seen. Hold his wrist, I tell Kevin. He plants his hands and keeps the man steady as I press a clean cloth in place, feel the warmth soak through, and let my own warmth follow. It's a small burn in the center of my chest that flows down my arms, out through my palms, pulling the skin together from the inside. The man groans, then breathes easier. That's it, I murmur. You're all right. We move like that for what feels like forever and no time at all. Cut after cut. Bruise after bruise, an arrow in a shoulder, a twisted ankle, a half-shifted wolf with a gash along his ribs, fur and skin both torn. David is everywhere at once. Every time I glance up, he's already at a new bed, hands glowing, movements fast and sure. He works twice as fast as any of us, barely stopping to breathe between patients. Watching him is like watching a spell in human form. The noise outside gets louder. Shouts sharpen, closer now. Somewhere someone screams in a way that makes my bones ache. Then a soldier appears in the doorway, panting, one hand braced against the frame. Healers, he shouts. We need healers to move forward. The room stills for a split second. Even the air seems to pause. Forward. We know what that means. Not safe behind walls, but close to the fighting. Close enough to see faces twist, to feel the ground shake. David doesn't hesitate. Take only what you can carry, he says. Bandages, tonics, your hands, leave the rest ready here. Half of you stay. Jessica, Kevin, Julia, come. My heart kicks hard. Kevin's jaw tightens, but he nods. Julia mutters something I can't catch and slings a satchel over her shoulder. I grab my bag, check again that the vials are secure. Shove extra bandages in wherever they fit. Listen, David adds as we move. You stay behind the main line. If they bring someone to you, you heal. You do not run into the middle. You do not play soldiers, understood? Yes, we answer, but my palms are already sweating. We follow the soldier out. The corridor is a blur of movement. Guards pouring toward the outer gates, some already half-shifted, eyes glowing, claws pricking at their fingers. Others run in the opposite direction with wounded men between them. The smell of sweat, steel, and panic presses around us. We push through, dodging shoulders and elbows. Outside, the courtyard is a mess of bodies and motion. Wolves bound past in streaks of fur. Archers stand along the wall, knocking arrows. Shouted orders bounce off stone. Beyond the main gate, Through the open archway, I can see the ground sloping down. Past that, fields, then the vague dark line of trees that mark vampire territory. Flashes of movement roll near the tree line. Wolves leap, vampires strike and dodge, men swing swords. The sounds hit harder out here, metal against metal, snarls, cries. Our forward healer station is set up just inside the open gate, a line of crates and a couple of low tables forming a rough barrier. Someone dragged out a few benches to serve as makeshift beds. It's barely organized, but it's something. "This will do," David says. "Spread out, make yourself useful." We do. A soldier limps up almost immediately, one hand pressed to his side. Kevin catches him before he can fall, steering him toward me. I pull his hand away and wince at the purple swelling taking over his ribs. "Breathe in," I say, slowly. He does. It hurts. I feel the deep bruise underneath, maybe a bone partly cracked. "No running back in yet," I tell him. "Sit, let me help." My hand goes to his side, warmth sinking into the bruise, coaxing it away piece by piece. He sighs, shoulders dropping as the pain eases to something dull instead of sharp. "Thanks," he says. "I owe you one." "You owe me not doing that again," I reply. He laughs weakly and stumbles away. Another takes his place, then another. We fall into that rhythm again. Patch, release, repeat. For a while, I don't look up. It's easier that way. Focus on the bleeding in front of me, not the storm beyond the gate. But eventually, something makes me lift my head. Maybe it's a strange quiet between waves of wounded. Maybe it's a shout at a different pitch from the rest. Either way, my gaze slides past the gate, down the slope, toward the line of trees. That's when I see him. He's farther out than most, closer to the trees than the castle. A dark shape moving low to the ground, not in the fast, predatory way wolves move, but in a desperate, dragging crawl. He pulls himself forward with his arms, one leg trailing behind like dead weight. His shirt is torn at the side, stained dark. His hair, long and tangled, hides part of his face. His fingers dig into the earth with each heave. Even from this distance, I know he's not one of ours. Too smooth in the shoulders, too quick to react when a stray arrow lands nearby. Too other. Vampire. He's not running at us. He's not aiming for anyone. He's crawling away from the fight, toward the tree line, toward shadow. No one is chasing him. No one is looking. No one but me. My chest tightens. I look back at our little healer post. Kevin is bent over a man's leg, wrapping it tight. Julia is arguing with a soldier about whether he should sit down or not. David stands over a bench, hands on someone's chest, brow furrowed. Everyone is busy. I look back at the vampire. His arm slips. He goes down on one elbow, body jerking in pain. He grits his teeth, pushes again. I take a breath that feels like jumping off a ledge. "Need anything?" Kevin calls without looking up. "Bandages," I say. It's not a total lie. My role is halfway used. "I'm going to grab more from the wagon." He jerks his chin toward the supply cart parked a little way back. "Hurry," he says. "They're going to keep coming." "Yeah." I turn, but not toward the cart. I angle myself so I pass behind it, then slip around the edge of the gate, moving into the open. The noise hits harder the farther I go from the wall. Shouts and snarls roll over me in waves. A wolf races past, so close his fur brushes my skirt. Arrows hiss through the air somewhere to my left. My heart bangs against my ribs like it's trying to escape, but my legs keep moving. I keep my eyes on the vampire. He's reached a fallen log and slumped against it, breathing hard. One hand digs into the bark, knuckles white. The other still grips his side, blood-slick fingers pressed over torn fabric. When I get close enough, he looks up. His eyes lock on me instantly. They're pale, almost colorless, ringed with red veins from strain. His face is sharper than most of our men's, cheekbones more defined, jaw a little too clean-cut. There's dirt on his skin, a streak of something dark along his jaw. His fangs don't show, but I know they're there, behind regular-looking lips. "Stay back," he snaps, voice rough. I'll take a few more of you with me. He tries to push himself upright. His leg gives out. He bites off a groan. I stop a few steps away, hands held up, palms empty. If I wanted you dead, I say, I'd have brought a sword. Or called your friends, he mutters. Trust me, I say. They have enough to stab without me pointing. He stares at my clothes, the apron, the bag across my chest. His lip curls, then smooths out like he's too tired to keep the expression. A healer, he says like it's an insult. Jessica, I answer. I also respond to that. His brow furrows. You walked out here in the middle of this to tell me your name. I walked out here to ask you a question, I say. The name is just basic manners. He huffs something that might be a laugh and might be disbelief. What do you want? He asks. I glance back over my shoulder. From here, our healer post is a blur of motion, but no one seems to be looking in this direction. The bulk of the fight has shifted farther along the tree line, away from this spot. I turn back to him. Why are you all always fighting? I ask. Vampires, werewolves. Every time we think it's over, there's another war. His eyes sharpen. That's your question. Yes. He shakes his head, grimacing as the movement pulls at his side. Wrong question, he says. You should ask why your alpha keeps interfering with everyone else. Alan, I ask, he's protecting his people. Is that what he tells you? The vampire says. My name is Jordan, by the way, since we're being polite. Fine, Jordan. I cross my arms, partly to hide how my hands are shaking. One of your kind tried to take this castle. He demanded to be alpha. He attacked. That happened. You know that, right? Jordan's jaw tightens. I know, he says. One vampire, years ago, he made a choice. He paid for it. And he nearly took us all down with him, I say. You can't pretend that didn't change things. I'm not, he says. His voice hardens. But you don't get to use one man's mistake as an excuse to keep burning our homes every season. It's not every season, I protest, even though I know it's stupid to argue about timing. He stares at me. How often do you get called out like this? He asks. To fight us, to fight rogues. Every time some rumor reaches your alpha that someone breathed wrong near your borders, he sends wolves and steel. I open my mouth, then close it again. I think of how many times we've been in the war room in the last few years. How many times I've washed blood off my hands that wasn't from our pack. He sees the hesitation on my face. Every month or two you appear, he says. If not here, then at the next group over, or the rogues that are just trying to stay out of both your way and ours. Your alpha uses any excuse to push your line further. Every time he does, some of us die. He doesn't do it just to show off, I say, but my voice is thin. Doesn't he? Jordan asks quietly. Your people talk, word spreads, about his new machine that tells you if someone is human or not, about how he wants to clean the land so only his kind walk it. You think we don't hear that on the wind? Heat runs up my neck. The machine is just, I trail off. I don't even know how to defend it. We've been attacked too. And you fought back, he says. Good, that's how it works. We push, you push. But this, he gestures around toward the smoke and the sounds. This isn't defense. This is him looking at a map and deciding he wants more. My throat goes tight. My mother's words echo in the back of my head. Don't let them decide who you are. I don't know what to say, I admit. Then say nothing, he says, his shoulders slump a little. You asked, I answered. We sit there for a moment in strange quiet, the war roaring like a storm just a little too far away to drown us. His gaze slides back to my face. There's no hate there, not really, just tiredness, and something sharp that might be curiosity. What are you waiting for? He asks at last. Finish it. I blink. Finish what? Me, he shifts, exposing more of the wound at his side. The cloth stuck to it is dark and stiff. You followed me. Wolves like to play. Heal your own, then hunt down the ones trying to escape. Isn't that the story? No, I say softly. That's not my story. He laughs, short and bitter. You're a healer, he says. You think that makes you different. I am different, I say. I don't fight, I fix what fighting breaks. On your side, he says. On my side, I agree. Most days, today I don't know. He stares at me, eyes searching my face for something. This is ridiculous, he mutters. Are you going to kill me or not? I'm not here to kill you, I say. I'm a healer. He snorts. Is this a joke? No, I say. Let me see your wound. Why? He demands. Because you're bleeding and you're not going to make it to those trees if I don't, I say. And then someone else will find you and do what you think I'm going to do right now. He presses his mouth into a hard line. His fingers dig into his side as if he doesn't want to let me close. Jordan, I say, if I wanted you dead, I could yell right now. 2 wolves would be here in seconds. I haven't done that. I walked out here alone. You can trust me for 2 minutes. Or you can die on a log with your face in the dirt. Your choice. His jaw works. Then slowly, he eases his hand away. The tear in his shirt reveals the wound underneath. Deep cut, ugly bruise spreading out from it, skin swollen and tight. It's not the worst I've seen, but it's deep enough that it'll keep tearing if he moves wrong. Enough to bleed him out if he keeps dragging himself across the ground. I swallow and glance back toward the castle again. No one is looking. I step closer and kneel in the dirt beside him. The ground is cool under my knees. Dust clings to the bottom of my skirt. Hold still, I say. You and David, he says under his breath. Who? Never mind. I place my hands gently on either side of the wound, fingers spread just enough to cover the edges. The familiar warmth sparks low in my chest, then flows out through my arms. It's not fire exactly, more like hot water running through old pipes. It presses out against my palms, seeking the broken parts underneath. Jordan sucks in a breath. What? Breathe, I say. You'll feel pressure. The bruise under my hands shifts, the darkest part lightening, the swelling softening. I feel the torn layers of muscle starting to knit, the edges of the cut pulling closer together. It's like threading something that doesn't want to be sewn. Convincing it with patience instead of force. You're really doing it, he says, voice faint. Yes. For me. Yes. He lets out a shaky laugh. Your alpha would throw you off a tower if he saw this. He'd probably build a machine just to measure how much, I mutter. Jordan huffs. You're funny for the enemy. Don't call me that, I say before I can stop myself. What should I call you? He asks. Jessica, I say. Just Jessica. The power eases after a moment, like a tide rolling back. I let it go, pull my hands away, and flex my fingers, shaking out the pins and needles. Try moving, I say. He braces one hand on the log and pushes himself upright. His face scrunches, then relaxes as he realizes it doesn't hurt the same way. It's better, he says. Don't test it too much, I warn. It's still tender, but it won't tear open if you walk instead of crawl. He touches the spot where the cut was, fingertips brushing clean, slightly raw skin. You're dangerous, he says quietly. I just saved your life. That's what makes you dangerous. His eyes meet mine. Healers who remember we're people are the ones who change things. I didn't do this to change things, I say. I did it because you were bleeding in the dirt and I was here. Same difference, he says. For me anyway. I push up to my feet and brush off my skirt. You should go, I tell him. Now, head away from the castle. Don't stop until you're somewhere else entirely. Different territory, different problem. You giving my people directions now? He asks, but there's no bite in it. Yes, I glance back toward our healer line. And don't come back here. If they see you near this place again, I can't help you. He looks out toward the fight, toward the smoke and the moving bodies. I wasn't planning on it, he says. Not after this. He stands slowly, testing his weight. His leg holds. He takes a step, then another. He pauses a few paces away and glances back. For what it's worth, he says, not all of us are monsters. I know, I say. Not all of us are either. He nods once. Then he turns his back on the castle and heads for the trees, pace picking up with every step until he vanishes into the shadow. I watch the spot where he disappeared for a heartbeat longer, then force myself to move. On the way back toward our healer line, I spot another vampire. This one is hunched behind a broken wagon, back pressed against the cracked wheel. His head hangs forward, chin on his chest. His shirt is shredded down one arm, skin underneath marred by a long, shallow cut. His other hand clutches his leg above the knee, lips pressed tight. He flinches when he sees me, eyes flashing wide. "I didn't see you," he says quickly. "You don't see me, we can pretend it never happened." "I'm very bad at pretending," I say. "You're with them," he spits. "Go away." "I'm a healer," I say. The words feel heavier now. "Let me see that leg." He squeezes his eyes shut. "You going to fix it or make it worse?" "Fix it," I say. "If I wanted you dead, I'd just shout." He hesitates, then his hand loosens a fraction. I kneel again, hatting how normal this is starting to feel. His leg is bruised and swollen, but the bone isn't broken, just strained. I lay my hand there and let the warmth flow, easing the worst of it, coaxing the swelling down. "Why?" he asks, voice small. "Because I can," I say. His eyes shine with something I don't have time to unpack. "Get up," I tell him when I'm done. "Go that way, away from the main road. If you run into a patrol, pretend you're human and very lost." "That'll work," he asks. "Probably not," I say, "but it's better than sitting here." He actually laughs at that, shaky and surprised, then pushes himself up and limps away, moving faster with each step. I find more. A woman half hidden near a low rock, clutching her arm where a blade nicked her. An older vampire lying too still until I crouch and realize he's breathing, just unconscious and slipping. A younger one staring blankly at the sky, whispering something in a language I don't know. Each time I check over my shoulder. I time my movements to the rhythm of the battle, slipping in when everyone else is facing the other way. I kneel. I heal. I send them away with quick directions and a warning not to look back. My hands shake harder with everyone. By the time I circle back to the healer station near the gate, my heart feels like it's trying to beat out of my ribs. "Jessica." Kevin's voice cuts through the noise. He's standing behind the low line of crates, eyes narrowed, looking for me. When he spots me walking in from the side instead of from the cart, his brows slam together. "Where have you been?" he demands as I duck behind the barrier. "I told you not to wander off." "I went for bandages," I say, lifting the roll I never actually put down. "We have bandages," he says. His gaze drops to my hands, red and trembling. "Are you hurt?" "No," I say too fast. "Just tired." He stares at me, eyes moving over my face like he's trying to read something there. For a second, I swear he knows. The guilt, the lies, all of it. But then a soldier groans and clutches his shoulder, and Kevin turns automatically, instinct pulling him back to the job. "Later," he says. "We'll talk later. If we make it that far." "Jessica," David calls from the other end of the line. "I need you on this one." "Yes," I answer and run to him. The battle grinds on. Wolves come in on all fours and leave on two legs, blood on their fur and a dazed look in their eyes. Soldiers stagger up the slope, leaning on each other. Some joke. Some cry. Some stare straight ahead like they're not entirely sure where they are. We patch, we press. We pour tonics between gritted teeth. The sounds from the front start to change slowly. The shouts lose their edge of panic, turning more to short, sharp commands. The crash of bodies lessens. The air feels like it's emptying, like the worst has passed, leaving wreckage behind. Someone blows a horn short, rising notes. Victory. Or whatever passes for it. "Pack up," David calls. "We'll finish in the main hall, take what's left, leave what's broken." He looks like he's aged 10 years in the last hour. Dark smudges under his eyes, lines deeper around his mouth. We gather what we can carry. My bag feels heavier than it should, not because of the supplies, because of the secret weight sitting on top of them. The walk back up toward the castle feels longer than it did on the way out. Soldiers cluster in small groups, clapping each other on the back, talking over each other to share bits of the fight. Wolves shift back to human form as they cross into the courtyard, skins streaked with dirt, some wrapped in hastily tied cloths. "I heard we cleared the whole place," one man says as he passes. "Not a bloodsucker left." "Alan pushed them all the way to the river," another replies. "That land's ours now." "Good," someone else chimes in. "Less chance of our kids getting snatched in the night." I bite the inside of my cheek until I taste copper. Jordan's face flashes in my mind. The others, the ones I pushed to their feet and told to run. They're out there now, not dead, not conquered, just gone, to someone else's territory, someone else's problem. We reach the castle gates. Guards step aside to let us in. A few nod at us with the kind of tired respect that only comes after shared disaster. "Good work," one of them tells David. "The Alpha will be pleased." "He'll be pleased when he sees how many of you still walk," David says. "Remember that next time you think about charging first and thinking later." The guard laughs weakly. Inside, the main healer hall feels almost calm compared to where we just were. We spread the remaining wounded across the cots there. The ones who can walk limp to benches and wait their turn. We move among them, finishing what we started outside. By the time the last bandage is tied, and the last tonic is handed out, the light outside has shifted to that flat gray that means the sun is on its way down. I wash my hands in a basin, watching the water turn cloudy. My fingers look normal now. No glow, no obvious sign that I used them on anyone besides our own. It still feels like someone stamped traitor on my forehead. "Go eat," David says behind me. His voice is softer now, tired. "Both of you, you too, Julia, I'll finish here." "You sure?" I ask. He nods. "If I fall over, I'll fix myself. Go." Kevin clamps a hand on my shoulder and steers me toward the door before I can argue. The healer dining room buzzes with low talk when we get there. People eat slower than usual. Laughter is rare and thin. The soup might as well be water for all the taste it has. Julia pokes at her bowl with her spoon. "I wish wars burned calories faster," she mutters. "I feel heavy and empty at the same time." "That's called being tired," Kevin says. Thank you, Master Healer Obvious." I take a bite because that's what my body expects, not because I want to. My head is somewhere else. "Jess," Kevin says quietly. I look up. He studies me with that annoyingly perceptive gaze. "You've been off all day," he says, "more than usual." "War tends to do that," I say. "Not like this," he replies. Julia glances between us, eyebrows raised. "If you two are going to have your first real fight, can you at least wait until I have bread?" she asks. "I like carbs with my drama." "We're not fighting," I say. "Yet," she says. I set my spoon down. "I'm just tired, Kevin," I say. "Alan almost decided I'm not human this morning. Then we marched on another group of vampires. That's enough to make anyone off." He leans forward, forearms on the table. "I get that," he says, "but when you disappeared at the forward line." "I told you, I went for bandages." "There were bandages," he says. "You walked back in from the field." My heart stutters. "I took the long way," I say. He raises his brows. "Why?" "Because there were bodies," I snap, louder than I mean to. A few heads turn. I lower my voice. "I thought I saw someone breathing who everyone else missed. I checked. He was gone by the time I got there." He watches me a long moment, weighing the lie. I don't look away. Finally, he settles back. "Next time, tell me before you go running toward the people trying to kill us," he says. "I'd like to keep you in one piece." "I don't run toward them," I mutter. "I walk very cautiously." Julia snorts. "So brave," she says. "Shut up," I reply, but there's no heat in it. We finish eating in a kind of truce. They talk about small things, who tripped over whose feet, who threw up in a bucket because the pain tonic hit too fast. I nod and make the right noises, but my mind keeps slipping back to the field. To Jordan. To the other faces I barely had time to memorize. When the meal ends, people drift out in ones and twos. Some head to their rooms. Some go back to the healer hall to sit with their favorite patients. Council will be called soon, someone says near the door. Alan wants to address the victory. Of course he does. Kevin gives me a half wave. I'll be with David, he says. Try to sleep tonight. Sure, I say. You too. Julia leans in and kisses the air near my cheek. If you sneak off to confront the Alpha, call me, she whispers. I want to see that. I'm not that stupid, I whisper back. She grins. Not yet, she says, then slips away. I watch them both go, then stand alone in the doorway for a second, staring at nothing. Council. In other words, a room full of powerful people telling themselves a story about what we just did. I should go to my room, wash my hands again, lie on the straw and pretend nothing is wrong. Instead, my feet turn toward the main hall. By the time I get there, the big doors are open, letting people file in. Wolves, soldiers, a few nobles in fancy clothes, the higher-ranked healers. They fill the space with a low buzz of voices. At the far end, on the raised dais, Alan stands in front of his chair. Veronica sits to one side of him, black dress sleek, shoulders bare, expression unreadable. Peter, head of the soldiers, stands near the other side, armor gleaming, sword at his hip. I slip in along the side wall and stay near the back. Healers aren't exactly front row material. No one stops me. No one notices me. That's helpful for once. Alan lifts his hand. The room quiets. We won today, he says. His voice carries easily, clear and controlled. Another threat to our pack removed. Another border secured. There's a murmur of approval, some scattered claps. The vampires in that territory attacked our men without cause, he continues. They thought they could test our strength. We showed them their mistake. My teeth grind. They're gone now, he says. Their land is ours. We'll send people tomorrow to secure it, to clear out the last of the filth, to make it safe for our patrols and settlers. Heat rises under my skin. Filth. Out. I see Jordan again, the way he looked at me when I said not all of us are monsters. The others limping away into trees. Home burned, fleeing with nothing. Before I realize what I'm doing, I'm moving. I push along the wall, slipping through small gaps in the crowd when people shift. Closer, closer. Jess, a healer, hisses as I pass. What are you? I ignore her. I stop when I'm close enough that if I speak, Alan will hear me without me having to shout. The people near me give me side-eye like I don't belong this far forward. They're not wrong. Alan pauses, scanning the crowd. His gaze flicks over faces, lands on mine. For a split second, surprise flashes in his eyes. He schools his expression fast. Questions, he asks, polite, confident, certain no one will dare. My heart hammers. Alpha, I say. The word comes out steadier than I feel. Heads turn. People look at me like I've grown a second head. Alan's brows lift a fraction. Jessica, he says, you have something to say. My throat is dry. I swallow. You said their land is ours now, I say. The vampires' territory. Yes, he says. It no longer belongs to them. It was their home, I say, for years. They lost the right to it when they attacked us, he replies. We don't leave enemy territory sitting untouched at our border. Not all of them attacked, I say. Some of them were just there, living. You burned their homes too. A murmur ripples through the crowd. Alan's jaw tightens. They sheltered those who raised a hand against us, he says. They paid the price. I force my hands to stay at my sides, instead of balling into fists. If you take everything they have every time one of them makes a move, I say, how is that supposed to end? You're just going to spread out and take every piece of land because someone in each place makes a bad choice. His eyes cool. Careful, he says softly. You're stepping close to calling your alpha a tyrant in his own hall. A few people suck in a breath. I bite my tongue. Pain flashes. I push through it. I'm a healer, I say. I saw what we did today. I heard soldiers talking like there's nobody left in that territory, like it doesn't matter if we take it because it's empty now. It is, Alan says. We didn't leave anyone alive. The floor seems to tilt under my feet. I know that's not true. I touched their skin. I felt their hearts beat. I watched them walk away. He doesn't know. Or he does, and he thinks scattered survivors don't count. There were people there, I say. There were lives, families. There were monsters, he corrects, who would have come for us again the moment they felt strong enough. Jordan didn't look like a monster, I almost say. I bite the words in half before they can escape. Alan's gaze sharpens, like he heard something I didn't say. This is not your concern, Jessica, he says. You heal. I make sure you have a castle to heal in. It is my concern when the people you label monsters end up on my floor, I say quietly, or in my hands. He stares at me for a long moment. The room is so quiet I can hear someone shifting weight 3 rows back. Do you doubt my judgment? He asks at last. Yes, I think. I don't understand all of it, I say. That's all. That's because you don't see the whole board, he says. His voice softens, but the steel underneath it doesn't. You see bodies, I see threats. If I leave a nest of vampires on our border, they grow. They test us. They slip into our villages at night. They turn our people into their feeders. I will not let that happen. Not every vampire wants that, I say. Some just want a home. And some just want to bury their teeth in your throat, he says. Which of those do you suppose I should plan for? His eyes lock on mine, daring me to answer. I can't. If you want to save everyone, Jessica, he says, voice dropping low so only those closest hear, you will end up saving no one. Remember that. Heat prickles at the back of my eyes. I just don't want us to become what we say we're protecting people from, I say. A muscle jumps in his cheek. For a second, something like doubt flickers there, then it's gone. There's nobody left in that territory, he says, louder now so everyone hears. It is ours. That is the end of it. He turns his gaze away, dismissing me as cleanly as if he'd slammed a door. The conversation moves on. Someone asks about patrol rotations. Another asks about spoils. The crowd shifts, attention sliding off me. I stand there a moment longer, feeling like my skin doesn't quite fit. Nobody left. I know that's wrong. I know because Jordan is out there, somewhere, walking on legs I fixed. Because the others I touched are breathing in some new patch of woods or ruins, trying to figure out where to go next. I stumble backward before I say something I can't take back. Someone bumps my shoulder. I mumble an apology and slip out of the hall into the cooler corridor. My hands are cold now. My face burns. I walk until the sounds of the council blur into a dull hum behind me, until the stone under my boots feels familiar again, until I'm back in the part of the castle that smells like herbs and boiled water. My room waits at the end, same as always. I step inside and close the door. Everything is exactly where I left it. The bed, the table, the dresses. Nothing in here knows that I broke the rules today, that I healed the people we were ordered to kill, that I just questioned the alpha in front of half the pack. I sink down onto the bed and let out a breath I feel like I've been holding all day. I saved lives today. I also watched us destroy a home and claim the land like a prize. I'm not sure what that makes me. Traitor, healer, fool, something else. I press my palms together, fingertips to fingertips like I'm praying, even though I'm not sure who would listen. In my mind, I see Jordan turning away from the castle, walking into the trees. I hear his voice. You're dangerous. Maybe he's right. Because tonight, when I close my eyes, I know I won't see a neat line between us and them anymore. I'll see the faces of the men on my cots, and the faces of the vampires I healed in the dirt. And somewhere in the middle, I'll see myself, standing on a field that used to belong to someone else, deciding who lives and who runs. I don't know yet what that means. I just know there's no going back to pretending it's simple. The next morning comes too fast. For a second, when I open my eyes, I don't know where I am. Just rough straw under my back, a strip of gray light on the ceiling, the smell of old wood and herbs. Then it all slams in at once. The battlefield, Jordan's eyes, warmth leaving my hands and sinking into vampire skin, Alan standing on the dais telling everyone there was nobody left, my own voice questioning him in front of half the castle. I exhale slowly and stare at the cracks overhead. I'm still here, I whisper to the room. That's something. My throat feels dry. My limbs feel heavy. But my heart is still beating, and no one has hammered my door down in the night, so either no one knows what I did, or they're waiting for a better time to deal with me. Comforting. I roll onto my side and sit up. The blanket slides off my lap. The basin in the corner still holds yesterday's cloudy water. I pour it out the window, refill from the small pitcher, and splash my face until the cold makes my eyes sting. You're shaking. I look at my hands. They tremble just enough to make the water ripple. Not from healing this time. From the memory of it. From the fact that I crossed a line I can't step back over. There's a soft knock at the door. My stomach drops. For a moment I can't move. All I can see is Alan's expression when I said the word home in front of everyone. The knock comes again, firmer. Jessica. Kevin. My lungs work again. I pad over and unlatch the door. He's standing there in the corridor, hair slightly mussed, apron off, just in a plain tunic and trousers. No armor, no blood, just Kevin, except his face is serious in a way that makes my skin prickle. Morning, I say, trying to sound normal. You're up early. So are you, he says. Can I come in? Every instinct screams that letting anyone inside this tiny room with my giant pile of secrets is a bad idea. I step aside anyway. Sure. He ducks under the low beam and steps in, filling the small space. When I close the door, it feels like the air shrinks with it. He doesn't sit. He stands near the table, hands resting on the back of my one chair, knuckles pale. You look like you didn't sleep, he says. I could say the same, I reply. War does that to people. Yeah, he studies me for a second. Jess, we need to talk. Nothing good ever starts with that sentence. Okay, I say slowly. About what? He tugs out the chair and sits, elbows on his knees, leaning forward. Don't lie to me, he says quietly. Yesterday, out on the field, when we moved the healer station forward. My heart picks up. I saw you, he says. My fingers curl against my skirt. You see me every day, Kevin. Not like that. His eyes lock onto mine. I saw you away from the line, kneeling beside someone who wasn't one of ours. My mouth goes dry. You were busy, I say. We were all busy, you probably. I carried a man right past you, he cuts in. I know what I saw. That wasn't a wolf. That wasn't a soldier. That was a vampire, and your hands were glowing. The room tilts. For a second, all I hear is my own pulse in my ears. The walls feel too close. I press my back against the door just to stay upright. You followed me, I say, voice thin. I didn't follow you, he says. I saw you out of the corner of my eye, and I thought I was imagining it. Then later, when I went to check if you were actually at the forward line, you weren't there. I looked out toward the trees, and there you were again, bent over another body. I swallow so hard it hurts. I could lie. I could say I was checking our own, that the man lost his armor, that he saw wrong. But the look on his face tells me he'd know. Say something, he says. My throat feels tight. If you're here to report me, I manage, you could have just gone straight to Alan. He'd probably thank you. His jaw works. Is that what you think I'm doing? I don't know, I snap. I woke up wondering if I get to keep my head today, so yes, it crossed my mind. He flinches. Then his expression softens, just enough to hurt more. Jess, he says, I'm here because I care about you, you know that. I look away, staring at the little chipped cup on the table. Why, he asks again, quieter now. Why did you do it? For a moment, I'm back on the field, Jordan's mouth twisting into a bitter smile. The young vampire behind the broken wagon, trying to pretend he didn't need me. They were hurt, I say. They were bleeding. They weren't attacking anyone. They were just trying to get away and not die in the dirt. They would have killed our people if they could, he says. Some of them, I say. Jordan tried. I saw it in his eyes, but some of them were just there. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong alpha, just like some of our soldiers were barely more than kids. That doesn't make them less dangerous, Kevin says. I know, I say. It also doesn't make them less alive. He blows out a breath and drags a hand through his hair. You're a healer for this pack, he says. What you did yesterday, if anyone else had seen that, they would call it treason. I know that too, I say. You think I walked out there thinking it was safe. Then why, he repeats. Tell me the real reason. Because my mother died trying to heal an enemy. Because I'm tired of pretending only our pain counts. Because if I start choosing who deserves care based on what Alan says, I'm not a healer anymore. I'm just another weapon. I couldn't walk past them, I say quietly. I tried. I really did. I told myself to stay behind the wall and just fix the people they dragged to me. But then I saw that vampire crawling away. He looked back like he was already dead. I couldn't just leave him there. Kevin's eyes close for a second. When he opens them, they're softer, but no less worried. You know what happens if Alan finds out, he says. He already thinks I'm something I'm not, I say. At least this thing I did on purpose. He thinks you might be a wolf, Kevin says. That's nothing compared to what this would look like. I shake my head. I didn't help them so they'd owe me, I say. I helped them because I saw them as people, same as our side, that's all. He's quiet for a long moment. Then he leans back in the chair, looking up at the low ceiling. Okay, he says finally. You're not denying it, that's something. I thought about it, I admit, for about 3 seconds. And lying to you feels worse than anything Alan could do. His gaze drops back to me. Something shifts there. A small, warm light in a very dark room. I'm not going to tell anyone, he says. The words land so hard my knees almost give. You're not, my voice cracks on it. No, he shakes his head. Not David, not the other healers, not Alan, no one. I stare at him. Why? Do you want me to? He snaps. Is this you asking me to walk you up to the gallows myself? No, I say quickly. That's not. I'm not telling because... He lets out a frustrated breath, searching for words. Because I know your heart. This was stupid, yeah, reckless, but it was also you being you. You see someone bleeding and you help, even when you shouldn't. So you agree with me? I ask. He snorts. I didn't say that. Of course you didn't. I think, he says slowly, that we're in a war we didn't start and there are hard lines for a reason. But I also think Alan does things that are above my understanding. And yours. And sometimes I don't like those things. His jaw tightens. That doesn't change the rules. If someone else had seen you, we wouldn't be having this conversation in your room. We'd be having it in front of a tribunal. I know, I say softly. So, he leans forward again. I'm asking you for something. Yes. Don't do it again, he says. Not like that. Not out in the open where anyone can see. I don't want to have to choose between you and my pack. Don't put me there. There's a plea under the words that makes my chest ache. I can't promise I'll never help someone who needs it, I say. It's who I am, but I can promise I'll be more careful. More careful would be no, he mutters. I'm being honest, I say. It's all I've got. He studies me, lips pressed together. Finally, he nods once. Fine, then I'll be honest too. I don't agree with what you did, but I get why you did it, and I'm not turning you in. That's where we are. Relief rushes through me, so fast it makes me dizzy. Thank you, I whisper. His gaze softens even more. Don't thank me yet, he says. You're dragging me into your mess. You walked in here on your own, I remind him. You could have stayed clueless and happy. He lets out a short laugh. I don't think I've ever been clueless and happy in my life. Okay, half clueless, half happy. Better. Silence settles between us, not heavy, just full. He shifts, then reaches out and closes his hand gently around my wrist, the same one Alan grabbed yesterday. His touch is warm, steady. I don't want to lose you, Jess, he says. To them, to this, to your own need to save everyone, so just be careful, please. My throat tightens. I'll try, I say. He squeezes once, then lets go and stands. Good, because if you get yourself killed, I'm going to be very annoyed. A small smile flickers at my mouth. I'll keep that in mind. Before either of us can say anything else, a bell clangs in the distance. 1, 2, 3 quick strikes. We both look toward the tiny window, like we can see the source through stone. That's the council hall bell, Kevin says. They're gathering people. For what? I ask. Another speech about victory. He shrugs. Maybe. Or maybe Alan wants to announce how much bigger his map is now. I grimace. He moves to the door. I should go see if David needs anything, he says. They're probably sending a list of injured who can't attend whatever this is. Sure, I say. He hesitates with his hand on the latch. Jess. Yeah. Remember, he says, I've got your back even when I yell at you. That's the only way you know how to show affection, I say. He smirks. Go wash your face again. You look like you've been arguing with phantoms all night. I have. Tell them I said hi. He opens the door. See you later. The door closes behind him with a soft click. I stand in the middle of my tiny room, hands still tingling where he held my wrist. He knows. He won't tell. He also asked me to stop. All 3 truths sit on my chest like stones. Outside, voices rise and fall in the corridor. I can't make out words, but the tone is different from yesterday's panic. Lighter, excited. I need to move. I grab my apron, tie it over my dress, and head out. The corridor is busier now. Servants hurry past carrying buckets, trays, bundles of fabric. 2 younger healers walk together, whispering about the announcement in quick, excited bursts. What announcement? I ask as I fall into step beside them. One of them, Anna, looks at me with bright eyes. Didn't you hear? She says. There's going to be a celebration tonight, a proper one, music and everything. A party, I say. Alan's ordering a feast, the other, Tomas, adds. They're bringing out the good wine. He wants to honor the victory and the new territory. My stomach twists. We're celebrating burned houses and empty fields. Sounds lively, I say. You don't like parties, Anna asks. I like parties, I say. I don't always like what they're for. They don't know what to do with that, so they peel off toward the healer hall, leaving me alone with my thoughts, and the sound of the castle shifting into celebration mode. Banners with the pack crest unfurl along the main corridor, deep red against stone. Servants scrub scuff marks from the floors. A boy polishes one of the metal sconces with more enthusiasm than skill. In the great hall, I glimpse servants dragging long tables to the sides to make space in the middle. Musicians test notes on a fiddle and a small harp. The air smells like baking bread and roasting meat instead of metal and blood. It all feels wrong. Kevin's right. I do see bodies before I see threats. But it's hard to hear laughter being prepared when the memory of screams is still so loud in my head. Stop thinking, Jess, I mutter. Just walk. I drift where the current of the castle pulls me, past the main stair, down a quieter side hall that leads toward the healers, wing, and beyond, toward the private quarters for the higher ranks. That's when I see her. Julia. Not in her usual healer dress and apron. Not with her hair in a simple braid like the rest of us. She's at the far end of the corridor, walking with purpose toward a door I recognize too well, the Alpha's private room. Her dress is different today, softer fabric, dark blue instead of plain brown. The bodice hugs her waist and flares over her hips. The neckline dips lower than anything I've ever worn, showing a smooth line of skin above her chest. Her hair hangs loose down her back, falling in soft waves she definitely didn't wake up with. I stop. She doesn't see me. Her focus is straight ahead. When she reaches the Alpha's door, she smooths her dress over her hips, lifts her chin, and knocks softly. The door opens just enough for her to slide inside. Then it closes again. My mind spins. What is she doing in there? Why that dress? Why alone? Don't, I tell myself. Don't be stupid, it's none of your business. Except I can't stop picturing her in that room with Alan, in that dress. And I can't pretend Alan's hands on my wrist yesterday haven't made me a little paranoid about what he does behind closed doors. I take a deep breath and glance around. The corridor is empty now. No guards, no servants. I remember something I shouldn't. The outer walkway that runs along this side of the castle. Narrow, stone. With a low wall and windows that look into these rooms. If I go out there, loop around, and keep my head down. Terrible idea, I whisper. My feet are already moving. I slip down a side passage, push open the door to the small balcony that circles this wing, and step onto the stone. The air is cooler out here. Wind tugs at strands of my hair. Far below, I see the training yard mostly empty. The walkway curves along the outer wall, broken only by pillars and narrow gaps. Windows from the private rooms face out over it, their glass panes glinting in the gray light. I move silently, keeping my back to the wall, until I reach the one I know belongs to Alan's room. I crouch near the low sill and risk a peek. Inside, the room looks like something from a story. Tall shelves with books, a heavy wooden table covered in maps, a chair with red cushions near a low fire. Light from 2 tall windows spills across the floor. Alan stands near the table, shoulders squared, eyes on a map. Julia stands a few steps in front of him. From here, I can't hear their words, but I can see everything else. Her dress looks even more revealing from this angle. The neckline is low enough that the soft upper curve of her chest shows clearly. The fabric hugs her waist, then flares over her hips, making her look like some kind of painting come to life. Her body language is obvious even from behind glass. Tilted head, one hip slightly cocked, smile that's just a little too slow. She says something, lifts a hand, and brushes imaginary dust from his sleeve. Alan doesn't flinch, but his jaw tightens. She steps closer, closing the space between them. Her chest rises and falls. She reaches up, fingers brushing near his collar. Slowly, she slides one strap of her dress off her shoulder, then the other, letting the fabric slip down to reveal the undergarment beneath, smooth, pale fabric framing her curves pushed up and outlined by the tight band. I feel my cheeks heat, even though I know she can't see me. She's beautiful, that's never been in question, and she knows it. She uses it like a weapon. Alan glances once, fast, at what she's showing him. Then he looks away, jaw clenched, eyes closed for a heartbeat like he's counting to 10. Julia moves again. She steps right into his space, pressing her body almost flush with his. One hand flattens on his chest. The other curls near his shoulder as she tilts her face up, lips parted, aiming for his mouth. My heart jumps into my throat. Alan's hand snaps up. He grabs her by the upper arms, not gentle but not hurting, and pushes her back a step, then another. Her mouth moves, eyebrows pulling together in a mix of anger and confusion. She reaches for him again. He sidesteps, jaw hard, avoiding the contact. He says something, short and sharp. I can't hear the words, but I feel the no in them from all the way out here. She stares at him, chest still bare above the half-fallen dress, eyes wide, then narrow. Her lips press into a thin line. Alan turns his back on her and walks toward the door. Julia grabs the top of her dress and hauls it back up with a quick, jerky motion, shoulders tense. He opens the door, says something over his shoulder, probably an order, knowing him, and leaves the room without looking back. The door shuts behind him. I yank my head down, pressing my back against the stone wall, heart racing like I'm the one who just got caught half-dressed. "What are you doing, Jess?" I mutter. "Spying on your own friend. Great." They're adults. They can do what they want behind closed doors. It's none of my business if Julia wants to seduce the alpha. It's definitely not my place to judge whether Alan says yes or no. And yet my mind won't stop worrying. Why did she do that? Does she want power, a better room, a title, or is she actually in love with him? Why did he say no? Does he see her as beneath him, Or is he just too controlled to let himself give in? More questions I can't answer. I wait until I hear footsteps inside, then more, then the distant slam of another door in the corridor. When everything seems quiet again, I creep back along the walkway to the outer door and slip into the side passage. The hallway outside Alan's room is empty now. No Julia, no Alpha. I head back toward the healer hall, trying to decide if I should pretend I saw nothing at all. The day rolls on. We check on the wounded. We change bandages, hand out tonics, settle people who are well enough to leave the ward before the big celebration. The castle buzzes with talk of the party. Who will be there, what music will play, whether Alan will dance. I don't see Julia until late afternoon. She's in the corner of the healer hall, organizing a tray of clean instruments. Her hair is back up, apron on, face calm as if she hasn't just tried to climb into the Alpha's arms. Part of me wants to march over and say, "What was that?" The rest of me shuts my mouth. She catches my eye and gives a small, tired smile. "You look like you're thinking too much," she says. "That's my permanent condition," I answer. She laughs. "You going to the party tonight?" "I guess so," I say. "Veronica will probably drag me by my braid if I say no." "Well, try to enjoy it," Julia says. "We deserve one night where we're not elbow-deep in people's insides." I force a smile. "I'll see what I can do." She turns back to her tray. I walk away, my tongue burning with questions I don't ask. Later, when the light outside turns more gold than gray, I head down the side corridor toward my room to change. As I pass a small alcove near the stairs, movement catches my eye. I pause, half hidden by the stone arch. Kevin stands there, back to the wall, arms folded across his chest. In front of him, Julia, not in the blue dress now, back in healer clothes, apron still on, hair a little messy. Her face is earnest, eyebrows drawn together. She speaks quickly, hands moving to emphasize points. I can't hear their words, the wall muffles them, but I see her touch his arm once just above the elbow. His eyes drop to her hand, then back up to her face. He shakes his head and says something, jaw tight but not angry. Her shoulders sag a little. It looks close. Close enough that something sharp and hot pricks at my chest. I step back before either of them can see me and press against the cool stone. "Don't be stupid, Jess. You don't own him. You barely know what you want." Still, the image sticks. Julia leaning close to Alan, chest bare. Julia leaning close to Kevin, hand on his arm. Part of me is angry on her behalf. Another part is angrier on my own, and I don't have a right to either. By the time I reach my door, my head is a mess. I change into a slightly cleaner dress, then stare at myself in the dull metal shard over the basin. My face looks more tired than anything. My hair is escaping from my braid in 10 directions. Knuckles rap on my door again. I almost groan. "If that's another crisis," I mutter, "I'm moving to a cave." I open the door. Kevin stands there. Of course. His hair is damp like he washed up for the party, and he's swapped his usual work clothes for a plain but neat dark shirt and trousers. He looks more put together than usual, but still like him. "Hey," he says, "got a minute?" "I'm starting to think I don't live in this room alone anymore," I say. He gives a quick half smile. "I won't stay long, promise." I step back. "Come in." He walks in, glancing around like the walls might have moved since this morning. They haven't. "So," I say, "what were you and Julia talking about?" His head snaps toward me. "Wow," he says, straight for the throat. "Is that what it felt like?" I ask mildly. "We were just talking," he says. "I figured that," I say. "Mouth's moving, sound coming out. That's usually how it works." He sighs and leans against the wall, crossing his arms. "Jess, it was nothing." "You looked serious," I say, "and close." "Because we're friends," he says. "She's upset. About the war. About some things I'm pretty sure she doesn't want me sharing around." I think of her in Alan's room, dress slipping off her shoulders. "I'm sure," I say. He narrows his eyes. "What's that supposed to mean?" Nothing, I say quickly. Just you two seem to something. We are something, he says. We're practically family. We grew up in the same halls, learned under the same master healer, stayed up all night stitching the same idiots together. He shakes his head. She's like a sister, that's it. I blink. So you're not dadding. He looks like I slapped him. What, no? You don't like her, I ask. Of course I like her, he says. She's my friend. She's one of the few people in this place who actually gets what it's like to be us. He runs a hand through his hair, frustrated. But if you're asking if I want to kiss her or run off to some cottage with her, the answer is no. Heat creeps up my neck. I was just asking, I say. You two were alone, talking, I wasn't sure. And your first thought is that I've been secretly courting her this whole time, he says. Great, that's great. He looks genuinely offended now, shoulders tight. I didn't say secretly, I mutter. You didn't have to. He exhales hard, then looks at me again, softer. Jess, if I had something like that with her, you'd know. She tells you everything. She can't keep her mouth shut around you. That's fair. So what were you talking about? I ask again, quieter this time. He hesitates, then shrugs. She asked if I thought Alan cared about us, he says. Us, as in healers, as people, or if we're just tools. My chest squeezes. What did you say? I ask. I said I don't know, he says honestly. He keeps us safe. He gives us work. He uses us when it suits him. That's about as much as I can see. She didn't like that answer. No, I say. I wouldn't either. Anyway, he lifts a hand, letting it drop again. She's spooked, after yesterday, after the way you spoke up in the hall, after, he trails off, mouth pressing shut. After what? I ask. Doesn't matter, he says. It probably does, but I let it go for now. You're not angry with her, I ask. Why would I be, he says. She's scared, we all are. We're just handling it differently. I think of her dress and Alan's room and swallow my questions again. Okay, I say, so you're not secretly in love with Julia? No, he says firmly. If I was, I wouldn't be standing in your room right now. The words hang between us. My heart gives a strange little jump. What's that supposed to mean? I ask. He looks at me like he's tired of pretending. We're speaking two different languages. It means, he says slowly, that if I wanted to spend my time pinning after someone, she wouldn't be my first choice, or my second, or on the list at all. Wow, I say, harsh on Julia. You know what I mean, he says. Do I ask. My voice comes out softer than I expect. He takes a step closer, not enough to crowd me, just enough that I can feel his presence more clearly, that I can see the little specks of lighter brown in his eyes. Jess, he says, I thought it was obvious. Nothing is obvious right now, I say. Everything feels upside down. Okay, he says. Then I'll say it so even you can't pretend you missed it. I fold my arms, like that will protect me from whatever is coming. He takes a breath. I like you, he says. More than I should, more than is convenient, more than makes sense when you keep running toward danger and yelling at alphas in public halls. Heat rushes to my face. He keeps going. I worry about you more than anyone else here, he says. When you disappear, my stomach drops. When you're tired, I want to shove you into bed and stand guard so no one bothers you. When Alan grabbed you yesterday, I wanted to break his fingers. My eyes widen. You what? I didn't, he says quickly, because I enjoy not being thrown in the dungeon, but the point stands. I stare at him. My brain is suddenly static. I thought, I start, then stop, try again. I mean, we work together, we've always just been us. I didn't think you. I know, he says. You're busy being angry at the world and saving people you shouldn't. You don't have time to notice things like that. That's not fair, I say weakly. He smiles just a little. Maybe not, but it's true. Silence stretches for a second. I didn't tell you because I expected you to throw yourself into my arms, he adds. I just needed you to know, especially after this morning, after Jordan, after everything. If something happens to you and I never said it, I'll regret it. My chest aches. You're not supposed to talk like someone who's about to die, I mutter. I'm not planning on it, he says, but plans don't mean much these days. I sink down onto the edge of the bed, legs suddenly unsteady. Kevin. He stands where he is, watching me, hands shoved into his pockets now like he's afraid of what they'll do if he lets them hang loose. You don't have to say anything, he says quickly. Not tonight, not ever if you don't want to. I should say something, I murmur. Only if it's true, he says. I look up at him. I care about you, I say. That part is easy. A lot. You're the one who drags me to meals when I'd skip them. You're the one who holds people down so I don't have to watch them shake. You're the one who keeps my secrets. I trust you more than anyone else here. He swallows. But, he prompts. But I don't know what I feel beyond that yet, I say honestly. My head is full of war and vampires and alphas and machines that decide what we are. My heart is full of secrets I'm barely holding together. I don't know if I have room for anything else right now. He nods slowly, like he expected that answer and was braced for it. I don't want to hurt you, I add, or lead you on, or pretend I'm certain when I'm not. You're not hurting me, he says. I asked for the truth, you gave it. You're sure, I ask. He smiles again, small but real. I'm here, aren't I? He says. Still talking to you, still planning to steal bread off your plate at dinner. That's my bread, I say. We'll see, he replies. So what now? I ask. Now nothing changes, he says. Unless you want it to, I'll still yell at you when you do something reckless. I'll still patch you up when you bleed. I'll still, he waves a hand. Care, I just won't pretend it's less than it is, that's all. That's not nothing, I say. It's enough for me, he says softly, for now. There's a warmth in his eyes that scares me and comforts me at the same time. Okay, I say. Then thank you for trusting me and for not running straight to Alan when you saw what I did. Any time, he says. Though if you keep adding crimes to your list, I'm going to start charging for my silence. How much? Firstborn, he says. Rude. He chuckles. I should go, he says. David will yell if I'm late for the pre-party lecture about not drinking near open wounds. That's very specific, I say. He has stories, Kevin says. Remind me to tell you one. He moves to the door, then glances back. And Jess? Yeah. You look nice, he says, even in your work dress. I roll my eyes. Go before you say something actually embarrassing. Too late, he says and slips out. The room feels different after he's gone, like he took some of the weight with him and left something new behind. I sit there for a minute, letting it sink in. Kevin likes me. I don't hate that. I don't entirely know what to do with it, either. Before I can think too hard, there's another knock. I frown. Did you forget something? I call, crossing the room to yank the door open. It's not Kevin. It's Lady Veronica. She fills the doorway like she owns it, which in a way she does. The hallway, the castle, the air. Her dress tonight is black, as always, but not the stiff, formal kind she wears at council. This one is softer, clinging to her curves in a way that's impossible to ignore. The neckline is low, cutting down to show the smooth line of her throat and the soft upper swell of her chest. The bodice is tight, framing the heavy curve beneath, the fabric hugging her waist and hips before falling in a sleek line to the floor. Black lipstick paints her mouth. Her dark hair is twisted up, a few loose strands brushing her bare shoulders. Her skin looks like it's lit from within. She looks dangerous, and beautiful, and very aware of both. I suddenly become acutely aware of my plain dress and fraying hem. Lady Veronica, I say quickly, stepping back. I please come in. She steps over the threshold without waiting for the invitation to finish. Her perfume, spice, and something floral spills into the room ahead of her, crowding out the simple herb smell. The room shrinks around her presence. I hope I'm not disturbing you, she says. Her voice is low and smooth, every word shaped carefully. Not at all, I say. I was just existing. One corner of her mouth lifts. You do that well, she says. I have no idea if that's a compliment or not. She glances around the tiny space, taking in the bed, the table, the basin, the dresses on the peg. Her gaze lingers on none of it for long. It always comes back to me. We are glad to have a healer like you, she says. My heart thumps. Thank you, I say. I just do what David tells me. You do more than that, she replies. I've heard several soldiers mention you by name today. They said you kept them on their feet when others would have let them fall. I shift my weight. They exaggerate. Perhaps, she says, perhaps not. Her eyes narrow just a little, like she's seeing something I don't even know I'm showing. You also spoke in the hall yesterday, she adds. Not many healers would have done that. I swallow. I maybe shouldn't have. Maybe, she agrees calmly. But you did. There is honor in that and danger. My skin prickles. I didn't mean disrespect, I say quickly. I know, she says. If you had, you wouldn't be standing here. I'm not sure if that's reassuring or not. We need healers with strong hands, she says. But sometimes we also need ones with a strong spine. The trick is learning when to use which. I'm still figuring that out, I admit. Good, she says. I would be worried if you were. She steps closer, the hem of her dress whispering over the floor. Up close, I can see faint lines at the corners of her eyes, the only hint of her age. The rest of her might as well be carved from expensive stone. There will be a celebration tonight, she says. You've heard. Yes, I say. Anna's already planning which pastries she's going to steal. Her lips twitch. I'm sure she is. She tilts her head. You are expected to attend. Expected, I echo. You are one of the healers who worked closest to the front, she says. Alan likes to show that he values those who keep his soldiers alive. By putting us on display, I think. Out loud, I say, of course, I'll be there. She looks me up and down, taking in my simple dress and loose braid, the faint smudge of something on my cuff I didn't notice earlier. You might want to change, she says gently. This is a night for something a little different. Heat creeps up my neck. I don't have much, I admit. Just my other dress, it's less stained. She considers me for a moment, then reaches up and unclasps a thin black ribbon from around her own throat. A small silver charm dangles from it, a simple crescent shape, nothing overly grand. She holds it out. Wear this, she says. It will draw the eye up. I stare. I can't take that. You can and you will, she says. Consider it a loan. If someone spills wine on it, I will make them regret being born. That sounds fair, I say. Her fingers brush mine as she drops the ribbon into my palm. The charm feels cool against my skin. Thank you, I say, sincere. She nods. You work hard for this pack, she says. You deserve to look like someone we are proud to claim. There's a double edge to that word, claim. That makes my pulse jump. She turns toward the door, then pauses, looking back over her shoulder. These nights tell us a lot about who people really are, she says. Who they dance with, who they drink with, who they watch when they think no one is looking. I swallow. I will be watching, she adds almost idly. Should I be worried? I ask, trying to sound light. She smiles. Only if you plan to do something worth worrying about. With that, she slips out into the corridor and is gone, trailing perfume and danger behind her. I stand there with the ribbon in my hand, heart pounding. Kevin knows my biggest secret. Julia's trying to climb into the Alpha's good graces with her body. Alan is claiming homes that aren't his and telling everyone there's nothing left to care about. Veronica is handing me jewelry and telling me the party is a test without saying the word. I don't know who I am in the middle of all that. Healer, traitor, fool, something else. I move to the peg and take down my less terrible dress. A softer brown, the fabric not yet worn thin at the elbows. I strip off my work dress, pull the cleaner one over my head, and lace the corset tight enough that it gives my waist a shape without making it hard to breathe. In the dull metal shard above the basin, I catch a glimpse of myself. The neckline of this dress sits a little lower than my work one, showing a hint more skin than I'm used to. My hair, freed from its braid, falls in a rough wave. I smooth it as best I can and twist 2 small sections back, tying them with a scrap of ribbon. I tie Veronica's ribbon around my neck, the silver crescent resting just above the dip of my collarbone. It feels strange there, heavy and light at the same time. For a second, I think of Alan's gaze trailing down my body in the machine room, the way it stopped at my chest. I think of Julia's dress sliding off her shoulders in his private room. I pull my shoulders back. This is my body, not theirs. I take one last look at myself, not glamorous, not powerful, but present, and move to the door. My hand rests on the latch. On the other side of this door is a hall full of people who would applaud if I saved their child and cheer if Alan ordered my death. On the other side is Kevin, who likes me, Julia, who is playing a dangerous game, Veronica, who is watching, Alan, who sees threats everywhere. On the other side is a party celebrating a victory I'm not sure I believe in. I open the door anyway. All right, I murmur to myself. Let's see what this night wants from me. And I step out into the corridor, heading toward the sound of music and voices, feeling like I'm walking straight into a room full of wolves, with no idea yet whether I'm prey, pack, or something in between. Music reaches me before I even see the hall. A fiddle bright and quick, a drum steady underneath, voices layered on top, laughs, shouts, the clink of cups. The further I walk, the louder it gets until it feels like the castle is vibrating under my feet. I follow the sound. The great hall has changed. Yesterday it held council tables, maps, stern faces. Tonight the tables are pushed to the sides, loaded with food and wine. Candles burn in tall stands, their light bouncing off metal and glass. Banners hang from the beams, our pack crest stitched in deep red. People fill every space. Soldiers in freshly brushed tunics, armor polished until it catches the light. Healers in their cleanest dresses and shirts. Minor nobles in colors and jewelry that look heavy enough to drag them to the floor. At the far end, on a slightly raised step, stands Alpha Alan. Everyone orbits him. They crowd close. They laugh too hard at things that aren't funny. They lift cups and toast his name. One man actually bows just to hand him a plate of sliced meat. I stop near the entrance and watch. This is ridiculous, I murmur. No one hears me over the noise. Alan accepts it all with that same controlled face. He nods at every compliment. He lets people refill his cup. He says small things that make them glow. He looks like he was born standing in the middle of a circle like this. I make no move to join it. I head toward the side where the healers have gathered. David stands with his usual calm face, a cup in his hand, listening to a soldier explain in great detail how close he was to death. Anna and Tomas hover near the food, eyes on a tray of little pastries. Julia stands farther out, not quite with us, not quite with them. Her dress tonight isn't as fancy as the one she wore earlier when she went to Alan's room, but it's still more than a normal healer's dress. The fabric is softer, the bodice snug around her waist, the neckline a little lower. Her hair is down again, falling over her shoulders. Her eyes never leave Alan. She watches everything he does, every tilt of his head, every lift of his hand. It's not a soft, dreamy look. It's sharp, focused, like she's mapping him. I follow her gaze, then let mine drift. That's when I see it. Kevin. He stands not far from David, half turned toward him, pretending to listen. But his eyes flick to Julia, then to Alan, then back. Julia glances his way at the same time, their eyes meet, and something passes between them. A small nod. Not romantic, not shy. More like two people, checking that the other is exactly where they're supposed to be. What are you two doing? I take a sip from a passing servant's tray, just to have something to do with my hands, and let the question sit in the back of my mind. The musicians shift from warm-up to something more steady, a clearer rhythm. People start moving toward the center, couples forming, hands reaching. Jessica, David's voice makes me turn. He nods toward the floor. Go dance, he says. You look like a ghost in a corner. I'm not much of a dancer, I say. Fortunately, most people here aren't either, he replies. You'll fit right in. I open my mouth to argue, but Anna grabs my wrist and pulls. Come on, she says, just one round. The first dance is a simple line pattern. People form rows, hands linked, stepping left, then right, trading places. I get pulled into it without a choice, bumped between a laughing soldier and a healer from the lower village. We spin, we step, we try not to crash. For a few moments, the room is just movement and music. When the song ends, people clap and shuffle back, clearing space for the next. I stumble to the side, catching my breath, and almost collide with Kevin. Careful, he says, reaching out to steady me with a hand on my arm. Blame Anna, I say. She committed theft of personal space. She does that, he says, mouth twitching. He's in the same neat dark shirt from earlier, sleeves rolled to his forearms. His hair is still damp from when he washed up. He looks good, clean, a little tired. You all right? He asks. I'm fine, I say, just trampled by joy. Occupational hazard, he says. His eyes flick over my shoulder toward the other side of the hall. I follow his gaze. Julia is already moving toward Alan. The tune changes to something slower. She reaches him as the first notes land, smiles up at him, and says something I can't hear. Her hand lifts in a little invitation. Alan hesitates half a heartbeat, then sets down his cup and takes her hand. They move to the center of the floor. You see that, I murmur. Kevin's jaw ticks. Hard to miss, he says. They dance. Julia presses close enough that there's almost no space between them, one hand on his shoulder, the other in his. Her face is turned up, eyes fixed on his. From here, she looks radiant. He looks present, courteous, polite. He leads, she follows. It looks right and wrong all at once. I feel something weird in my chest that I don't have a name for. Do you want to dance? Kevin asks suddenly. I blink. With me. He lifts a brow. I don't see anyone else you've let yell at you today. The corners of my mouth twitch despite myself. You just want a chance to step on my feet. Maybe, he says. It would balance out what you put me through this morning. The memory of our talk in my room flashes. My secret, his confession. My stomach gives a small lurch. I think I'll sit this one out, I say, softer. But you should go. Someone has to make Veronica proud on the dance floor. He snorts. She doesn't need me for that. True, I say. As if summoned by her own name, Lady Veronica appears near the edge of the dancers. Dark gown sleek and low at the neckline, heavy chest framed by black fabric, red lips curved in a small, amused smile. Her gaze sweeps the floor, then lands on Kevin. She lifts a hand. Healer Kevin, she says. Even over the music, the clarity of her voice cuts through. Dance with me. Kevin goes still. I told you, I murmur. He mutters something under his breath that sounds like a prayer and steps forward. Veronica takes his hand like it belongs in hers and leads him onto the floor. Next to her, he looks younger, less sure. She moves with smooth confidence, their bodies aligned in the pattern of the dance. Kevin's posture is stiff at first, shoulders tense. But even from here, I can see his eyes. Every few turns, every time they pass my side of the room, he glances over Veronica's shoulder straight at me. Our eyes meet, just for a moment. Then the dance pulls him away again. Veronica notices. Of course she does. I see the little tilt of her chin, the tiny curve at the corner of her mouth when she looks at me next. Like she's just learned something and is filing it away. I look away first. The song ends. The hall erupts in applause. Alan and Julia break apart. He claps for the musicians. She laughs a little too loudly. Veronica releases Kevin's hand and says something to him that makes the tips of his ears go red. I don't get to ask what, because a group of soldiers sweeps me back toward the center for another round of group dancing. The world becomes circles and spinning, and hands trading places again. Time blurs. Wine appears in my hand more often. I sip without thinking. Warmth spreads in my chest and loosens the tight line between my brows. At some point, I end up near Alan again. He stands by a long table now, half turned away from the crowd, his cup balanced between his fingers. People still drift toward him, but less like moths, more like they're giving him small pockets of space between conversations. I find myself beside him almost by accident, reaching for a piece of bread from the same tray. He glances over. "Healer," he says. "Alpha," I reply. We stand in silence for a heartbeat, then he nods toward the hall. "What do you think?" he asks. "Is this a good use of our resources?" I look around, at the food, the candles, the wine, the polished armor, the laughing faces. "It depends," I say. "On what?" he asks. "On whether tomorrow we're still able to fight," I say, "and whether the people who lost limbs yesterday feel forgotten or honored." His mouth twitches. "You always do that," he says. "Do what?" "Refuse to give a simple answer," he says. "Well," I say, "it's a complicated world." He studies me for a moment. His gaze drops briefly to the silver crescent at my throat, the one Veronica loaned me. "You look different tonight," he says. "Good different or concerning different?" I ask. His eyes lift back to mine. "Good," he says simply. Heat creeps up my neck. I take a sip of wine to cover it. "I heard you work near the front lines," he says. "The soldiers speak well of you." "They speak loudly of everything," I say. "It's hard not to hear." "Don't deflect," he says. "You kept them standing, that matters." "You kept them needing to stand," I counter. "That matters too." His gaze sharpens. For a moment I think I've pushed too far. Then he exhales, slightly amused. "You're not afraid of me," he says. "I am," I say honestly. "I just don't let it make my tongue useless." He laughs. It's not a sound I hear often. It's softer than I expected, warmer. "There you are," a bright voice cuts in. "Julia." She appears at my other side, a smile fixed on her face, 2 glasses of wine in her hands. The liquid inside is a deeper red than usual, catching the candlelight. "Alpha," she says sweetly, dipping her head. "Healer." "Julia," Alan acknowledges. "I brought you a drink," she says to him, lifting one of the glasses. The hall is running low on the good vintage. A man passing by, a soldier with flushed cheeks, spots the wine and reaches for one glass. "Ah, perfect," he says. "I've been looking everywhere for—" Julia jerks the tray back faster than I've ever seen her move. "This is not for you," she snaps. The man blinks. "I was just—" "It's for Alpha," she says, dangerous sweet. "Get your own." The man raises both hands, backing away. All right, keep your claws in." He disappears into the crowd. My brows draw together. Julia's fingers are tight around the stems of the glasses. Too tight, her knuckles pale. She turns back to Alan, smiles snapping back in place. "Sorry," she says lightly. "People get so greedy around free wine." Alan doesn't comment on that. He takes the offered glass. "And this one is mine," she says, lifting the other. "We can toast together." She lifts her cup to his, waiting. A waiter carrying a tray of bread passes behind them. He stumbles. Maybe someone bumps him. Maybe he just missteps. Either way, his shoulder clips the back of Alan's arm. Alan's hand jerks. Both glasses slip. For one frozen second, red liquid hangs in the air. Then they shatter on the floor, wine spreading across the stone in a dark stain. The waiter goes pale. "I'm so sorry." "Are you blind?" Julia snaps, spinning on him. "Do you have any idea what you just did?" "It was an accident," the man stammers. "Those were for Alpha," she hisses. "Do you stumble everywhere or just where it matters most?" "Enough," Alan says quietly. The waiter shuts his mouth immediately. "It's fine," Alan adds. "No harm done, there is more wine." Julia stares at the broken glass like something precious died. Her chest rises and falls faster. Fury flickers across her face before she smooths it out. She steps back, voice tight. "Excuse me," she says. She turns on her heel and vanishes into the crowd. I watch the stain seep into the cracks of the floor. My mind churns. She refused to let anyone else touch those glasses. She reacted like that when they fell. There was something in them. I look at Alan. He crouches to be sure none of the shards cut through anyone's shoes, then straightens, waving for a servant with a cloth. He doesn't look suspicious, just mildly annoyed. I look toward the crowd, trying to find Julia again. I see nothing but moving colors and faces. I slip away from the table and follow the path she took, weaving through people, ignoring greetings. Music swirls, bodies shift. Someone spins past me, forcing me to step back. By the time I reach the far side of the hall, there's no sign of her. She's gone. "Damn it," I whisper. "Language," Kevin's voice says behind me, almost on reflex. I turn. He stands near a pillar, cup in hand, eyes scanning the room much like mine just did. "You seen Julia?" I ask. "She's not my responsibility," he says. "That wasn't an answer," I say. He sighs. "She went toward the kitchens, I think," he says. "Why?" "She was guarding 2 glasses of wine like they were treasure," I say. "Then she nearly bit a waiter's head off when he spilled them." Kevin's face tightens. "And you think?" "I don't know what I think," I say. "But if she's adding things to drinks now, I'd like to know." He rubs a hand over his face. "We'll talk about this later," he says. "Right now, David is staring at me like I left a patient bleeding." "Go," I say. He goes. I drift back toward the main space, uneasy. The music shifts again. More people dance, more wine flows. Time slips. I end up back nearer Alan, almost without meaning to. A group of soldiers and minor nobles stand around him, laughing at some story about training mishaps. He spots me and hooks 2 fingers in a small beckoning motion. I step closer. "Healers saved 3 of these useless men yesterday," he says to the group, tilting his head toward me. "Only 3, I say. "I must be slowing down." They laugh. It's warmer this time, less nervous. We talk about the war, about bandage shortages, about the soldier who fainted at the sight of his own stitched wound. It's lighter than the conversations earlier today, the edges softened by wine and music. That's when Julia returns. She appears at the edge of the circle like a ghost, holding 2 fresh glasses of wine. Her smile is fully back in place. "Alpha," she says, stepping in, "let me fix what the clumsy waiter ruined." She offers him one of the glasses, keeps one for herself. A warning bell goes off in my head. "Wait," I say, "maybe." Alan lifts the glass and turns to the table instead. "Do you know what this reminds me of?" he asks suddenly. "Wine," I ask dryly. "War," he says. "Of course," I mutter. He sets the 2 glasses on the table and moves them apart. "Years ago," he says, "we faced a pack that thought they could surround us. They forgot one thing." He slides one glass around the other. "That we move, too." As he talks, he uses the glasses like little soldiers. One is our side. One is theirs. He pushes one forward, pulls one back, crosses their paths. He swaps them when he's illustrating a trick. He lines them up, then knocks one aside with his knuckles. Julia watches, eyes narrowed. Her gaze never leaves the glasses. I can practically see her tracking them, trying to remember which one she touched last. I try to follow too. I lose it on the 3rd swap. By the time Alan finishes his story, the positions have changed so many times there's no way to tell which glass started where. "And so," he concludes, "we drank to their surrender in cups just like these." As he says it, a servant stops beside us and, without really looking, sets a fresh, full cup of wine on the edge of the table, then moves on. Alan chuckles and reaches for one of the 2 glasses he's been sliding around. He lifts it as if claiming it for himself. With his other hand, he nudges the 2nd story glass toward me. "Here," he says, "you earned this." Julia steps forward quickly, eyes locked on the cups. For a second, her fingers hover over the glass in front of me, then over Alan. like she's trying to feel which one is hers. Alan notices the untouched, newly placed cup nearer to her elbow and shifts it closer with a small tap of his fingers. "You haven't had this one yet," he says lightly. "Take it." For a heartbeat she hesitates, eyes flicking between all 3 cups. Then, with no way to know which wine is which anymore, she wraps her fingers around the new glass. Now Alan holds one of the original 2. I hold the other. Julia holds the newcomer. If there is anything strange in the wine she brought, it's in his and mine. My heart kicks. If there was anything in those glasses, that just shattered her plan. Julia's mouth tightens. For a second, panic flashes in her eyes. Then it's gone. We all lift our cups. "To those who stand," Alan says. "To those who patch them," I add. "To those who lead," Julia says, looking at Alan. We drink. The wine is strong, richer than what was on the common table. Maybe there's something else in it. Maybe there is. I taste only heat and fruit and the edge of something sharp. It slides down my throat, leaving warmth behind. Julia's gaze never leaves Alan's face. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't cough or sway or suddenly strip off his shirt. He just takes another sip, sets the cup down, and turns to greet someone calling his name. Julia stares at him, waiting, watching. Nothing obvious happens. After a few minutes, she changes tactics. She starts to sway. Slowly at first, then a little more. She leans into someone's arm, giggles at nothing, nearly drops her empty glass and snatches it back with a delayed, exaggerated grab. To anyone not paying attention, she looks drunk. To me, she looks like a girl who's watched too many nobles pretend they can't stand. Her eyes are too clear. Her steps are only unsteady when there's someone watching. When she thinks no one is looking, her feet plant fine. Alpha Alan sees it too. When she drapes herself near him, he steps sideways. When she laughs too loudly at a comment, he gives her a polite, strained smile and turns to someone else. When she tries to loop her arm through his, he gently but firmly removes it. "Enjoy the party, Julia," he says at one point. "You don't need to follow me." Her face cracks for a second. Hurt, anger, embarrassment. She swallows it and steps back. Her eyes find Kevin. She walks toward him like she's been kicked. He stands near the healer cluster again. She pulls him slightly aside, speaking low. I can't hear anything, but I see her hands move, see his brows draw together. He glances at me once, quickly, then back at her. He gives a small nod, says something that looks like reassurance. My chest feels tight. "What are you two doing?" I whisper. No one answers. The music shifts again, this time pausing halfway through a phrase. A drum beats twice. Alan raises his hand. Silence ripples outward from him like a wave. Even the drunkest soldier senses it and quiets down. "I won't keep you long," he says. His voice carries easily. "I just want to say a word to the ones who stand between us and the grave." Healer heads lift. Conversations stop. He looks our way. "To the healers," he says, "who stitch us up when we're torn apart, who hold us down when we thrash, who drag us back when we step too close to the edge. This territory would be a field of ghosts without you." Applause breaks out. It's loud, real. I feel my face heat. He continues. "Victory isn't just who swings the sword," he says. "It's who makes sure a hand can still grip it. Tonight, we celebrate all of you." David inclines his head. Anna looks like she might cry. Tomas tries to look modest and fails. "Now," Alan adds, a faint smile playing at his mouth, "I think I owe them a dance." He steps down from the little rise and walks straight toward our group. He offers his hand to David first, surprising a laugh out of the older healer. They don't dance a full song, just a short, respectful turn on the floor. Then he moves to Anna, then Tomas, then another healer from the lower village. Each time it's polite, brief, a gesture. Finally, he stops in front of me. "Jessica," he says, "will you dance?" My heart stutters. Around us, eyes fix on us. I feel it. I set my cup down, wipe my palms quickly on my skirt, and put my hand in his. The music begins again, something slower with a gentle sway. His hand is warm around mine. His other settles lightly at my waist. We move. I am suddenly, painfully aware of how close he is. The way his shoulder nearly brushes my cheek. The way his breath ghosts near my ear when he speaks. "You did good work," he says quietly as we turn. "Out there." "I didn't do it for praise," I say. "I know," he says. "That's part of why it matters." We sway, step turn. He smells like wine and something sharp underneath, like iron and old leather. My pulse thuds in my throat. "You challenged me yesterday," he adds. "In front of a lot of people," I say. "Yes," he says. "Sorry," I say. "I didn't say I disliked it," he replies. I risk a glance up. His eyes are on me, not on the crowd. "Most people here would rather flatter me than warn me," he says. "It's useful to know there's at least one person who will tell me when I'm wrong." "You think you were wrong?" I ask. "I think nothing is simple," he says, "and I think I forget that sometimes." The admission surprises me. We move in silence for a few beats. My head feels light. My body feels warm. The music wraps around us. All through it, I can feel Julia's eyes burning into my back from somewhere in the crowd. She's standing near Kevin again. I see her in glimpses when we turn, arms crossed, lips pressed tight. He doesn't dance with her. When the song ends, Alan doesn't let go right away. We're close enough that I can see the faint stubble along his jaw, the small scar near his temple. "Thank you," he says softly. "For what?" I ask. "For being honest," he says, "even when it's hard." He releases my hand then. We drink more. I don't know when the line between loose and too loose gets crossed. It happens quietly. 1 cup too many. 2. The wine from the story glasses sits heavy in my veins, mixed with whatever Julia put in there, mixed with all the rest. The room blurs at the edges. The music feels closer and farther away at the same time. People's faces become streaks of color, their laughs echoing strangely. Alan stays near me more often now. We talk about things that don't matter. Stories from training, the time a young soldier tried to impress him and fainted mid-sentence, the way David once threw a boot at a noble who wouldn't stop hovering over his shoulder. I laugh more than I should. We dance again and again. At one point, he missteps and almost trips. I catch his arm, steadying him, and we both laugh into each other's shoulders. "This is probably a bad idea," I say, half into his coat. "Most of the best stories start that way," he replies. My head spins. His hand tightens at my waist. He smells like warmth and danger, and something that feels like gravity. We stop moving, still close. He looks down at me. I look up at him. Something in my chest snaps. Without thinking, without planning, without anything except the pull of the moment and the wine and the warmth, I rise on my toes and press my mouth to his. The world narrows to the point where our lips meet. For a second, he goes still. Then he kisses me back. It's not soft. It's not careful. It's hungry and clumsy and far too much, like we've both been holding our breath for months and suddenly decided air is optional. My heart slams so hard I feel it everywhere. Somewhere far away, I hear someone laugh, someone cheer. Maybe they saw, maybe they didn't, I don't know, I don't care. His hand moves to the small of my back, pulling me closer. My fingers curl into the fabric over his chest. We break apart only because we have to breathe. His eyes are darker now. His voice is rough when he says, "We should get some air." "Air is good," I say. My tongue feels thick. He takes my hand and leads me through the crowd. People part quickly when they see him coming. I stumble once, nearly tripping over someone's foot. He steadies me. We reach the corridor outside the hall. It's cooler here, quieter. The music is muffled by stone. Alan sways slightly as we walk. He lets out a breath that sounds like a laugh and leans a hand against the wall for a second. "You all right?" I ask, giggling despite myself. "You shoved very strong wine at me," he says. "I should punish whoever did that." "I can think of a candidate," I mutter. We move again. He stumbles. The first time, he catches himself with one hand on the wall, the other still holding mine. He straightens, shakes his head. "These floors," he says. "They move." "Blame the stonemason," I say. The second time, he goes down to one knee. I yelp and crouch beside him, laughing so hard my sides hurt. "You're going to ruin your alpha dignity," I say. "Good," he says. "It's heavy." I haul him up with more effort than grace. We lean on each other, both of us breathing harder than we should. Somewhere in my mind, a small, sober voice says, "This is not right. You are not thinking clearly. He is not thinking clearly." The rest of me is quiet. We reach his door. He fumbles with the latch, misses once, finds it the second time. The door swings open. We spill inside. The room is dim. The fire in the grate is low, just enough to paint warm light over the furniture. The big bed looms in the middle like a shadow. He closes the door behind us. Then he kisses me again. Everything else blurs. I remember fragments. My back against the door, his hands framing my face, my fingers in his hair, the taste of wine on his tongue. I remember him shrugging off his coat, then his shirt, the fabric sliding off his shoulders. I remember pressing my lips to his chest, feeling his heart beat hard against my mouth, his skin warmer than the room. He makes a sound low in his throat that goes straight through me. I remember taking his hands and placing them over my bodice, above my chest, guiding him without thinking, just needing to feel his touch through the fabric. His fingers curl, gentle but sure. I remember us stumbling toward the bed, laughing when we miss the edge and bounce back, then trying again. I remember being above him, my skirt fanned out, his hands at my waist, our bodies aligned in a way that makes everything else fade out. The room moves, or we do, or both. The details smear like wet ink. Heat, breath, the press of him, the way we move together without telling our bodies what to do, a sense of falling and grabbing on at the same time. It feels like a dream caught between waking and sleep, too sharp to be nothing, too soft to hold. Then nothing. Dark. Silence. When I open my eyes, my first thought is, the ceiling is wrong. It's too low, the cracks are different. My head pounds. My mouth tastes like stale wine and bad decisions. I'm in my own room. I push myself up too fast. The world tilts. I groan and drop back onto the mattress, pressing a hand to my forehead. Every sound is too loud. Someone drops something in the corridor, and it feels like a hammer in my skull. I close my eyes and try to rewind. The party, the speeches, the dancing, Julia, the wine, the kiss. Alan's room. My breath stutters. I try to remember more, but the harder I reach, the more it slips away. Just flashes. His chest under my mouth, my hands at his shoulders, the bed. Heat creeps up my neck. "Oh no," I whisper. I sit up more carefully this time, checking myself. My dress is on, laces still tied, though not as neatly. My ribbon is slightly crooked at my throat. There's a faint soreness in my body that could be from dancing. Or from something else. A wave of nausea rises so fast, I barely make it to the basin in the corner. I brace my hands on either side and breathe through it until it recedes. Someone knocks on my door. "Not now," I groan. The knock comes again, more insistent. I rinse my mouth, splash water on my face, and stumble to the door. It's Kevin. He stands there, eyes shadowed, jaw tight. He looks like he slept, but not well. "Hi," I say. My voice sounds wrong to my own ears. "Hey," he says, but the word is flat. "You look awful," I say. "Thanks," he says. "You look like you drank the whole cellar." "Feels like it," I admit. An awkward silence stretches. I expect him to make some joke, ask about my head, ask if I saw Julia's pretend drunken act all the way to the end. He doesn't. He doesn't meet my eyes for more than a second. He keeps glancing past me, at the floor, at the wall. "Did something happen?" I ask slowly. He laughs once, but it's not amused. "A lot of things happened," he says. "Pick one." I mean, my throat tightens. Last night, I remember everything. Maybe that's for the best, he says. The words land like a stone. Kevin, I say, did I do something? Yeah, he says, you did. Can you be more specific? I ask, heart climbing into my throat. He opens his mouth, then shuts it, shakes his head. I have rounds, he says. David wants all the healers checking on the ones who drank too much and fell downstairs or into each other. Kevin. I'll see you later, he cuts in. He turns and walks away before I can grab him. His shoulders are stiff. He doesn't look back. Something is very wrong. I lean my forehead against the door after I close it. My heart feels like it's beating in my throat. The nausea stirs again, mixed this time with raw fear. What did I do? I whisper. You took it from me. The voice comes from behind me. I spin. Julia stands in the middle of my tiny room like she's always belonged there. I didn't even hear the door open. I must have been too focused on Kevin. Her eyes are sharp. There are faint smudges under them, but she's dressed, hair brushed, apron on. She looks almost normal, except for the tight line of her mouth. What? I manage. You took it from me, she repeats. I do, my head aches. What are you saying? She laughs, but there's no humor in it. Don't play stupid, Jessica, she says. You know exactly what I mean. I don't, I say, because that at least is true. My memory is a mess. I barely remember leaving the hall. Oh, I can fill in the gaps, she says. You slept with him. The words hit harder than any hangover. My hand flies to my chest. With who? She gives me a look like she can't believe I'm that dense. Alpha, she says. The room seems to shrink. For a moment, all I can hear is my own breathing. Too fast, too loud. I know, I say. We. My mind scrambles. It finds fragments. His room, his hands, my body above his. My stomach lurches. I saw you, Julia says, stepping closer. You left the hall together. You could barely keep your hands off each other. You were laughing. You were so close I thought you'd fall into the floor. My cheeks burn. She keeps going. You went to his room, she says. You closed the door. You stayed there a long time. Do you want me to pretend I don't know what that means? Images sharpen. Alan's shirt open. My lips on his chest. My hands guiding his. My body sinking down over his. I grab the edge of the table to steady myself. Julia, I whisper, what did you put in that drink? She lifts her chin. Romance pills, she says. A little mix I made, nothing dangerous, just something to make the heart beat faster, the head lighter. I stare at her. You drugged him. I drugged his drink, she corrects. And mine. It was supposed to be for us, our night, our chance. But he had to start playing games with the cups, couldn't take a simple gift. And instead, my voice shakes, instead it went to me. And him, she says. Yes. You did a huge mistake, I say. Not actually you, he did too, but unintentionally. I know exactly what I did, she snaps. I made an opportunity, you walked into it. I don't even remember half of it, I say, my voice cracks. Do you understand how wrong that is? She crosses her arms. He is always in control, she says. All the time, of everything, he needed to loosen, to feel, to see me. You wanted to live as queen, I say. Yes, she fires back. I don't want to spend my life changing bloody bandages and living in a room the size of a closet. I want more. Is that so evil? It's not evil to want more, I say. It's evil to slip something into someone's drink without telling them. Her jaw tightens. We stare at each other. And then, she says, voice rising, you show up in the middle of it, you kiss him, you take the drink, you take the night, you take what was supposed to be mine. Tears burn behind my eyes. I didn't know, I say. If I'd known there was anything in that glass, I wouldn't have. But you did, she says. You did, and now. Her eyes drop to my stomach. Ice slides down my spine. What are we going to do now? I ask. I hear the panic in my own voice and can't control it. Her gaze flicks up. There's a new sharpness in it. Are you pregnant? She asks. The word slams into me. I can't breathe. I don't know, I say. Please don't say that. We can test, she says, suddenly brisk. You're a healer, I'm a healer, we know how to find out. Not yet, I say. It's too soon, it was just last night. There are signs, she says. Early signs, shift in the pulse, changes in the way your body carries warmth. She grabs my wrist before I can pull away and presses 2 fingers to the inside, eyes going distant like she's counting. I yank back. Don't, I snap. She lifts her hands. Fine, she says. Do it yourself, but do it. Because if you're carrying his child, this is not just about a mistake at a party. It's about the future of the pack, and my future and Kevin. Kevin, I echo. What does Kevin have to do with this? She hesitates. For the first time since she walked in, she looks unsure. What are you hiding? I demand. You talked with Kevin, you tried to seduce Alpha, you drugged wine. What is going on? She exhales. Kevin wants to marry you, she says. My chest tightens. What? He cares about you, she says. He told me. He wanted to talk to Alan about possibilities, about changing your position, about giving you a better room, a better life. My head spins. He what? And I, she continues, pressing on, want to marry Alpha. I want to live as queen, not as a healer in the shadows. We both wanted more, so we talked. We planned. We thought if we moved things, pushed a little, we could make it happen. You were scheming around my life like it was a board game, I say, voice low. You weren't moving, she says. You were stuck, so we moved for you. You don't realize how serious this is, I say. This isn't just a small trick. This is my body, my choices, his choices. You're playing with all of it. I know exactly how serious it is, she says. Maybe more than you do. I live in the same castle you do, Jessica. I hear the same stories. I know what happens to women who get noticed and then forgotten. That's why I wanted to be the one at his side, not some girl he barely remembers. And what does that make me now? I ask. Some girl he barely remembers who might be carrying his child. Her lips curl. If you are, she says, then congratulations. You took my chance. Anger flares, hot and fast. You sound like a gold digger, I say. A clever, reckless one, not like someone who wants to be a real queen. Her hand moves before I see it coming. The slap cracks across my cheek, sharp and hot. My head snaps sideways. Pain blooms under my skin. For a second, the room is completely silent. Julia, I breathe. She stares at me. Her chest is heaving. Her eyes shine, but no tears fall. Don't you ever call me that again, she says. I press my fingers lightly to my cheek. It burns. I want to hit her back. I don't. Instead, I straighten. Without another word, I walk past her. I open the door. I step into the corridor. Where are you going? She demands. To the only person who needs to hear this as much as I do, I say. I don't look back. I walk. The castle feels different now. The same stones, the same torches, the same tapestries, but the air feels heavier. The people I pass are just shapes. My feet know the way even if my head is screaming. Guards stand outside Alan's door. They straighten when they see me. I need to speak with the Alpha, I say. My voice is steady. That surprises me. He's resting, one says. He can rest after he knows someone drugged him, I reply. That gets their attention. One of them knocks, low and firm. After a moment, a rough voice from inside says, What? Healer Jessica, the guard says. She says it's urgent. There's a pause, then let her in. The guard opens the door. Alan stands near the table, shirt loose at the collar, hair slightly mussed. He looks tired. There are faint shadows under his eyes. When he sees me, something tightens in his jaw. Leave us, he tells the guard. The guard steps out and closes the door. We're alone. He studies me for a moment. His gaze flicks to the faint red mark on my cheek. Who hit you? He asks. Does it matter? I say. Yes, he says simply. Julia, I answer. His eyes darken. Why? Because I called her what she is, I say. And because of what she did, What we did. What happened last night. He goes still. What are you talking about? He asks. The controlled tone is back, but there's a fracture in it. I take a breath. And I tell him. About the first glasses of wine she guarded. About the waiter. About her fury. About how she vanished and came back with 2 fresh glasses. About how he moved them around on the table during his story until no one knew which was which. Julia says she put something in one of them, I say. Romance pills. A mixture to make the heart race and the head light. She meant it for you and her. His mouth presses into a line. And instead, I say, you and I drank it. Silence stretches. His hands curl into fists at his sides. Go on, he says. I stare at the table instead of his face. I tell him what I remember. The dance, the kiss, leaving the hall together, the corridor, him stumbling, his room, the firelight, my hands on his chest, his hands on me, the bed. I do not add details. I don't need to. The shape of it is enough. I don't remember everything, I say. That's part of the problem. There are gaps, big ones, but the pieces I do remember are clear enough. He doesn't interrupt. He doesn't make a sound. When I finally look up, his face is pale beneath his usual tan. His eyes look haunted. I've never seen that on him. I don't remember much after my 3rd or 4th drink, he says quietly. I remember you dancing. I remember a hallway, then nothing. Just flashes, hands, heat, like someone else's life. His gaze sharpens. You're sure about those pills? He asks. Positive, I say. She admitted it. She's not sorry either. He exhales slowly, like he's trying to push something ugly out of his lungs. I thought I just lost control, he says. On my own, that was bad enough, but this. I nod. I know. We stand in silence for a long moment. I did not choose that night in my right mind, he says finally. Neither did you. No, I say. That doesn't change the fact that it happened, he adds. I know that too, I whisper. His eyes search my face, as if he's looking for something, blame maybe, or accusation. All he finds is tiredness and fear. There's one more thing, I say. Of course there is, he mutters. I might, the words stick. I might be pregnant. His head snaps up. What? I don't know yet, I say quickly. It's too soon for anything definite, but Julia asked and I can't rule it out. Not with the way last night went, not with what I remember. He says nothing. His knuckles are white. This is why you needed to know, I say. Because if I am, this isn't just about you and me and a mistake in the dark. It's about the pack, the line, all those words you care about. He looks like I slapped him. Then his expression shudders. Stay away from me, he says. The words are soft. They still hit like a blow. I blink. What? Until we know more, he says. Until we sort this out. Stay away. I cannot think clearly with you in the room. Anger flares under the hurt. I didn't ask for this, I say. Any of this. Neither did I, he says sharply, but here we are. We stare at each other. What will you do about her? I ask. His eyes go colder than I've seen them in a long time. Julia Lacosta, he says, voice like stone, drugged her alpha with the intent to manipulate him. She tampered with my drink without consent. She endangered my judgment and, by extension, the safety of this pack. I know, I say. She will be caged, he says, until I decide if that's enough. I want to say something, plead for mercy, remind him she's also a healer, remind him she's been my friend. But then I see my red cheek in the reflection of the window. I see the missing pieces of last night in my own mind. I close my mouth. He steps closer to the door and calls for the guards. When they enter, he doesn't look at me. Find healer Julia, he says. Take her to the lower cells. She is not to leave until I say so. The guards don't hesitate. As they leave, he adds, and if anyone asks, they can say their alpha does not tolerate poison in his cup. The door closes behind them. I stand there, feeling like someone scraped out my insides and left only noise. You got what you wanted, I say quietly. Truth. He looks at me finally. No, he says. What I wanted was a world where this never happened. Me too, I say. We stare at each other a second longer. Then I turn and walk out, because staying will only make everything worse. The corridor outside feels colder. I walk back to my room on autopilot. My feet know the way even if my mind doesn't. People move around me like ghosts. By the time I close my door, my hands are shaking. I sink onto the bed and stare at nothing. Stay away from me. He's scared, angry, hurt. I'm all of those things too. It doesn't make the words sting less. My stomach rolls again. I press my palm against it, trying to calm it. Please, I whisper to no one. Please don't let this be what I think it is. Healers have ways to check early. Small things, changes in the pulse at certain points, a shift in the way the body responds to certain herbs. I take a breath and move to my little table. My fingers work on their own. I pull out a small packet of dried leaves from my bag, a mix we sometimes use to test for certain changes in the body. I drop them into a cup, add water from the pitcher, and watch the color seep out. My hands are steady now. Somehow that scares me more. I wait until the water cools, then drink it down. It's bitter, coating my tongue. Then I sit and wait. If nothing is different, nothing will happen. If something is growing inside me, my body will react. Minutes pass. My headache throbs, my heart beats too fast. Then I feel it. A warmth low in my belly, different from the wine, different from nerves. A soft, spreading heat that settles instead of passing through. My pulse changes under my fingers when I press them to the inside of my wrist, slightly slower, slightly heavier, like it's carrying more than just my own rhythm. No, I whisper. It doesn't stop. My vision swims for a second. I grip the edge of the table. I don't need a more complicated test. I know my body. I know what this means. I am pregnant. With his child. I sit down hard on the bed, hand still pressed to my stomach, and for the first time since the war started, since my mother died, since I walked into this castle, I have no idea what to do next. The party is over. The real war is just beginning. I am pregnant. With his child. The words sit in my chest like a stone. The warmth from the herbs is still low in my belly, steady and undeniable. No more maybe. No more not yet. It's real. I sit on the edge of my narrow bed and press my palm against my flat stomach. Nothing feels different on the outside. Inside, everything is changing. Stay away from me. Alan's voice from earlier echoes in my head. That was when it was only a possibility. Now it's a fact. He has to know. I don't want to see his face when I say it. I don't want to hear his voice. But if I hide this, it will only be worse later, for me, for the baby, for the pack. I hate this, I whisper. I splash water on my face, smooth my hair back, and straighten my dress as much as I can in the small mirror. My skin looks pale, my eyes a little hollow. I look like I've been dragged behind a cart for a mile. Good, that's honest. I open my door and step into the corridor. The castle feels different today. Every whisper sounds like it's about me. Every look feels sharper. I move past servants carrying linens, a pair of guards going off duty, a kitchen boy with a basket of bread. Most of them don't look at me. A few do. Their eyes slide away fast. The walk to Alan's office feels much longer than usual. 2 guards stand outside the heavy door, spears upright, shoulders squared. One of them narrows his eyes when he sees me. The Alpha asked for you, he says. No, I answer. I need to see him. It's about his health and the pack's future. That last part makes them exchange a glance. Wait here, one says. He slips inside. I stand in the hall, listening to my own heartbeat. The guard comes back almost immediately. He'll see you, he says, stepping aside. I walk in. Alan stands behind his desk, not sitting. Papers and maps are spread across it, his hands braced on either side. He looks tired. There are shadows under his eyes, and the muscles in his jaw are tight. When he sees me, Something flickers in his face. Guilt, anger, worry all at once. I thought I said, he starts. I know what you said, I cut in. My voice shakes, but I keep going. This can't wait. We stare at each other across the space. I swallow. I test it again, I say. Properly, with stronger herbs, it's not maybe anymore. He doesn't move. I am pregnant, I say. With your child, I'm sure now. The room goes quiet in a different way. It's like the sound drops out. He straightens slowly. His fingers flex on the edge of the desk. How far? Very early, I say. From that night. It's not dangerous yet, but it will be if I'm locked in a room or dragged to war or used as a piece on a board. His eyes close for a second. When he opens them, they look older. Before he can answer, another voice speaks from behind me. So it's true. I turn. Lady Veronica stands near the tall window, half shadowed by the curtain. I didn't see her when I walked in. She must have been there the whole time. Her black dress hugs her curves, the low neckline framing her heavy chest. The dark lipstick on her mouth is perfect, not a smudge out of place. She looks like she's ready for a gathering, not a private war. Her gaze drops from my face to my stomach and back. You carry my son's child, she says. For a second, I don't know if she's talking about the baby or Alan. Yes, I manage. Veronica steps closer, the heels of her shoes soft on the stone. She looks me over like I'm a strange herb she's not sure about. This is interesting, she says. That's one word, I mutter. Mother, Alan says. His tone has that tight edge it gets when he's fighting to stay respectful. This is between me and Jessica. No, Veronica says calmly. This is between you, Jessica, and every soul in this territory who depends on you not to be careless with your bloodline. My shoulders stiffen. I didn't plan this, I say. Neither did he, she replies smoothly, and yet here we are. She turns to Alan. We must think of what this looks like, she says. An alpha heir growing in the body of a low-born healer, conceived at a party in a haze of wine. Her eyes cut to me again. The wolves will talk, the nobles will talk, the vampires will laugh. I don't care what they laugh at, I say. I care if my child lives. She lifts a brow. Your child, she repeats. Alan's hand slams down on the desk once, hard enough to rattle a cup. Enough, he snaps. We are not discussing this like she isn't in the room. Veronica's gaze flicks to his hand, then back to his face. You want to protect her, she says. I understand that, you think I do, but you are forgetting something. And what is that? He asks. You are not just a man, she says. You are alpha, meaning every mistake you make can be used against you. And now there is a living mistake growing inside a woman who can be taken, threatened, turned. A hot flush of anger hits my cheeks. I am not a mistake, I say. Veronica's eyes soften for a heartbeat. It's quick, almost not there. I did not say the child is a mistake, she says. I said the situation is. She turns back to Alan. She must be contained, she says, for her safety and yours, until we decide what to tell the pack, until we see her loyalty. Loyalty, I repeat. I have stitched your soldiers back together for years. I've slept on floors to keep them breathing. And now because I'm pregnant, I need to prove I'm loyal. Veronica ignores me. Cage her, she tells Alan. In her own room, guards on the door, no wandering the castle, no late-night meetings, no chances for your enemies to snatch her or whisper in her ears. You can visit if you must, once we have a plan. No, Alan says. She blinks slow. No. I will not put her in a cage, he says. She's a healer, not a traitor. I will handle this another way. The air in the room gets colder. Veronica steps toward him. You will handle this, she says, voice dropping, by doing what is necessary. You are too close to this, Alan. You can't see past your guilt. He meets her eyes. And you can't see past your fear, he says. We all freeze. For a long moment, mother and son just stare at each other. Old power, old fights, things I don't know about yet. A knock at the door cuts through the tension. Enter, Alan says, not looking away from Veronica. The door opens. Kevin steps in. He stops when he sees me. His gaze flicks to Alan, then to Veronica, then back to me. He reads the room in a heartbeat. His face drains of color. "Am I interrupting?" he asks. "Yes," I say. "No," Veronica says at the same time. Alan rubs a hand over his face. "What do you need, healer?" he asks. "IUH," Kevin swallows. "The morning reports, Alpha, and to discuss the injured from the last patrol." He holds out a folded paper with a shaking hand. Alan doesn't take it. "We're in the middle of something," he says. "That something being that your healer is pregnant," Veronica says flatly, which I assume is no longer a secret. Kevin stiffens. His eyes snap to my stomach, like he expects to see proof already, then to my face. The hurt that flashes there is sharp and quick. He can't say the word. "Yes," I say. There's no way to soften it. His jaw works. I can see the moment jealousy sinks its claws in. It's like a shadow crossing his face. "Congratulations," he says. The word sounds like it hurts him to say it. "Kevin," I start. "We need to talk later, but right now." "Right now," Veronica cuts in. "We are discussing where to put you so your feelings don't cause more trouble." Kevin looks at her. "What?" "She will be confined," Veronica says, nodding at me, "for the safety of the Alpha and this child." "No, she will not," Alan says. Kevin's gaze flicks between them, confusion and pain battling in his eyes. His hand tightens on the paper until the edges crumple. "She is not a threat," Alan says. "She is. She healed vampires." The words come out of Kevin like a strike. The room silences. Veronica's head turns slowly toward him. "What did you say?" she asks. Kevin swallows. The regret is already there in his eyes, but the jealousy is louder. "She healed vampires," he repeats. "In the last war, I saw her. She left the healer line and went after one dragging himself away. She laid hands on him." I suck in a breath. "Kevin," I say, "don't." He doesn't look at me. He looks at Veronica, at Alan, like he's forcing himself to keep going now that he's started. "And it wasn't just that," he adds. "She's had sympathy for them before, talks about how not all vampires are bad, how we shouldn't attack whole territories, how maybe we are the ones looking for reasons to expand, how long before she heals more of them, or hands information to the wrong one." He's twisting it. It's not what I said, not exactly, but it's close enough that it sticks. "That's not fair," I snap. "I healed one vampire, one, because he was bleeding out in front of me and no one else would help him." "Once is enough," Kevin says, voice rough, "when those same vampires have tried to rip us apart." Veronica's eyes are cold now. "Is this true?" she asks me. "Did you heal an enemy?" I lift my chin. "Yes," I say. "I healed him. And then I went back to healing our soldiers like I always do. I haven't handed anyone secrets. I haven't invited vampires to dinner. I saw someone dying and I helped him." "Against direct orders," Veronica says. "There were no direct orders about that man," I say. "Only smoke and shouting and blood." "And before that," she demands, "has she healed them before?" Kevin hesitates. This is the moment he could save me. "She's always been soft on them," he says instead. "Talking about mercy, we don't know how many she's helped. We only know what I saw." Half true, half false. It might as well be all accusation. "You're lying," I breathe. He flinches like I slapped him. Alan's face is stone. "Kevin," he says, "why are you saying this now?" "Because she isn't safe here," Kevin blurts. "Not with you, not with your mother, not with vampires who already want your head. You think they won't use her. You think if they find out she healed one of them once, they won't drag her off and make her heal more, or worse." "Enough," I say, my voice shakes. "Stop pretending this is only about my safety. You're angry, say that instead." He looks at me finally. His eyes are bright, like he might cry, but he doesn't. "I am angry," he says. "I'm angry you're carrying his child. I'm angry you kiss him and then look at me like—" He cuts himself off. But that doesn't make what I saw any less true. Veronica doesn't care about the feelings underneath. She only hears the useful parts. She healed vampires, she says, locking onto the words like a predator. And she's now carrying the future alpha. If our enemies learn that, they will see a weak link, a soft heart, a handle to grab. She turns fully to Alan. You cannot risk this, she says. Now more than ever, she must be controlled. Cage her in her room, guards on her door, no one in without your approval. Let her carry this child to term if that is what must happen, but do it under guard. Alan's jaw clenches. His eyes burn into Kevin for a long moment, full of something raw and betrayed. Kevin drops his gaze. Alan, I say quietly, you know me. Yes, he says, his voice is low. I do. We stare at each other. I will him to remember every night we spent bent over the same pallets, every time I pulled a soldier back from the edge, every time I argued with him instead of flattering him. His shoulders slump. Jessica Fallington will be confined to her quarters, he says finally. Effective immediately. She is not to leave without my order. She is not to be harmed. She is not to be treated as a toy for anyone's anger. The words land like chains. 2 guards step into the doorway, waiting. Alan, I say, don't do this. He looks away. It's for now, he says, until I can fix this. That's what cages always are, I say, for now. Veronica's mouth softens a fraction. This is for your child, she says. Try to remember that. I almost laugh. The guards move closer. One touches my arm gently. I'm sorry, healer, he murmurs. I don't fight. Fighting will only make me look like what they already decided I am. I lift my chin and walk out between the guards like I chose it. They walk me back through the halls, their steps echoing with mine. People glance up as we pass. Some pretend not to see, some stare openly. A pair of young healers at the far end of the corridor, Anna and Tomas, freeze when they spot me between guards. Our eyes meet. They look confused, scared. I give them a tiny shake of my head. Don't come closer. We reach my door. Normally, it's just plain wood with a simple latch. Now a smith is there with a small cart. Metal glints on it, chains, extra bolts. My stomach drops. Orders, the guard says to the smith. The man nods and gets to work. They let me step inside first. My little bed, my little table, my herbs, my basin. It all looks the same and it all feels different. The guards close the door. I hear them sliding heavy bolts into place. Metal scrapes against metal. The smith hammers something into the stone frame. There's a new clink near the bottom, like a small hatch being tested. I walk over. A small square has been cut near the base of the door, big enough for a tray, not big enough for a person. The click of a lock sounds, deep and final. I am in a cage. Day 1. The light under the door shifts as the sun moves, but the room itself stays the same. I test everything anyway. The window is small and high, bars set into the stone. I stand on the bed and press my fingers against them. They don't move. I push harder until my palms ache. Nothing. The walls are thick stone. The floor is stone. The ceiling is low. No secret panels here, no loose boards. I try the door, even though I know it's pointless. The handle turns but doesn't open. The bolts hold. After a few hours, maybe more, time is strange. Something scrapes at the bottom of the door. A tray slides through the hatch. Bread, a chunk of cheese, a cup of watered wine. No face, no voice. I stare at it. I'm not hungry, but my stomach grumbles anyway. I think of the warmth I felt when the test herbs settled under my ribs. For you, I tell the small life I can't feel yet. We eat for you. I sit on the floor and eat slowly, one bite at a time. The nausea comes in waves, but it passes. I keep it down. The hours drag. I pace, 10 steps from door to wall, turn, 10 steps back. The room is too small to tire me out, but I keep moving because if I sit too long, the walls feel like they're leaning in. At some point, there's a knock. Soft, not the sharp knock of a guard. Jessica. Kevin's voice. My body tenses. I'm not supposed to talk to you, I say. Since when has supposed to stopped you? He says weakly. I walk to the door and lean against it. What do you want? Are you okay? He asks. I laugh once. It sounds strange. I'm locked in a room with a hole for food, I say. You tell me. Silence. I shouldn't have said it like that, he says finally. About the vampires. No, I say. You shouldn't have. He takes a breath. I was jealous and scared and angry. I walked in and heard you were pregnant with his child and my brain just broke. I wanted to hurt someone and I knew one thing that would hurt. So you chose me, I say. I chose the wrong way, he says. But I wasn't lying, Jess. You did heal that vampire. You did take that risk without telling anyone. I was going to tell you, I say. You, not Veronica, not the whole castle. He lets out a sound that might be a laugh or a groan. That makes it worse, he says. That you trusted me with that and I used it against you. Then why did you? I ask. Because I'm stupid, he says softly. Because I've spent years watching you kill yourself to keep everyone else alive, and then you finally let someone touch you and it's him. The one person who can hurt you the most. That's not fair, I say. You think I planned any of this? I know you didn't, he says quickly. I know you didn't slip pills into your own drink. I know last night wasn't you chasing him like Julia wanted to. I know all of that. But my heart doesn't care what my head knows. Something in my chest softens, just a little. It doesn't erase what he did. It just makes it hurt differently. So what now? I ask. You got what you wanted. I'm locked up. My reputation is in pieces. Your alpha is free of his dangerous healer. That's not what I wanted, he says. I wanted you safe, and I wanted you with me. The words hang between us. I offered you a way out, he adds. I can offer again. I can still help you leave. Not like Veronica wants on a chain, but on your own feet. We can get out of this place. Tonight. Tomorrow. I can drug a guard. I can find a key. He's serious. I can hear it in his voice. Run away with me, he says. We'll go east or south, somewhere far. We'll set up a small practice in a village. I'll mend bones, you'll fix fevers, and no one will care who your child's father is. My throat tightens. You want me to run away with you, I say slowly, while I'm pregnant with another man's child. Another alpha's child, he says. Which is worse? Which means Veronica will never stop trying to pull strings around you. Alan will never stop being pulled between you and the title. You think this cage is the last one. It's the first. He takes a breath. With me, you'd just be Jessica, he says quietly. Not healer, not mother of the heir. Just you. A part of me wants that so badly I can taste it. A bigger part of me is still angry. And when that child grows up and asks me why I ran, I say, what do I say? Because your father's mother scared me. Because we decided it was easier to vanish than to fight. He's quiet for a long moment. That child needs you alive, he says, not heroic. I'm not a hero, I say. I'm a healer. And right now the pack needs me too, even if they're too stupid to see it. Staying won't change Veronica, he says. It'll break you. Maybe, I say, but I'm not leaving like this. Not in the middle of a lie you helped build. He sucks in a breath. You don't love me, I say. The words are blunt. You care, you're attached, you want to save me. Maybe you're even a little in love with the idea of me, but it's not enough for me to throw my whole life into the fire for it. That's not fair, he says. Neither is this room, I answer. Another long silence. You might be right, he says finally, about all of that, but it doesn't change that I can't stand you being locked up while he does, whatever he does out there. He's not dancing on tables if that helps, I say. It doesn't, he says. His voice is closer to the door now. I imagine him leaning against it, same as me, only a few inches of wood between us. I'm going to find another way, he says. If you won't run with me, I don't know, talk to someone, look into records, find something that can shift this. Kevin, I say, don't do anything that puts you in a cell next to Julia. He doesn't answer that. Instead, he says, I'm sorry, Jess. Sorry doesn't unlock the door, I say. I know, he whispers. His footsteps move away. I'm alone again. Evening comes. The light outside the high window reddens, then fades. I lie on my bed and stare at the ceiling until my eyes blur. At some point, voices drift down the corridor. Heels on stone, a low, smooth tone. Veronica. I sit up fast and move to the door, pressing my ear against the wood. Not a concern anymore, Veronica is saying. A softer voice answers, familiar, tense. Julia. My skin prickles. I move to the tiny gap at the edge of the door, where wood doesn't quite meet stone. Through it, I catch a thin slice of the hallway. Black fabric, dark hair. And next to her, brown hair, healer's dress, free hands. No shackles, no chains. Julia walks beside Veronica, as if she never spent a night in the lower cells. You understand what you owe me, Veronica is saying. I pulled you out when any other alpha would have let you rot. Yes, my lady, Julia murmurs. I press closer, straining to hear more. Their voices fade as they move away, until it's just the echo of their steps, and then nothing. I sink back down. So I am caged, pregnant, accused of treason, and Julia, who drugged the alpha, is walking free with the queen. Something is very wrong. I lie back on my bed and stare into the dark, my hand drifting to my stomach without thinking. We're in a nest of snakes, I whisper to the life inside me, and the biggest one isn't the one everyone bows to, it's the one they kiss on the cheek. Day 2. I wake up to nausea. It hits fast. I barely make it to the basin before I'm retching. There isn't much in my stomach, so it's mostly dry heaves and bitter spit. When it's done, I rinse my mouth and sit on the floor, back against the wall, breathing hard. Great, I mutter. You're already making demands. Someone slides a tray through the hatch soon after. Porridge, a bit of fruit, water. The guard doesn't speak. I see only boots. Thank you, I say anyway. I eat slowly, between waves of queasiness. I keep most of it down. That feels like a small victory. The day stretches. I try to keep myself busy. I sort my herbs again, even though they were already sorted. I count the lines in the stone wall. I hum snatches of songs my mother used to sing, half under my breath. Once I hear 2 guards talking outside. Hear about Julia, one says. What now? The other replies. Out, the first says. Released yesterday. Lady Veronica herself signed the order, said she was needed. Needed for what? The second asks. Don't know, the first says. But if the queen says she's useful, who's going to argue? Their voices fade. My anger simmers. No word from Kevin. No word from Alan. The silence feels heavier than the stone. By evening, my back hurts from the bed and my head hurts from thinking. I lie there in the dim light and talk quietly to the ceiling. We're going to get out of here, I tell the baby. One way or another, I don't know how yet, but I'm not raising you in a room with a food slot. The night deepens. I must doze off at some point, because the next thing I know, there's a new sound at the door. A soft scrape. A careful click. I sit up fast, heart hammering. The bolts slide, one by one with slow control, not the quick confidence of guards changing shifts. The handle turns. The door opens, just enough for a shadow to slip through. Then it clicks shut again, and the bolts stay off. Don't scream, a low voice says. I don't need the warning. Alan stands in my room. He looks worse than he did yesterday. His shirt is plain, no armor. His hair is mussed like he's been dragging his hands through it all night. There's stubble on his jaw. He looks like a man who hasn't slept. Is this part of the stay away from me strategy? I ask. He huffs out a breath that might be a laugh if any of this were funny. I deserve that, he says. You deserve worse, I say, but I'm tired. He glances at my cheek, at my eyes, at the basin, at the small room. His gaze lingers on the little cutout in the door. I told them not to treat you like a prisoner. He says. I gesture around. You failed. Yes, he says quietly. I did. For a moment, we just stand there in the half-dark, staring at each other. What are you doing here? I ask. Fixing one mistake, he says, before my mother creates 10 more. He moves to the corner where my small shelf stands, fingers feeling along the wall. I watch, confused, as he presses at a point where the stone meets wood. Something clicks. A narrow panel shifts. What is that? I ask. An old escape route, he says, built long before my father's time, meant for emergencies or cowards depending on who you ask. He pulls the panel wider. Behind it, a narrow passage gapes. It's dark, but I can feel cold air seeping out. I didn't know this was here, I say. You weren't supposed to, he says. Only alphas and a few trusted guards know all of them. I thought I'd never use it. He glances back at me. I was wrong. He steps aside, leaving the opening clear. Come on, he says. We don't have long. I don't move. What is this exactly? I ask. Are you breaking me out to throw me into a deeper cell? I'm taking you somewhere my mother doesn't know about, he says, so we can talk without walls listening, and so you'll have a way out when this castle finally eats itself. His words make something cold curl in my stomach. I'm pregnant, I remind him. If we get stuck in a tiny hole, I'm blaming you. He almost smiles. We won't, he says. I've used this passage once before. It's narrow, but it opens into a room big enough to stand up in. You can take your time. There's a trust line here. If I step through that opening, I'm putting myself in his hands again. The last time that happened, I woke up with my life changed. But staying here is a slow death. I take a breath, stand, and move toward the passage. The opening is narrow. I turn sideways to fit, my shoulder brushing cold stone. Alan reaches past me with a small lantern he brought. Its weak light throws long shadows down the tunnel. Watch your head, he says softly. There's a low beam after 3 steps. Of course there is, I mutter. We move. The passage smells like dust and old stone. The air is cool and still. The ceiling brushes the top of my head once. I duck, cursing under my breath. Alan moves behind me, one hand lightly hovering near my back, not quite touching. If you fall, don't land on me, I say. I'll try to jump out of the way, he replies. We wind through one narrow stretch, then a short set of steep steps, then another tight turn. It feels longer than it probably is, every step loud in my ears. Finally, the passage widens. Alan squeezes past me just enough to push open another hidden panel. Light seeps in, warmer, flickering. We step through into a small room. It's maybe twice the size of my cell, bare stone walls, a low table, a rough bench, no windows, but there's a vent high up where air moves in from somewhere. A single lantern burns on a hook, casting just enough light to see. This looks cozy, I say dryly. Is this where you hide your favorite mistakes? No, he says. This is where I hide from my mother when she tries to marry me off. It's such an honest answer that it startles a laugh out of me. He shuts the panel behind us. The room feels even more cut off. What is this place? I ask. Part of the original keep, he says. Before the additions. My father showed it to me when I was a boy, said an alpha should always know where the shadows are. That sounds like him, I say. I never met his father, but I've heard enough stories. He leans against the wall, arms folded, and looks at me. Really looks. I'm sorry, he says. For a second, I don't know which sorry this is. There are too many on the table. You're going to have to be more specific, I say. I'm sorry I didn't stop that night before it got that far, he says first. I was drunk. I was drugged. I can make excuses all night. It doesn't change that I am alpha. I had more power. I should have been the one to say no when your eyes were glassy and you were laughing at nothing. My throat tightens. I kissed you, I say. I pulled you into it. And I kissed you back, he says. And I took it further. That part is mine to own. He takes a breath. I'm also sorry I caged you, he says. I told myself it was to protect you, from my mother, from gossip, from threats. But I know what it felt like on your side of the door. I visited those cells enough as a boy to know. I cross my arms, hugging myself. Then why did you do it? I ask. Because I'm weak, he says, blunt. Not in battle, not in council, in front of her. I don't say anything. He keeps going. You asked me once if I ever do anything I don't want to, he says. The answer is yes. Most of what you hate about my decisions, the constant pushing against vampires, the way we seize territory, the lack of mercy, that's her voice in my ear. My hand on the sword, her hand on my shoulder. I think of Veronica in her black dresses, whispering advice, always at his right hand in the council. She forced you, I ask. No one forces an alpha, he says. That's the story we tell the pack. The truth is there are a dozen ways to trap a man without chains. She reminds me of my father's death. She warns me of nobles who might leave. She says if I look soft, the packs will smell blood in the water. He looks down at his hands. So I listened, he says. I told myself I was being firm, strong, smart. All the while I was letting her steer me into things I didn't believe in. Like attacking whole vampire territories over one vampire's mistake, I say. Yes, he says. And now, I ask. Now she wants to turn you into another tool, he says. A breeding cage, a symbol, a warning. She will clothe you and feed you and parade the child when it suits her and call it mercy. My skin crawls. That's why I'm here, he says, to give you something she can't control, a choice. He moves to the far wall and taps another stone low to the ground. This time, the panel doesn't open, but a small section shifts, revealing the start of another narrow passage, this one sloping downward. That leads to a storage room near the outer wall, he says. From there, there's a loose stone in the foundation big enough for a person to slip through. You end up in the old moat ditch. No guards, no eyes. So this is my way out, I say. One of them, he says. If you ever decide you can't stay another day, you can take it. No one will know which way you went, not even my mother. You're telling me this now, I say slowly, after locking me in a room for 2 days. Because I had to find the key, he says, and had to find my spine. He meets my eyes. There's something raw in his. I never wanted this life, Jessica, he says. Not like this, the title, the throne, the constant calculating I wanted. He looks around, almost embarrassed. I don't know. A smaller house, a family that wasn't a battlefield, mornings that didn't start with reports of who bled where. You could have stepped aside, I say. He laughs, short and humorless. Alphas don't step aside, he says. They die, or they're killed, or they turn into the thing my mother wants me to be. We stand in silence for a moment. So what now? I ask. Now I tell you that I'm sorry, he says again, softer. For the night, for the cage, for letting my mother decide how much of you I'm allowed to see. That doesn't erase anything, I say. I know, he replies. It's not meant to. We both jump a little when voices drift faintly through the vent, high in the wall. Missing since last night, someone says. Who? Another voice replies. Healer Kevin, the first answers. No one's seen him since he finished rounds. His bed wasn't slept in. My stomach drops. Maybe he slipped out to the village, the second says. He does that sometimes. Not without telling anyone, the first says. Veronica's already asking questions. She's not pleased. Their words fade as they move away. I look at Alan. You heard that, I say. He nods. Do you think your mother? I start. I don't know, he says. If she wanted him gone, there'd be no gossip, only a quiet gap where he used to be. So he ran, I say. Maybe, Alan says. Maybe he went looking for a way to fix what he broke. Maybe he did something reckless. That seems to be contagious around here. Guilt pricks at me. Our last conversation was a fight. Now he's just gone. He offered to run away with me, I say quietly. Alan's jaw tightens. He told you that. Through the door, I say. I said no. Some of the tension leaves his shoulders. You think he left alone? I ask. Or with someone's help, he says. Either way, he's not here, and that makes the castle more unpredictable than usual. We stand in that silence, both thinking of different people in different corridors. He straightens. That's another reason I came, he says. Things are shifting. If you stay here, my mother will pull you tighter into her web. If you run alone, you'll be hunted, by her, by enemies, by anyone who wants the leverage of an alpha's child. He looks right at me. So I'm asking you to do something I never thought I'd ask anyone, he says. Run away with me. I stare at him. Is this some kind of joke? I ask. No, he says. I mean it. I will walk away from this castle, from the alpha seat, from all of it. We'll go somewhere far, somewhere my mother's name doesn't matter, somewhere no one bows when I walk into a room. You think it's that simple, I say. You think you can just hand the title to a guard and ride off. It won't be simple, he says. It will be messy and dangerous, and half the pack will call me a coward. But I am prepared to be a coward if it means my child doesn't grow up in a hall where every meal is a strategy. I shake my head. You don't even know if you want that child, I say. He flinches. I didn't plan for that child, he says. That isn't the same. He steps closer, stopping a few feet away, giving me space. I don't know how to be a father, he says. I barely know how to be a man who isn't an alpha, but I know I don't want my mother's hands on them, or on you, ever again. My heart is beating too fast. Do you love me? I ask. The question surprises even me. It just jumps out. He opens his mouth, then closes it. He thinks. That alone earns him 1 point. I am drawn to you, he says slowly. I respect you. I trust the parts of you that tell me when I'm wrong. I feel more honest in your presence than in any council room. The night we spent together was not planned, but it wasn't just wine. There is something there. That's not an answer, I say. It's the only honest one I have, he replies. I don't know what love is supposed to feel like in a place where everything is deals and blood. I just know I don't want to imagine leaving without you. I look away. I don't love you, I say. The words are quiet, but they land heavy. Not yet. I barely know you outside of war and arguments. Last night we didn't choose each other sober. We fell into each other like we fall into battle. That's not a foundation for a life. He nods once. I know. So you're asking me to leave everything I've ever known, I continue. My work, my friends, my identity as healer. To follow a man I don't love because he's the father of a child I didn't plan. When you say it like that, it sounds terrible, he says. It is terrible, I say. Silence stretches. I'm not asking you to love me right now, he says finally. I'm not asking you to share my bed. I'm not asking you to pretend. I'm asking you to let me try to keep you and our child alive, away from the people who see you as a tool. He gestures toward the hidden escape. You can have your own room, your own work wherever we land. You can decide how close we are, or how far. If you decide in a year that you can't stand me, I'll leave you there with enough coin and protection to build whatever life you want, and I'll keep my distance. He meets my eyes. No forcing, he says. Not of your body, not of your feelings, not of your future. I swear that on my title for whatever that's worth to you right now. It's a lot. Too much. And yet, I picture staying here. Veronica dressing me in fancy gowns and parading my belly through the hall. Alan torn between me and the throne. The baby learning to walk under the eyes of a woman who uses everyone around her like pieces on a board. Then I picture running alone. Pregnant, on the road, with no one who knows how to fight off what hunts Alpha's blood. I picture Kevin missing somewhere out there, maybe hurt, maybe dead, maybe free. He offered to run and I said no. That door is closed. I look at Alan. You will not touch me unless I say it's okay, I say. Agreed, he says. You will not make decisions about my body or this child without asking me first, I add. Agreed, he says again. You will not let your mother anywhere near us, I say. He doesn't answer right away. Agreed, he says at last. If she finds us, it will be through me, not through you. I take a breath. And if I decide later that I want to leave you, I say, you won't chase me. His jaw tightens. My instinct is to say no, he admits. That I would follow you to the ends of the earth to make sure you're safe, but my instinct is the same thing that put you in a cage. He looks straight at me. If you tell me to stay away, I will, he says, even if it kills me to do it. We stand there, the weight of his words pressing down. I rest my palm on my stomach again. I'm not doing this for you, I say. I'm doing it for them, for me, to get out from under your mother's shadow. I know, he says. And if you break any of those promises, I add, I know how to hurt you without touching a blade. A ghost of a smile flickers at his mouth. I believe you, he says. I nod once. All right then, I say. We run together, but on my terms. He exhales like he's been holding that breath since the party. On your terms, he says. Somewhere above us, the castle keeps breathing. Plans are being made, orders given. People moving in patterns meant to keep everything exactly as it is. Down here, in the little room no one remembers, we are quietly ripping one thread out of the web. Not tonight, he says. I need to arrange a distraction. Supplies, I need to make them all look the other way. Tomorrow then, I say. He nods. He moves to the panel, easing it open a crack. I'll take you back for now, he says. So no one knows you're missing. Tomorrow we leave this place. I look around the small room one last time. It's empty, bare, but it holds something new now. A choice. I follow him into the dark passage, one hand on the stone, one hand on my own heart, and for the first time since the war started, I'm not walking toward a battlefield. I'm walking away from one. I wake up to the sound of my own heartbeat. For a second, I don't know where I am. Then the bolts and the tiny food hatch and the low ceiling make it very clear. The cage, my room. The herb's warmth is gone now, but the knowledge stays. I'm pregnant, with his child. And today, if everything goes right, I won't be in this room when the sun goes down. I sit up slowly and press a hand to my stomach. We're leaving, I whisper. At least we're going to try. The room is quiet. No guards talking in the hall. No trays scraping under the door yet. It feels like the castle is holding its breath. The sound comes from behind my shelf this time, not from the door. A soft scrape, then a click. I swing my legs off the bed and stand, heart in my throat. The panel behind the shelf shifts. A narrow strip of darkness opens. Jessica, Alan's voice whispers. It's me. I guessed, I whisper back. My mother doesn't usually use secret tunnels. He steps through, shoulders turning a little to fit. No armor today. Just a plain dark shirt, dark trousers, boots built for quiet steps. He carries a cloth bundle in one hand. His eyes sweep the room fast, checking the door, the window, the table. He looks more awake than last night, but the tired lines are still there. Ready? He asks. No, I say honestly, but let's go anyway. The corner of his mouth lifts. He sets the bundle on the bed and opens it. Inside, a simple cloak, a small wrapped stack of bread, a skin of water, and a small pouch that clinks softly when he moves it. Food, water, a little coin, he says. It's not much, but we won't be able to come back once we're out. I pick up the cloak. It's thicker than my healer dress, dark enough to blend in with shadow. You sure you want to do this? I ask. You walk out of here, you're not the alpha of this place anymore. You're just Alan. His jaw tightens. If being alpha means watching you raise our child under my mother's thumb, I don't want it, he says. Power means nothing if I can't protect the people who actually need it. You're going to sound very stupid if we get caught 2 steps into the courtyard, I say. Then I'll die stupid, he says, but honest. I shake my head, but the seriousness in his eyes lands. All right, I say. Then let's be stupid and honest fast, before someone brings breakfast and notices I didn't finish my porridge. He huffs out a short breath. Come on. I pull the cloak around my shoulders and tuck the bread and water into a pocket. The pouch I leave for him. He knows where coins are useful more than I do. He pushes the panel wider and gestures for me to go first. The passage is the same as last night, narrow, cool, smelling of dust and old stone. I step in sideways, shoulders brushing rock, one hand on the wall, the other on my stomach. "Step down," he murmurs behind me after a few paces. "There's a drop." My foot finds the edge. I ease down. Stone scrapes under my boots. We move like that for what feels like a long time. Short breaths. Small steps. Duck for the low beam. Turn left at the rough patch where the wall changes. My mind wants to rush. My body reminds me I can't. "I hate tunnels," I mutter. "You'll like what's on the other side," he says quietly. "You promise?" I ask. "I'm trying to," he says. We reach the end quicker than I expect. Alan squeezes past me enough to press his shoulder against a block and shove. Stone grinds against stone. A different light leaks in, pale and thin, but brighter than this dark. "Storage room," he says. "Old one, no one uses it much." He steps through. I follow. The room is empty except for a broken crate in one corner and a stack of old sacks in another. Dust lies in a gray film on everything. A weak slant of morning light crawls in from a crack near the ceiling. At the far wall, one stone looks a shade lighter than the others. Alan goes to it and pushes. It shifts, leaving a gap just big enough for a person if they squeeze. Cold air breathes through. "We go out here," he says, "into the old moat ditch. It's overgrown, but it will hide us until we're close to the outer ground." "And if there's a guard standing right on the other side?" I ask. "Then I'll improvise," he says. "You stay behind me." He slips through the opening first this time, turning his shoulders sideways. For a moment he disappears. Then his hand reaches back in. "Your turn," he says. "Slowly. There's a drop of about the height of your bed. I'll catch you." I roll my eyes, but I take his hand, squeeze through the gap, and let myself slide down. My boots hit uneven dirt. I wobble. Alan's hands catch my arms and steady me. The air is different out here. Cooler, open. I look up. The high stone wall of the castle rises over us. We're in a long, shallow trench running around it, the old moat ditch. Grass and weeds have grown wild here. Stones jut in odd places. The sky is a faded gray strip above, but it's sky, not a ceiling. I take a breath and feel my shoulders loosen a little. "Come on," Alan says quietly. "This way." We move along the ditch, staying low, using the tall weeds for cover. In some spots, we have to climb over rocks. In others, we squeeze around tree roots that punched through the wall centuries ago. Alan keeps one eye on the wall, listening for voices, watching for movement at the top. "Guard patrols change every quarter hour," he murmurs. "We have a window right now. We have to clear the back corner before they circle again." "Good thing my morning sickness didn't decide to make a big return," I say. "If it does, aim away from my boots," he answers. We reach a section where the ditch slopes up. Beyond it, I can see part of the rear courtyard, old training dummies, a cracked stone ring where wolves used to spar, a few empty carts. No people, no movement. Alan climbs halfway up the slope and peeks over. "Clear," he whispers. "Come on." We scramble up, hands digging into dirt and roots. At the top, I pause. "Jessica," he says, voice tight. "Now." I push myself over and drop to the courtyard side. The ground is hard under my boots. The castle looks different from here, less like a home, more like a big stone animal. Alan lands beside me and pulls me behind one of the old carts. He peeks around it, scanning. "The outer gate is past those crates," he says. "Once we clear that line, we slip along the wall, cross the open stretch, and hit the tree line. From there, we follow the river path north. There's a village 3 days away where we can disappear." 3 days, I repeat, "with no bed and your mother's wolves behind us." "You can have my cloak for a pillow," he says. "Romantic," I mutter. He looks at me then, not as Alpha, not as someone making a speech, just as a man who knows what he's about to throw away. "If you want to turn back, this is the last chance," he says quietly. "Once we cross that yard, there's no going home for either of us." "I don't have a home in there anymore," I say. "Just a locked door and people who think I'm the enemy." He nods once. All right, he says. We run. We slip out from behind the cart and move along the line of broken training dummies. The castle wall looms on our left. The open yard stretches on our right. Every sound feels too loud. We pass a pile of old spears, a cracked shield, a training post with claw marks frozen in wood. My heart thuds faster with each step. Almost there, Alan murmurs. The outer stretch comes into view. Just past the crates, the yard opens straight toward the trees and the road. I can taste it, freedom. Then a voice cuts the air. Going somewhere, my son. Alan stops dead. My stomach drops. We turn. Lady Veronica stands on the stone steps that lead down from a side door. Black dress hugging her body, dark lipstick perfect, hair in its usual smooth style. She is not alone. A line of guards fans out behind her, armor catching the weak light. A few wolves stand among them half-shifted, eyes bright, teeth just a little too long. More soldiers move in from the right, closing off the path to the trees. She knew. Of course she knew. My hand tightens on Alan's sleeve. Mother, he says, voice flat. Alpha, she says back. She lets the word hang in the air like a test. You have chosen an interesting time for a stroll, she adds, with your favorite healer and a travel cloak. We're leaving, I say before he can, together. Her eyes flick to me. Yes, she says, I rather assumed that. She takes a step down the stairs, black skirts whispering around her legs. Do you know what this looks like? She asks the soldiers, voice carrying easily. You're Alpha, slipping away in the morning with a woman carrying his child. No counsel, no protection for the pack, no plan. Better than leaving her in a cage, I mutter. Her gaze sharpens, but she ignores me. This is betrayal, she says. Not just of me, of all of you. A low murmur runs through the wolves and guards. Faces turn to Alan, and then back to her. Alan steps a half pace in front of me, shoulders squared. No, he says. This is me taking one person my duty is supposed to protect and keeping her out of your games. She smiles without warmth. My games, she repeats. That is what you tell yourself now. It's what's true, he says. I have followed your advice for years. I've attacked when you said attack. I've shown dominance when you told me we would look weak. I've let healers collapse from exhaustion to patch your wars. And for what? To stand here and hear you call me traitor because I refuse to let you chain the mother of my child for a year. Some of the soldiers glance at each other at that. A few eyes soften when they land on me. Veronica's smile fades. You are not leaving with her, she says. You are not leaving at all. You are Alpha. You made your vows to this pack, to your father's name. You do not get to walk away when it becomes inconvenient. Being Alpha means protecting them, he says, sweeping a hand around. Not feeding them to your fear. You call it strength when you send men to burn a vampire's village for one drunk attack. You call it duty when you send patrols to harass rogues who only want to live in peace at the border. That isn't leadership. That's control. Those actions kept us alive, she snaps. All of you know this. You've seen the blood they spill when we show mercy. And you've seen the blood we spill when you get bored, I say. Some heads turn toward me. Veronica's eyes cut into mine. You healed vampires, she says. Yes, I say. I healed one vampire on a field full of dying men, and if it had been one of ours bleeding out next to him, I would have healed him too. That's what healers do. Even when that choice puts the pack at risk, she says. You already put them at risk every time you start a war to grab more land. I shoot back. A guard near the front shifts his weight, looking uncertain. Alan's voice turns steady. If an Alpha cannot protect those who cannot fight, then his power means nothing, he says. If all this title is about is showing teeth and drawing borders, someone else can have it. I will not watch her and this child become your symbols. Veronica looks past him at the wolves and soldiers. You hear him, she says. He is willing to drop his duty, his vows, your safety, because a healer's eyes made him feel guilty. Murmurs ripple wider now, some angry, some confused. Who kept your borders safe when the vampires tried to take this castle, she calls. Who broke the rogue pacts when they tested your lines? Who stood in blood to keep your children sleeping? She gestures back toward Alan. He did, with my counsel. Now he tells you it was all wrong. Silence. This woman healed your enemies, she continues, pointing at me. She lies with your alpha and now carries a child whose loyalties are already broken, and he wants to run instead of face the mess he made. Is that the alpha you want? More than half the gathered bodies shift subtly closer to her side. The older ones, the ones with scars, the ones who remember more war than I've seen. I feel it like a weight in the yard, the choice. Those who still understand what it means to defend this castle, stand with me, Veronica says. Those who think we should run from our duties, follow him. A small cluster doesn't move. A few step closer to Alan. Most edge toward Veronica or hold back in that strange middle ground. My throat feels tight. Cowards, Alan mutters under his breath. I'm not sure if he means them or himself. Veronica lifts her chin. Julia, she says. A figure steps out from behind the line of soldiers. Julia wears clean healer's clothes, hair pulled back, hands empty. No chains, no tired eyes from a cell. She looks like she just stepped out of the healer hall. Of course. Julia, Veronica says, voice smooth. You remember our talk? Yes, my lady, Julia says. Her eyes glance past Veronica, past Alan, and land on me. There's a flash of something there, envy, anger, hurt, then it's gone. You will heal my soldiers if you want to be at my side, Veronica says, loud enough for everyone to hear. Julia straightens. I will never lose this chance to prove myself, my lady, as I already promised, she answers. The words are clear, not whispered in hallway shadows this time. She is choosing. Veronica smiles, satisfied. Good, she says. Then today you keep my warriors on their feet. From the corner of my eye, I see movement on our side. Head healer David steps forward. Anna and Tomas slip in beside him. Two other healers hover behind. David's face is pale but steady. We heal to protect, he says, voice rough with age. Not to build a queen's crown, we stand with them. He nods once at Alan, once at me. Heat rushes to my eyes. I swallow it down. Fools, Veronica says softly. I won't protect you from the cost of that choice. She lifts her hand. Take them, she orders, alive. Everything happens at once. Wolves surge forward, half-shifted, hands with claws, eyes gone bright, teeth longer than they should be. Metal scrapes as guards draw blades. The yard explodes into motion. Alan shifts halfway, muscles thickening under his shirt, fingers lengthening into something that can tear as easily as it can hold. Light flickers along his skin where old sigils wake, like faint brands. He shoves me back behind him. Stay close, he says. Stay low, if someone gets through, yell. You already had me in a cage, I snap. I'm not going to stand still now. Just try not to get stabbed, he says, then launches forward. He hits the first wolf like a hammer. Claws clash. Bodies slam into each other. The sound is heavy, dull, not clean metal. He moves with that controlled violence I've seen on battlefields, quick, efficient, no wasted swings. On our side, David pulls Anna and Tomas behind a low water cart, using it as a rough cover. Only our own, he shouts. Heal only our own. A soldier loyal to Veronica charges him. A younger guard loyal to Alan tackles the attacker first. They go down in a tangle. I drop to my knees next to the fallen guard, hands already moving. His breath comes in sharp pants. A long scrape runs down his side where claws dragged across leather. Hold still, I say. He flinches when I press my palm to the torn skin. Warmth gathers in my hand, that familiar hum building in my fingertips. The cut knits enough to stop the leaking, the worst pain easing. He sucks in a breath. Thank you, he gasps, then pushes back into the fight. Across the yard, Julia stands behind Veronica's line, hands glowing bright every time someone stumbles back to her side bleeding or limping. She works fast, faster than any of us. A soldier takes a hard hit to the shoulder, staggers back, and she lays hands on him. He's back up in seconds, charging again. She's special, David mutters, watching between patients. Always was, just needed the right push to show it. Wrong push, I say. Another wolf comes at Alan from the side. Alan pivots, takes the blow on his forearm, and rakes his claws across the attacker's chest. The wolf drops with a shout, not dead, but out. Immediately, 2 more fill the gap. There are always more on Veronica's side. One soldier breaks through and heads straight for me, eyes locked on the healer kneeling on the ground. I scramble back. He raises his sword. David slams into him from the side, taking the hit on his own arm. The blade bites through cloth into flesh. He grunts, face going gray. David, I shout. Tomas and Anna drag the wounded soldier back while I grab David's wrist. Blood wells under his sleeve. I've got you, I say. You have bigger work, he mutters. Don't waste too much on these old bones. Shut up, I say. I press my hand to the wound. Power rises, familiar and steady. The flow of blood slows, then stops. The skin beneath knits enough that he can move without tearing it open again. Good enough, he says, breathless. Go. He pushes me toward Alan. The yard is chaos. Wolves and humans tangled together. Shouts, growls, the crack of wood, the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. No clean lines, just knots of fighting. Veronica stands behind her fighters, calm and untouched, eyes sharp. Every time one of her soldiers falters, he falls back to Julia, who fixes him with quick, sure hands. Julia's movements are smooth now, confident. She glances my way once, our eyes meeting over the mess. For a moment, something flickers there, guilt, challenge, I can't tell, then she turns back to her work. Alan takes a blow to the shoulder. I see it land. He stumbles, catches himself, slashes back. I run to him, ducking under a swinging arm, sliding on a slick patch of dirt. Jessica, no, he starts. Too late, I say. I slam my palm against his shoulder where the hit landed. Warmth pours out of me into him. The tension in his muscles eases, the bruise that was already blooming under his skin fades. He inhales, relief flashing in his eyes. Thank you, he says. Don't get used to it, I say. I'm not patching you back together every time you charge like a bull. He almost smiles, then a wolf lunges at his back. He spins, meets the attack, and I drop again, rolling out of the way. It goes on like that for what feels like forever, but is probably minutes. Our side gets smaller. One of the young healers goes down and doesn't get back up. Anna screams his name, but there's no time to reach him. Tomas pulls her away before she can do something stupid. David's breath gets rougher. His hands shake when he works. On the other side, Veronica's line looks battered, but steady. Every time someone falls, Julia's quick glow puts them back in. I'm tired. My chest hurts. My head feels light. Every healing takes a piece of me with it, and I don't have endless pieces right now. Jessica, Alan shouts. I turn. 3 wolves have pushed past him. They're not fully shifted, but their eyes are bright and their hands end in curved claws. They move as one line, focused on me. Alan fights to get between us, but a cluster of guards holds him back, blades and claws flashing. I back up until I hit the old water cart, nowhere left to go. The first wolf lunges. Something hot flares under my ribs, reflex or fear or something deeper. For a second, my vision sharpens in a way that has nothing to do with herbs. I throw my hands up. Stop, I say. The word comes out stronger than I expect, like it carries something more than air. The wolf hesitates, not much, just a heartbeat, but enough. Alan slams into him from the side, knocking him down. The other 2 pile on Alan. He disappears under a tangle of bodies. No, I breathe. I grab the nearest thing, an old wooden pole, and swing it at the nearest attacker with everything I have. It connects with a shoulder. The wolf grunts, turns, swats the pole from my hand, and backhands me with the other. Pain bursts along my cheek. The world tilts. I hit the ground hard, ribs screaming. My hand flies to my stomach on instinct. The wolves close in. Enough. Veronica's voice cuts through the noise. Everything slows. The fighters near us pull back a step, catching their breath, forming a loose ring. Alan is on his knees, breathing hard, clothes torn, scratches on his arms and chest. Blood, his and others, marks his skin and shirt, but nothing looks deep enough to end him. The healers who stood with us are on the ground or dragged aside. David leans against the cart, clutching his side. Anna and Tomas huddle together, wide-eyed and shaking. Julia stands at Veronica's shoulder, hands lowered now, eyes on Alan. "We've made our point," Veronica says, voice smooth. "You are outnumbered, outmatched, your support is thin." Alan rises slowly to his feet. He sways once, then steadies. "You're going to kill us now?" he asks. "Do you really think the packs outside our borders will follow a queen who murdered her own alpha in the courtyard?" "I don't plan to murder you," Veronica says. "Not yet. I plan to remove you from the board until I can find a use for you again." Her eyes flick to me, then to my stomach. "And her," she adds, "and the child." I push myself up to my knees, teeth clenched, one hand still guarding my belly. "You won't touch this baby," I say. Her gaze is cold. "You are not in a position to tell me what I will or will not do," she says. She lifts her hand. "Chain them," she orders. "Both of them. Take the others to the cells. Healers are valuable. Traitors can be rehabilitated." Wolves step forward, shackles and binding chains in their hands, metal glinting in the gray morning light. Alan moves closer to me, one arm extending slightly, as if he can shield me from chains too. I look around at the circle of faces, some angry, some sad, some blank, the people I've stitched together for years, the people who cheered when Alan returned from battle, the people who will now watch us fall. I press my palm flat against my stomach and whisper, so low only I can hear it. "We're not done," I tell the life inside me. "Not yet." The first cold cuff snaps around Alan's wrist. The second wolf reaches for mine. And the world narrows to the sound of closing metal. The metal around Alan's wrist is still cold when everything breaks. The cuff clicks shut, biting into his skin. The wolf in front of me reaches for my hand with another set of iron, the chain clinking softly. And then one of the guards snaps. He's one of the young ones who's always watched Alan with that half-hero, half-father look. He hesitates for a heartbeat, eyes flicking from the chain to Alan's face. Then he lunges sideways and slams his shoulder into the wolf trying to grab me. The wolf staggers, the chain goes flying. For half a second there's silence. Then Veronica's voice slices across the courtyard. "Enough," she snaps, her words crack like a whip. "Shift and end this." Everything explodes. Wolves surge forward, clothes ripping, bones stretching. It happens fast, too fast. Armor falls away, straps snap, fur pushes through skin, muzzles lengthen. In heartbeats, the circle around us turns into a wall of hulking wolves, teeth bared, claws digging into stone. All of them, except for the handful who didn't move. 5, maybe 7 soldiers, some still human, some half-shifted, eyes wide but set. The ones who still stand near Alan, near me. My breath catches. Alan looks at his chained wrist once. Then he lets go. His whole body changes. I can feel it like a pressure wave. Muscles swell, bones crack and reset, his face elongates. The iron cuff strains, then snaps apart with a sharp ping that disappears under the roar of shifting bodies. Where the alpha was standing, a huge dark wolf now stands. He is bigger than the others, broader through the shoulders, heavier in the chest. His fur is a deep charcoal with faint silver lines along his neck and spine, like old sigils turned into living markings. His eyes glow a fierce gold. He moves before I even finish starring. He launches at the closest enemy, slamming into another wolf with a sound like stone hitting meat. The two go rolling across the ground, claws scoring deep lines in the flagstones. Alan comes up on top, front paws on the other wolf's chest, teeth at his throat, not biting, just enough pressure to make the other wolf choke and go limp. Around us, the fight ignites. The loyal guards, the few, snap into action. Two draw blades and step in front of me. One half shifts, hands turning to claws, eyes brightening, but he doesn't go full wolf. Maybe he can't. Maybe he's afraid to lose his mind. He plants himself between me and the nearest threat anyway. "Stay back," he says without looking at me. I don't have good options, so I do. The healers are still scattered near the water cart. David has one arm wrapped around Anna's shoulders, trying to pull her behind cover. Tomas holds a short sword like he's never had to use it in his life. A wolf barrels into them. Anna goes down with a scream, her head cracking against the stone. Tomas is flung sideways, crashes into the wall and slides down, stunned. "Anna," I yell. I take a step toward them, but a wolf's body slams into the ground right in front of me, thrown there by Alan. The wolf scrambles up, snarls, and launches back into the fray. It's all movement and sound now. Snarls, shouts, metal ringing, claws scraping, bodies hitting stone, fur and sweat and hot breath. I can't tell who's winning. I only know that there are more of them than us. Always more. Alan is everywhere. He moves like a storm, slamming wolves aside, ripping them off the young guards, keeping them away from me. Two attack him from opposite sides. He twists, takes a hit on his shoulder, then slams his head into the other's ribs, sending that wolf tumbling. He is stronger than any of them. But there are too many. Another wolf lunges past Alan, aiming straight at me. The half-shifted guard in front of me tries to intercept, but he's too slow. The wolf knocks him aside like a sack of grain. I see teeth. I see weight. I see the gap closing between us. My heart jumps into my throat. Something inside me breaks open. Heat floods under my skin, sharp and hot and wrong. My vision blurs, then snaps into focus so hard my head spins. Everything smells too strong: fur, fear, iron, sweat. I can hear individual breaths, hear the scrape of claws on stone, the rush of blood in my own ears. My knees give out. I hit the ground on my hands, fingers digging into the gritty stone. Pain tears through my spine like someone shoved a hot blade between my vertebrae and twisted. My ribs ache, my shoulders burn. My jaw hurts so badly I want to claw my own face off. "What?" I try to say, but it comes out as a raw, broken sound. My nails dig deeper into the ground. They hit stone, scrape, then keep going. They're not nails anymore. Bones shift. I feel them. It's horrifying and right. My arms lengthen. My shoulders hunch forward. The air feels heavier and thinner at the same time. My dress tears at the seams as my body pushes against it from the inside. I don't know if I scream. Everything is sound and white-hot pressure, then cold. And then it's over. I'm not on my hands and knees anymore. I'm on all fours. My vision is low to the ground, but sharp. The world is outlined in scent and motion. Colors are different but clear. Wolves are bright. Humans are softer. Vampires are something else. I look down. Pale fur covers my legs and paws. My paws. The fur is blonde-white like my hair with slightly darker streaks along my back. Claws black and curved. When I flex them, they dig into the stone. I breathe in. I smell Alan. I spin. He's fighting 3 wolves at once now, teeth flashing, paws slamming into bodies. He's bleeding in a few places, dark streaks in his fur, but he doesn't slow. One wolf jumps onto his back, trying to drive him down. I don't think. I move. My body knows how to do this even if my brain doesn't. I push off with my back legs and launch into the side of the wolf on Alan's back. We collide midair. The impact rattles my teeth, sends a shock down my spine, but I stay on him, driving him away. The wolf snarls, twisting under me, jaws snapping. I snap back, teeth finding his shoulder. I bite down. There's pressure, a crunch, a hot taste. He screams and shakes me off, rolling away, then limps back into the pack, whining. I land, paws splaying slightly before I steady. Alan turns his head. Our eyes meet. Golden to blue. For a heartbeat, everything stops. The courtyard, the fight, the noise, it all falls away. It's just him and me. I see recognition in his gaze. Confusion, shock, something like awe, and under it all a question, you. Yes, me. I don't have a human mouth to say it, but my body answers. I step in close, shoulder to shoulder with him, facing the next wave together. He huffs once, a sound that could almost be a laugh, then turns back to the fight. We move as if we've trained for this for years. I don't know how I know where he's going to step, but I do. When he lunges left, I cover his right. When he goes high, I go low. When a wolf tries to circle behind him, I cut them off. The few human soldiers who still stand with us fall into place behind us, blades out, forming a rough line. They're out of breath, bleeding, but they refuse to drop. Over by the water cart, David drags Anna fully behind it, shielding her with his own body. Tomas crawls to their side, eyes dazed, pressing his hands over a cut on his forehead. This would almost be funny if it weren't so terrifying. 2 wolves, 5 or 6 half-broken humans, against an entire pack. We are strong. We are not enough. For every wolf Alan and I knock down, 2 more push in. A gray wolf rams my side, sending me sprawling. I hit the ground, roll, come up snarling, hackles high. My ribs ache, but nothing feels broken. Alan slams into the gray from the side, driving him back. Another wolf clings to Alan's flank, teeth sunk into his leg. He shakes him off, but it slows him. We're slipping. We can't hold them. Alan meets my eyes again, panting hard. His look isn't a command so much as a warning. We can't win like this. He turns, shoulders angling toward the outer yard. Then he launches, not at a wolf, but past them. The move surprises everyone. He barrels through a weak spot in the circle, shoulder-checking one wolf hard enough to send him crashing into 2 others. I follow, pushing through the gap. Our supporting soldiers scramble after us, stumbling, ducking claw swipes. Behind us, Veronica screams something, but I don't hear the words. I hear the meaning. Chase them. Wolves pour after us like a wave. We run. The world narrows to pounding paws and burning lungs. The stones of the courtyard blur under my feet. The air whips past my fur. We race toward the far end of the yard, the stretch that leads to the training field, and then, beyond it, the outer slope and the trees. We are fast, but so are they. I can hear claws scraping closer behind us, hear breath huffing in my ears that isn't mine. We're not going to outrun all of them. I know it the way I know how many steps are between me and the wall. There are too many bodies, too many teeth. Then something very strange happens. The wolf closest behind me growls, leaps, and vanishes. Not like he falls, not like he dodges. He just winks out. 1 second he's there, midair, teeth bared. The next, there's only empty space and a swirl of colder air, like someone opened a door to winter for a heartbeat. I stumble, almost tripping over my own paws. Another soldier farther back raises his sword, shouting, and then he flickers and is gone, sword clattering to the stone without a hand to hold it. My fur prickles. Alan skids to a halt, claws digging deep into the ground. I pull up beside him on instinct. The guards with us almost collide with our backs. Wolves behind us turn, confused. Some spin in circles trying to find the threat. Others growl at shadows. Not shadows. Vampires. I see them now, not clearly. They're fast, too fast. Dark blurs at the edges of the fight, streaks of pale faces and dark cloaks. The air where they pass chills, raising goosebumps along my spine even through fur. One vampire darts in, grabs a wolf by the scruff mid-leap, and whips him sideways into another wolf. Before either of them can recover, another dark blur hits them, and then both wolves are gone, pulled into that strange, tearing nothing. Another soldier swings his sword at empty air, and a hand I barely see catches his wrist, twists, and disarms him. The vampire doesn't even bother finishing him off. A second blur takes care of that, sending the soldier tumbling out of the ring and out of the fight. My first thought is simple and brutal. We're all dead. If the vampires came here to burn the whole place down, wolves, humans, everyone, this is how it starts. Quick, cold, without speeches. First Veronica's loyal soldiers, then us. I brace myself, muscles tensing, waiting for claws and cold hands on my own back. Instead, something else happens. A wolf charges at Alan from the side, eyes locked on his throat. A blur of pale hands grabs that wolf mid-jump, uses his own momentum to flip him over and slam him into the stones. The wolf lies still, stunned. The vampire doesn't even look at Alan. He looks at me. I know that face. Even through the blur and the new way my eyes see, I know him. Jordan. The vampire I healed on that battlefield. The one who argued with me about dominance and borders. The one who told me we were the problem, not them. His dark eyes flick over my wolf form once, like he's taking in the fur, the eyes, the whole impossible picture. Then his mouth curves. You really don't do anything halfway, do you? He says, voice almost amused. It sounds wrong and right hearing him now, in the middle of this madness. I don't have a throat that can make human words. I don't answer. I don't have to. Because another wolf comes for me then. Bigger, stronger. His fur is scarred, his eyes wild. He's not coming to subdue, he's coming to rip me apart. I spin, but he's too fast. He's already midair, claws out, jaws open. Jordan moves. He throws himself into the path of the attack. The impact sends both of them rolling. The big wolf slams Jordan into the ground, claws carving lines in his coat. Jordan grunts, grabs the wolf's neck, twists his weight. They roll again. For a terrifying second, the wolf is on top, teeth snapping at Jordan's face. Then Jordan bares his fangs and bites down on the wolf's throat from the side, not with gore, but with enough force to crush wind and sound. The wolf chokes, body shuddering, then goes limp. Jordan pushes him off and staggers to his feet, breath rough. There are rips in his clothes now, dark patches spread across his shoulder and side. He looks at me again. You shouldn't waste second chances, healer, he says quickly. Keep moving. Then he darts back into the fight, vanishing into the blur of bodies and stone. My heart feels too big in my chest. This is because of that day. Because I sat in the mud and laid hands on someone everyone else wanted dead. Because I chose to heal a stranger. Everyone said it was weakness. Right now, it looks an awful lot like strength. A scream pulls my attention across the yard. On the far side of the courtyard, another vampire isn't as lucky as Jordan. He's surrounded, 3 wolves, maybe 4, all Veronica's colors. They coordinated this time. One hits him high, another low, another from behind. He moves fast, faster than any human, but even he can't block everything. Claws rake across his back, his chest, his arms. The air around him pulses weirdly, like the world is trying to decide if he should stay. For a moment, he looks solid. Then he flickers. His body shudders. He fades. Not like the wolves, not like the clean vanishing. He comes apart in a shimmer of gray dust that dissolves into nothing on the air. One of the wolves that attacked him stumbles. Like the act of taking him down burned them too. The others give a wordless howl of something between triumph and fear. My chest tightens. These vampires came here for me, for us, and they're dying for it. At my side, Alan fights on, his fur matted with sweat and dust. He knocks a wolf aside with one powerful swipe, then another. But I see it now, in his eyes, in the way his movements stutter for a breath when a vampire's blur passes. Shame. I know what he's thinking. All those raids, all those burned-out vampire dens, all those orders he gave, all those lives he took because his mother told him it was strength. And now the same people he hunted are saving his life. A wolf lunges for his exposed flank while he's stuck in that thought. I hit that wolf like a rock. My shoulder slams into his ribs. We go rolling. I sink my teeth into his foreleg just enough to make him yelp and stumble away. Alan whips his head toward me. Not now, I try to say with my eyes. Don't fall apart now. He seems to hear it. He shakes himself, literally, dust and blood flying, and digs his claws back into the fight. Around us, the tide shifts. What was a circle, closing in, becomes a broken line. Vampires dart in and out, hitting key wolves, knocking them off balance just long enough for Alan or one of our guards to finish the job. Some wolves just vanish, pulled into thin air by hands I can barely see. Others hit the ground and stay there, stunned, whimpering, unsure who to obey anymore. Our handful of soldiers, those stupid, loyal few, fight like their lives depend on each swing because they do. One of them takes a claw across the chest, goes down hard. Another grabs his arm and drags him behind a toppled training dummy, shouting for me. I sprint over. My paws skid, then I shift instinct and memory, letting the wolf part of me pull back just enough. It hurts differently this time. Less bones snapping, more skin peeling. Fur sucks back into my body. My muzzle shrinks, teeth dulling, claws curling into fingers again. In seconds, I'm on my knees in human form, naked under the remains of my torn dress and cloak, hair stuck to my face. There's no time to be embarrassed. The soldier on the ground is pale, eyes rolling. Deep, long scratches run across his chest, not open spilling, but bad enough that every breath hurts. Hey, I say, voice hoarse. Look at me, not at the wolf who did that. His eyes struggle to focus. You're. Later, I say. Right now, breathe in, out, don't stop. I press both hands to his chest. Warmth blooms in my palms, moving into his skin. The torn flesh knits just enough to hold together. The worst pain ebbs out of his eyes. He gasps, then lets out a short, shaky laugh. Thought I was done, he says. Not today, I answer. You still owe me scut work in the healer hall. I pull my hands back. The world wobbles a little at the edges. Healing in the middle of a war while changing shape is not how I plan to spend my morning. Jessica, David's voice croaks from somewhere behind the water cart. I crawl around it. He's sitting with his back against the wood, one arm wrapped around his ribs, blood seeping through his shirt. Anna lies on the ground next to him, blinking slowly, a nasty lump on her forehead. Tomas hovers over them, hands fluttering uselessly. They're not dead, David says, as if he can see the panic on my face. I kept them that way, do your part. You're bossy for a man who got himself tackled, I mutter. I touch Anna's head first. Heat, hum, repair. The swelling shrinks a little, the edges of the bruise lighten. She lets out a sigh, eyes focusing more. Then David. His ribs feel wrong under my fingers, but not shattered. I push energy into the worst of it, easing the sharp edges, letting him breathe deeper again. He grits his teeth through it, then exhales. Better, he says. Try not to get hit again, I say. I'm running low on miracles. There's plenty of younger bones to break, he answers. I snort. It feels good, that tiny scrap of normal. A howl cuts through the yard. I whip around. Veronica stands halfway up the main steps, the black of her dress smeared with dust, her hair not as perfect as it usually is. Her dark lipstick is still flawless. Of course. Behind her, wolves are falling. Vampires strike, then vanish. Alan's side, our side, looks small, but still standing. Most of the ones on their feet now are the ones who chose us from the start. Veronica takes in the scene. The downed wolves in her colors, the vampires swarming her pack, the fact that Alan is still on his feet. Her mask cracks. For the first time since I've known her, she looks afraid. She doesn't shout orders. She doesn't threaten. She doesn't curse us. She runs. She gathers her skirt in both hands and bolts up the stairs, heels clacking, vanishing into the shadows of the doorway that leads deeper into the castle. One of her personal guards hesitates at the bottom, looking torn, then follows her. Alan sees her. He's still in wolf form, chest heaving, fur streaked with dirt and sweat and patches of drying blood. He watches his mother run away, the queen who always lectured about duty and power and standing her ground. For a second, victory is right there. He could chase her, tackle her on those steps, end this. He doesn't move. His golden eyes narrow, and there is so much disgust there it makes my breath catch. She always thought everyone else was a fool. Now she's the one running like a scared animal from the fire she started. He turns away from her. That feels like a bigger blow than any bite. The rest of her soldiers see it too. Their leader is gone. Their queen is a vanishing shadow. What's left of their courage breaks. Some drop their weapons immediately, hands going up, eyes wide and terrified. Others try to keep fighting, but their swings are wild now, their claws scraping more at air than targets. The vampires take advantage. They don't slaughter, they remove. One by one, they knock wolves out, drag them to the edges, or force them into that strange, vanishing space. A few simply break and run for doors and side passages. The yard empties faster than I expect. Soon it's just us. Alan. Me. Our few human soldiers, leaning on their swords, sucking in air like they'll never get enough. David, Anna, Tomas, still huddled near the cart. And vampires. Dozens, maybe more. They linger at the edges now, not attacking, just watching. Faces pale, eyes dark, some with blood, someone's blood on their clothes. There are gaps in their number where one of them used to stand. I push myself to my feet. My legs shake. The tatters of my dress hang off me in strips. I pull my cloak around my front, holding it closed with one hand. Alan's wolf form shudders, then pulls back. The alpha shrinks in on himself. Fur pulls back into skin, claws blunt, bones shift. Clothes are a lost cause, he stands there in torn. Blood-streaked pants and a ripped shirt, chest rising and falling hard. He looks around. The courtyard is a wreck, deep gouges in the stone, splintered training posts, discarded weapons, wolves in Veronica's colors lying unconscious or groaning, our people barely standing but standing. His gaze lands on the vampires. For a heartbeat, he looks like he might go for them. Old training, old hatred. Then Jordan steps forward from their line. His clothes are torn, one sleeve shredded. There's a dark patch on his shoulder where blood soaked through and started to dry. His face is pale, but steady. He nods once toward Alan, then he looks at me. Seems you made friends in strange places, healer, he says. I swallow, my voice comes out rough. It's Jessica, I say, you know that. He huffs a short breath that could almost be a laugh. Jessica, then. Alan's jaw flexes. You brought them, he says. It's not quite a question. Jordan tilts his head. Let's just say someone told us the truth about what was happening in this castle, he answers. Someone who knew how much blood you spilled and how much you weren't the one pulling all the strings. Kevin. I don't say his name. It hangs there anyway. Why? Alan asks. There's rawness in that single word. Because some of us remember what it means when one person starts raiding every border and calling it safety, Jordan says. Because your mother's wars have been getting bolder. Because someone had to choose whether to watch this place burn from the outside or walk in and knock the fire out of her hands. His eyes slide back to me. And because one of you decided we were people, not just targets, he adds. That mattered more than you thought. My chest tightens. Alan's shoulders slump a little. I destroyed whole villages, he says. No excuses, just a fact. I thought I was protecting my pack. You were doing what she told you, I say quietly. You thought there was no other way. That doesn't erase the graves, he says. No, I say, but it changes who dug them. He looks at me then, really looks. Shame is still there, so is something else. Something like hope, fragile and shaking. Jordan watches us like he's measuring, not just judging. Whatever guilt party you two are planning, he says, you might want to hold it somewhere that isn't full of unconscious werewolves and the Queen's secret tunnels. He's right. The castle still stands around us, full of hallways and locked doors and people who haven't yet heard their queen just lost a war she started. Veronica is still in there somewhere, probably already scheming. We haven't won. We've just stopped losing. I look at the vampires again, all of them. There are more than I can count quickly. They crowd the edges of the courtyard, silent but solid, holding their line. Some of them look curious. Some look tired. Some look like if Alan so much as twitches wrong, they'll be on him in a heartbeat. I never thought I'd see this many vampires standing in our yard, without fangs buried in throats. I don't know why you all came, I say. Or what I nod toward Jordan, promised you, but thank you. The words feel too small, but they're all I have. Jordan shrugs one shoulder. Don't thank us yet, he says. You've just opened a door that's very hard to close. Wolves and vampires fighting on the same side. That's going to scare a lot of people. Some of them are going to be us. I don't doubt it. But, he adds, you stopped her. For now, that counts. He glances up at the doorway where Veronica vanished. And we're not done with her, he says. Not by a long shot. A chill runs down my spine. I rest a hand on my stomach. It's flat still, but I know what's growing there. We're not either, I say. Alan steps closer to me, not touching, just close enough that I feel his warmth. He looks up at the same doorway. She won't stop, he says. She'll pull every string she has left, every noble, every old ally. Then we cut the strings, I say. My voice shakes a little, but I don't back down. He looks at me, a slow, searching look. For someone who just shifted for the first time and fought half a pack, he says softly, you're very calm. I'm not calm, I say. I'm exhausted and hungry and my face hurts, and I'm pregnant, again in case you forgot. A flicker of something like a smile pulls at his mouth. I didn't forget, he says. I take a breath and look at the courtyard one more time. Wolves. Vampires. Healers. The pieces of a world that's about to change. Somewhere in all of this, Kevin made a choice too. He risked something to get news to them. I don't know why, I don't know what it cost him, I don't know where he is. But I know this, I am standing. Alan is standing. The child inside me is still here, and the people who were supposed to be our enemies just helped save our lives. Whatever comes next, we're not going to face it alone. Not as just a healer and an alpha. As something new. As the wolf I never knew I was, and the vampires I was never supposed to trust, and the man who is finally trying to be more than his mother's weapon. I tighten my grip on my cloak and lift my chin. All right, I say. Let's clean this up, make sure our people are breathing, and then figure out how to make sure she never gets to call this place hers again. Alan nods. Jordan smirks. And for the first time since this started, the future feels wide open and terrifying in a way that almost feels like hope. The courtyard still smells like war. Stone, sweat, wet fur. That strange cold trace the vampires leave behind, like the air itself is holding its breath. Wolves are sprawled everywhere, some groaning, some unconscious, some sitting up and staring at nothing with wild, confused eyes. Healers move between them. David, Anna, Tomas. A couple of younger ones who somehow made it through. The vampires stay at the edges, watching, not attacking, but not relaxed either. I stand in the middle of it all, cloak pulled tight around me, bare feet gritty with dust and dried blood. My body hums with the memory of shifting. My hands still tingle from the last healing I pushed out. My stomach is quiet for once, like the baby is listening too. Alan is only a few steps away, talking with Jordan. His shirt is a lost cause, ripped and smeared, and there's a cut along his jaw that I haven't healed yet because if I start, I might not stop. He looks tired, but he's still standing like an alpha, shoulders squared, eyes sharp. I catch Jordan's voice as he talks to him. We didn't come here on a whim, Jordan says. We knew exactly when to move. Alan folds his arms. You said you had information, he says. Someone on the inside. Jordan glances around at the mess, at the wolves kneeling, at the unconscious soldiers. We did, he says. A messenger from your own castle. My spine goes cold. I step closer before I can talk myself out of it. Who? I ask. Both of them turn to look at me. Jordan's gaze flicks down, taking in the dirt on my skin, the tears in my dress, the hand pressed unconsciously over my stomach. His eyes soften just barely. The one who told us about your queen, he says. About you, about the child. Who? I repeat sharper. Jordan gives a small nod to two vampires standing near one of the side arches. They vanish into the shadows for a moment. Then they come back, and they're not alone. Kevin walks between them. For a second, my brain refuses to accept it. He looks smaller, thinner. There are bruises on his cheekbones, one dark mark around his neck like someone had a hand there too long. His wrists are rubbed raw, the skin red and angry where rope or iron rubbed him. He stops a few paces away, under the weight of every stare. His eyes find mine instantly, like they've been looking for me the entire time he was gone. "Jess," he says. The last time he said my name, he was standing in front of Veronica, pointing at me like a knife. Sword of the Pack, traitor in the healer hall, cage now. My jaw tightens. My hand clenches around the edge of my cloak. Alan steps in closer without thinking, not right in front of me, but enough that his presence is a wall I can lean against if I need to. The vampires stay close to Kevin, not rough, but not trusting him either. Jordan folds his arms. "He came to us," he says simply. "Half dead and scared, carrying more secrets than sense. Begged us to save a healer named Jessica and her unborn child." The courtyard seems to go quieter. Healers slow. A few nearby soldiers turn their heads. I can feel my pulse in my throat. "You sold me out," I say to Kevin. My voice sounds steady. It surprises me. "Why did you help them?" He flinches, just a little, then he straightens. "I don't expect you to forgive me," he says. "But you deserve the full story, all of it, not the pieces Veronica wanted you to hear." Alan doesn't speak, but I feel his attention sharpen. Jordan's face is blank in that vampire way, but he stays where he is, like this is his testimony too. "Talk," I say, "and don't leave anything out." Kevin nods slowly. He looks older than he did a week ago. It hasn't even been a week. It feels like a year. "I loved you," he says. It hits me like a thrown stone. He doesn't dress it up, doesn't look away. "I think you know that," he adds. "Everyone in the healer hall knew that. I just never said it out loud because you had other things to care about. Patience, herbs, your father's stories, your mother's memory." I swallow. "And then you started caring about vampires," he says. "You came back from the field different. You kept saying not all of them were monsters, that some of them were just like us, that we were the ones starting wars." "I said we were destroying whole villages for one mistake," I answer quietly. He nods. "Yeah, that." He lifts his hands, then drops them again. "I told myself I was protecting the pack," he says. "Protecting you. I told myself if I could make you see how dangerous they were, you'd stay here, with us." "With you," I say. He doesn't deny it. "With me," he says. The memory is sharp now. The hall, his voice. "She healed a vampire." The look on Veronica's face, the way the guards closed in. "You didn't just tell Veronica," I say. "You did it in front of everyone. You made sure I couldn't talk my way out." "I know," he says. His voice cracks for the first time. "I thought if I exposed you, you'd be forced to listen. I thought you'd be angry, but you'd be alive. In the castle, under the Queen's protection. I thought Alan would see you as a problem and let you go. Instead, I got a cage," I say, "and a queen who wanted to lock me for a year and decide what to do with my baby later." His jaw clenches. "I know," he says again. "I didn't know that then." Jordan shifts his weight. Watching us like this is a play he's already heard, and just wants to see how it feels in real voices. "After I told her about you," Kevin says, "she called me to her rooms, not long after, before they locked you up." I see it as he talks. Veronica's chamber with the high windows and heavy black curtains. The fire that never really warms the room. The soft chairs no one sits in comfortably. He stares past us as if he's back there. "She was in one of those big dresses," he says. "The ones that look like they swallowed half the silk in the kingdom. Low neckline, heavy jewelry. Like always, she looked pleased." I can almost hear her. "Loyal healers are rare, Kevin." "She told me I'd done the right thing," he goes on. "That healers who see too much and say nothing are dangerous, that you were confused, and she'd straighten you out for your own good, for the baby." My fingers dig into my cloak. "Then she said she had something special for me," he says. "A task, a chance to prove I was more than just a hand with herbs." He smiles, but it isn't a nice smile. "That's what she said, more than a hand with herbs." "Where did she take you?" Alan asks. His voice is low, but there's iron in it. Kevin looks at him. Down, he says. Lower than the cells we use for drunks or rogues, to the old part. You know the hall with the rusted bars and the chains built into the walls. Alan's expression tightens. He knows exactly which hall that is. There was a vampire chained there, Kevin says. Not some wild one from a raid. A scout, I think. Maybe one of yours, he adds, flicking his gaze to Jordan. Jordan's eyes darken, but he doesn't interrupt. He was beaten, Kevin says plainly. Not dying, but close. Cuts everywhere. Bruises. One leg looked broken. He looked at me like he was already past caring. My stomach rolls. The cloak suddenly feels too hot. I thought she wanted me to heal him so they could move him, Kevin continues. That would have made sense. Heal the prisoner so he doesn't die before you get what you want. He shakes his head. That's not what she wanted. He looks right at me now. She told me to keep him alive, he says. Just alive enough. She said the guards needed practice with interrogation. She wanted me to heal him when they hurt him too much, then step back and let them do it again. Heal, hurt, heal, hurt, until she decided he had no more secrets to give. My throat feels tight. That's not interrogation, I say. That's entertainment, he says. I figured that out when she smiled. Alan's jaw looks like it might crack. She put a hand on my shoulder, Kevin says softly, and told me this was my chance to really serve the pack. Healers serve power, not feelings, she said. If you truly care about your people, you'll do as I say. I hear Veronica's voice in my head, smooth and cold. I've heard those words before. Different order, same meaning. I stood there, Kevin says, looking at that vampire. He wasn't a threat anymore. He was just a person, in chains. And I heard your voice in my head, Jess. You in the healer hall arguing with me about that vampire you healed in the field. How not every one of them deserved what we did. How we were the ones starting half the fights. He grimaces. I told myself you were naive, that you'd get us all killed. And there I was, about to use my gift to keep a half-dead stranger alive so my queen could use him like a training dummy. He looks down at his hands. I couldn't do it, he says. I'm a coward in a lot of ways, but I couldn't do that. What did you say to her? I ask. He laughs, short and humorless. Something stupid, probably, he says. I told her I healed to protect my people, not to feed her games. She didn't like that word. Games. Her face changed. I can picture it, the moment when her smile stops reaching her eyes. She reminded me who runs this castle, Kevin says. She reminded me who gave me a roof, who lets healers live inside these walls. Then she leaned in and said, if I really wanted you safe, I'd prove I was loyal to her, not to you. My skin crawls. She used my feelings for you like a knife, he says quietly. I almost gave in. For 1 second, I thought if doing this keeps you alive, maybe I should just do it. He looks at me, eyes bright. Then I imagined you seeing me do it, he says. Imagined your face, and I couldn't breathe. So you refused, Alan says. I refused, Kevin says. Not like a hero. I didn't make some big speech. I just shook my head and said I wouldn't, that's all. And she had you locked up, I say. He nods. She stopped smiling, he says. Called for the guards, said, Kevin knows too much to be walking around free. Put him somewhere quiet until I find a use for him. He lifts his wrists a little. The rubbed, raw marks catch the light. They took me down deeper, he says, past the usual cells, into a small stone room with no window and one door, shackled me to a ring in the wall and left. My legs feel weak. I realize I've stepped closer without noticing. Alan's hand brushes my elbow, steadying me, then drops back to his side. How long? I ask. He shrugs. I don't know, he says. No sunlight down there, could have been days, could have been weeks. It felt like forever. He swallows. When you're chained in the dark, he says, you don't have much to do except think, so I thought, about you, about what I did. His gaze doesn't leave mine. I saw you in the hall, he says. The way you looked at me when I opened my mouth in front of Veronica. I replayed that over and over, the betrayal on your face, the fear. And then I pictured you in a cage, alone, pregnant, while she decided what to do with you. My chest aches. I told myself I'd done it to protect the pack, he says. But the truth is I wanted to control you, same as she does. I wanted you to choose me, to stay small. Here, where I could watch you. I wasn't loving you. I was trying to own you. The words land in my chest like stones. Heavy, ugly, honest. And then I heard the guards, he says. They talk more than they should. He glances at Alan. You should know that, he adds. Alan's mouth twitches, but he doesn't argue. They'd come by my cell, Kevin says, dropping off food, water. I'd hear them laugh about what Veronica had planned. She'll keep the little healer locked away a year, one of them said. By then, the baby will be big enough to be useful. I feel my stomach roll again. I press my hand there, like I can shield the baby from words spoken days ago. Another guard said she'd probably use you as a bargaining chip, Kevin goes on. Threaten Alan with you. Threaten the vampires with the baby. Make you heal only the wolves she chose in exchange for the child's safety. His jaw works. They joked about it, he says. Like it was a strategy game. Move the healer here, move the baby there. I breathe out slowly through my nose. If I don't, I might scream. And Julia, I ask, when did you hear her? His mouth tightens. One day, he says, I heard her laugh in the corridor. I thought I was imagining it at first. Same little laugh from the healer hall when she flirted with everyone to get extra bread. I can hear it too. She wasn't down there as a prisoner, he says. She was walking with Veronica. My stomach drops. I could hear their steps, he says. The way Julia's voice changed when she talked to her. She said she was glad she wasn't the one in the cage, that you didn't know how to use what you had, that she was ready to be something more than just a low-class healer. He looks at me, eyes sad. She said she wanted to live like a queen, he says, not in the healer's hall, that she didn't care whose bed she had to share or whose blood had to spill. My throat burns. I thought she was your sister, I whisper, not by blood, but... I thought so too, he says softly. I was wrong. She chose crowns over people, over you, over all of us. Alan's jaw flexes. I know he's remembering her in the hall, in his room, in my room. All the times she smiled up at him with her own plans in her eyes. And at night, Kevin continues, voice lower now, when the guards finally shut up, I'd hear the prisoner in the next cell. The vampire, Jordan says quietly. Kevin nods. He didn't know I was there at first, he says. He'd just talk to himself or to whoever might be listening. He looks at me again, and there's something almost like awe in his eyes. He talked about a healer. He said she came to him on a battlefield when everyone else wanted him dead. Said she laid hands on him when there was no reason to. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a village dress. He said she saved his life for no gain, that it changed how he saw wolves. My throat closes. Jordan's gaze flicks between us, but he says nothing. His silence is answer enough. I knew he meant you, Kevin says. I didn't want to believe it at first, but the more he talked, the more I knew. He wasn't calling you a monster, he was calling you a miracle. That word makes my skin prickle. I don't like it. It feels too big. Too wrong. I'm not a miracle. I'm just someone who refused to walk past a dying person. But I realized something, Kevin says. Vampires know about you. They don't see you the way Veronica does, or the way I tried to make myself see you. He takes a shaky breath. That broke something in me, he says. I saw it all at once. Veronica asking me to use my hands for cruelty. Julia laughing about how she'd wear a crown while you rotted in a cage. The guards betting on your baby like it was a coin on a table. And you, somewhere in this castle, locked up because I opened my stupid mouth. His eyes shine with tears he refuses to let fall. If I stayed, he says, I'd become like her. I'd bend a little more, look away a little more, until I was just another person using you to feel powerful. I couldn't do that. I wouldn't. My heart twists. It doesn't erase what he did, but it's not nothing. So you escaped, I say. He nods once. I used what I had, he says. Not claws, not strength, just herbs and routines. He wipes a hand over his face as if he can wipe the memory away. I watched the guards, he says, listened to their footsteps. There was one who always came late, always grumbled, always smelled like the cheap wine they sneak from the storerooms. I know exactly the type. We all do. One night he came with the water bucket, Kevin says. He was already tipsy, sloppy, dropped the cup twice before he got it through the bars. He lifts his hand, miming the motion. I asked him for something for pain, he says. Said my wrists hurt, that I couldn't sleep. I didn't beg. I just asked like I expected him to say no. That usually makes people feel generous. Alan huffs quietly. He knows that trick too. The next time he came, Kevin says, he had a little pouch, not from the healer hall, from the soldiers' stores. Some cheap sleeping herb they use on nervous recruits. He thought he was clever. Kevin's mouth pulls into a thin line. I still had a strip of fabric from my shirt, he says. I had been picking at the mortar in the wall with it. When he slid the cup in, I pretended to drink, then kept the herb in my cheek, spat it into the cloth when he turned away. He shrugs. He came back an hour later to check on me, he says. I told him I still couldn't sleep. He laughed, said I must be tougher than I looked, and took a big swallow from his own skin. I can see it, the sloppy guard, the arrogant tilt of his chin. Sedative herbs work faster on someone who's already half drunk, Kevin says. He started to sway, leaned against the bars. I offered him the cup back, said I didn't want it. When he stepped close enough, I grabbed his wrist and pulled. He looks at his raw skin again. I'm not strong, he says, but he was tired and surprised. He hit the bars and dropped the keys. And you took them, I say. And I took them, he agrees. I unlocked the shackles. My hands almost didn't work, they were so numb, but I got free, opened the door. He was still groaning on the floor. I dragged him into the cell and locked it behind me. You locked him in, Alan says. I didn't want him stumbling out and dying in a hallway, Kevin says, or sounding the alarm, and I wasn't going to kill him just because he was stupid. That sounds like him, even now. I knew the tunnels, he says, the healer's shortcuts, the side stairs. I moved when the bells rang from the upper floors when people were distracted, hid when I heard patrols. It took forever, but I made it to the outer corridor. You didn't come to me, I say, or to Alan. He shakes his head. What good would that have done? He says. Veronica still controlled most of the wolves. The soldiers obeyed her. If I went to you, I'd drag more guards to your door. If I went to Alan, I'd give her one more reason to call him a traitor. So you left, Alan says. It isn't an accusation, just a fact. I left, Kevin says. I told myself I was going to find help, real help, the only one strong enough to fight her from the outside. His eyes flick to Jordan. The vampires, I say. The vampires, he repeats. He rubs his wrists again as if they ache with the memory. I walked, he says. Ran when I could, slept under trees. I knew the patrol routes. I slipped through them. I went to the border where we always found wounded vampires after raids. He smiles faintly at me. It's broken but real. Took me a while to get up the courage, he says. We've spent years telling ourselves they're monsters, but I figured if they killed me on sight, at least I'd stop being useful to Veronica. Jordan shifts, stepping closer into the circle now. I smelled him before I saw him, Jordan says. Wolf, healer, fear. Kevin nods. By the time I reached the edge of the forest, he says, they were already there. I didn't get a chance to knock on anyone's door. I can picture it, shadows moving between trees, eyes in the dark. They surrounded me, he says. No warning, just cold hands and blades at my throat. Someone growled in my ear, asked me why they shouldn't tear my heart out. What did you say? I ask. He smiles without humor. I told them the truth, he says, that Veronica was going to wipe them out, that she was going to use my hands and yours to do it, that if they wanted to live, they needed to know who their real enemy was. Jordan folds his arms again. He kept saying your name, he says to me, even while they knocked him down. Kevin's cheeks flush. They hit me a few times, he admits. To see if I'd change my story, I didn't. I told them about the raids, the way she calls it protection. I told them about Alan trying to pull back and her stopping him. I told them about you. About me, I ask. He nods, eyes softening. I told them you were the healer who saved one of theirs on the field, he says. That you were pregnant. That Veronica planned to lock you up and use your baby to control everyone. Them, Alan, the pack. I told them they owed you their lives more than they owed her their fear. Jordan nods slowly. You said those words, he confirms. Bring Jessica out alive and you can do what you want with me after. My chest tightens. I didn't ask them to give you to me, Kevin says quickly. I didn't ask them to kill Alan. I just asked them to protect you and the baby. And to stop her if they could. He looks down at his hands. I thought they'd kill me, he says. I would have deserved it. I told them I'd betrayed you, that everything bad that happened to you started with me. Jordan's voice softens just a little. Most people beg to live, he says. He didn't. That got our attention. Kevin shrugs one shoulder. I figured I was dead either way, he says. If Veronica won, she'd kill me for running. If the vampires won, they'd kill me for being me. The only thing I could choose was whether you lived. Silence settles between us for a moment. The sounds of the courtyard flow around us. Groans, quiet orders, the hiss of water in buckets. But inside this little circle, it's just his words and the weight of them. So you gave them everything, I say. The layout, the patrol times, the tunnels. Everything I knew, he says. I walked them through it, showed them where your mother used to slip herbs through the old walls, when the guard shifts change, when the courtyard empties. We planned for a time when Veronica would feel safe, when she'd send half her wolves at you and Alan and think she was about to win. And you came back with them, Alan says. Kevin nods. They didn't trust me enough to let me wander off, he says. So they kept me close. I was a prisoner, just in different chains. Jordan's mouth twitches. He guided us to the right moment, he says. And when the fighting started, he stayed behind the line. We told him if he tried to warn your queen, he was finished. I didn't try, Kevin says quietly. When I saw them hit the yard, I saw you there, Jess. You and Alan. I wanted to run to you so bad my legs shook. But I knew if I stepped in front of her too soon, it would ruin everything. So I stayed where they put me, and I watched. His eyes are bright now with something like pain. I watched you shift, he says. For the first time, you looked like you'd been doing it your whole life. I saw you fight. I saw vampires die for you. And I knew I was right. You really were worth crossing lines for. My lungs feel tight. I don't know whether to cry or yell or hug him or hit him. He takes a breath. It shudders a little. I can't undo what I did, he says. I can't unsay those words in the hall. I put you in a cage. I nearly handed your baby to Veronica's games. That's on me. But when I heard what she wanted to do to you, something broke. I thought I loved you, Jess, but I acted like I owned you. That's not love. His voice is rough now, but every word is clear. I would rather see you alive with him, he nods once at Alan, than dead or broken by my side. Or hers. That's why I went to them. Not because I stopped caring, because I finally learned what caring actually looks like. The courtyard is very quiet suddenly. A breeze moves across the stone, lifting the edge of my cloak. Somewhere, one of the wounded moans and a healer murmurs a soothing word. I look at Kevin and see all the versions of him at once. The boy in the healer hall who joked with me over soup. The man who sat with me through long nights over fevered patients. The jealous friend who exposed me. The chained prisoner in the dark. The man standing here now, ready to die if I point my finger. Alan breaks the silence first. You almost got her killed, he says. His voice is calm, but the anger underneath is real. You gave my mother a weapon she should never have had. Kevin nods. I know, he says. But you also brought the only army that could have saved her and our child, Alan goes on. You risked your life to fix what you broke. That doesn't erase it, but it matters. He looks over at Jordan. What do you want to do with him? He asks. He's your traitor as much as mine. Jordan considers Kevin for a long moment. The other vampires shift, waiting. He betrayed you, Jordan says to me. He used you to feel important. Then he betrayed her. He jerks his chin toward the castle to try to fix it. That kind of man is dangerous, but also useful. Kevin's shoulders slump a little. Just decide, he says. If you're going to kill me, do it in the open, not another cell. I find my voice. No one is killing anyone right now, I say. Every eye swings to me. I step closer to Kevin, close enough to see every bruise. I'm not ready to forgive you, I say. What you did hurt. It didn't just hurt me. It hurt every healer who trusts this castle. It gave Veronica permission to do what she'd been wanting to do for a long time. You handed her the knife. He flinches, but doesn't argue. But, I say, you're also the reason I'm standing here. You're the reason these vampires knew when to come. You're the reason my baby isn't a bargaining chip right now. I watch him breathe, in, out. You don't get me, I say quietly. You don't get us. That's gone. But you do get to live. Because for once, you chose to heal instead of hurt. To stop someone else's cruelty, even if it ruined your chance with me. His eyes shine. That's enough, he says. I didn't come here for a second chance. I came to make sure you got one. Alan looks between us. He won't walk free, he says to me. Not yet. Not while my mother is still inside those walls. I know, I say. Put him under guard, not in a dungeon. Somewhere he can't whisper to the wrong ears, but he can still breathe. Jordan nods slightly. We'll keep a few of ours watching, too, he says. If he decides to change sides again, it won't go well for him. Kevin gives a tired, crooked smile. I'm done changing sides, he says. I've seen where that leads. For a moment, none of us know what to say. Then Anna's voice cuts across the courtyard. Jessica, she calls, breathless. Alan. We all turn. She's running toward us, hair loose, face pale, a smear of blood on her cheek that isn't hers. Tomas is behind her, out of breath. Anna skids to a stop, hands on her knees, sucking in air. What is it? Alan asks. She looks up, eyes wide. Veronica, she says. She's not just hiding, she's barricaded herself in the upper halls. Some of the old nobles and guards went to her. They're talking about crowning her something else. Not queen behind the alpha, just queen. My stomach drops. Of course she wouldn't just sit quietly in a room and lick her wounds. More soldiers are moving inside, Tomas adds, chest heaving. Some of the ones who surrendered are slipping away. The castle isn't ours yet. I look up at the stone walls. The windows, the balconies, the shadows we haven't cleared. Kevin's story sits heavy in my chest. It's done. His piece of this is on the table now. But mine is. Veronica is still inside our walls with whoever's left. Julia is somewhere up there too, wearing her greed like perfume. And now, wolves and vampires and healers look to me as much as they look to Alan. I rest my hand on my stomach again. We'll deal with her, Alan says. Wait. He looks at me when he says it, really looks. Jordan straightens. We have unfinished business with your queen, he says. We're not leaving until we do. I draw in a slow breath. Kevin watches me with a strange mix of hope and resignation. Your story is told, I say to him. Stay where they put you. Don't run. Don't try to help unless someone asks. Don't talk to Julia if she comes. She'll only use you again. He nods. I won't, he says. I'm done being someone's knife. I turn away from him, toward the castle. My castle, my cage, the place my mother died trying to save, the place my child will either be safe or never. The vampires shift around us. The loyal soldiers straighten. The healers wipe their hands and pick up whatever courage they have left. All right, I say, voice low but steady. We've cleaned the yard, now we go inside. I look up at the high windows, where Veronica might be watching. You wanted a kingdom, I whisper. Let's see what kind. And with Alan at my side and vampires at my back, I take the first step toward the doors, knowing this war isn't over. Not yet. The courtyard feels bruised. Wolves lie on cloaks and broken banners, some half-shifted, some back in torn uniforms. Healers move between them like ghosts, hands glowing faintly. Vampires stand at the edges in loose groups, watching everything with sharp, wary eyes. I'm standing in the middle of it, with my palm pressed over my stomach. The baby is quiet. I don't know if that's good or bad. Maybe the little one is just shocked like the rest of us. Alan is a few steps away, talking to Jordan near a cracked pillar. His shirt is ripped, dried blood on one sleeve. Jordan's dark coat is torn open at the shoulder, teeth marks fatting as a healer finishes with him. We've held the courtyard, Alan says, voice rough but steady. But as long as Veronica sits inside that castle, nothing's really changed. Jordan tips his head, eyes narrowed. She'll run to the highest stone she owns, he says. Queens like her always do. Before Alan can answer, Anna jogs up, breathing hard. Alan, she calls, then sees me and gives me a quick nod. Jessica, one of the scouts, came back. The queen, she's barricaded herself in the old chapel, took a handful of nobles and loyal guards inside. Of course she did. Anna swallows, and she gave another order. She looks at me like she's not sure she should say it. What order? Alan asks. She told the captain to bring the hooded healer from the deepest cells, Anna says. The one they keep under the regular dungeons. They dragged him up the back stairs not long ago. I saw them. A cold knot settles in my chest. Behind us, David shifts on his pallet. He's propped against a broken column, bandages wrapping his ribs, a healer kneeling at his side. He looks smaller than I've ever seen him. The hooded one, he rasps, eyes half-lidded. I told myself she'd forgotten him. I turn. You knew about him. David gives a tired snort. I knew enough. Veronica wanted someone who'd do what I refused, burned in one of her early games. She kept him below the cells. Took him out when she needed blood and symbols, not bandages and herbs. What kind of symbols? I ask. He looks at me, then at my hand on my stomach. Bindings, he says. Oaths, things healers shouldn't touch. Alan steps closer, shadow falling across us both. Can you move from here? He asks David. David snorts again, but his face softens when he looks up at Alan. I can move my tongue, he says, and that's enough. I'll keep these idiots breathing. His gaze swings back to me. You, he says, pointing weakly, are not done yet. Go. You sure? I ask. If she gets one more leash around this pack, all the bandages in the world won't fix it, David says. Don't make me repeat myself, girl. My throat tightens. I squeeze his shoulder gently and straighten. Alan is already looking at the terrace doors that lead back into the castle. We move now, he says. He raises his voice. Tomas, Anna, you stay with David. Lock this courtyard down. No one in or out without my word. Anyone tries to run, you tackle them first and ask questions later. They nod, faces serious. Alan turns to Jordan. I want one of your people with me. Jordan's lips twitch. You get me, he says. I don't trust anyone else with this. A tall vampire woman steps up beside him anyway, dark hair cut short, arms folded. You need someone quiet for doors, she says. Jordan shrugs. Fine, you get two of us. Alan studies them, then looks at me. You don't have to come, he says softly, just for me. You've been chained, caged, dragged into every corner of this day. You could stay here. David is right, we need you breathing. I look back at the castle. Stone and shadow and smoke. And somewhere inside, the woman who put me in a cage and told me she'd decide my fate when it suited her. She locked me in my own room like an animal, I say. She talked about keeping me there for a year. She talked about my baby like it was just a tool, something to pull you around with. If she's going to try one last trick, I'm not sitting outside waiting to hear the story secondhand. I put my palm flat on my belly. She doesn't get to write the last page, I say. Not for me, not for this child. Alan's jaw flexes. For a second he looks like he wants to argue. Then he nods once. You stay close to me, he says. If anything feels wrong, you tell me. You don't try to be brave and hide it. Deal, I say. He turns. Kevin. Two vampires step aside, and Kevin walks up. He looks wrung out. His wrists are rubbed raw. There's dirt on his face, and his eyes are red like he hasn't slept in days. Which, to be fair, he probably hasn't. Veronica called for that hooded healer, Alan says to him. You know what that means better than any of us. Kevin rubs the back of his neck, gaze flicking down for a second. It means she's scared, he says. And when she's scared, she reaches for old tricks. The hooded healer, she used him when she wanted to bind something, or someone. Oaths, blood marks, control. He glances at me, then away. With him, she could try to bind you from a distance, he tells Alan. Or her, or... His eyes flick to my stomach and then lock on the ground. Or the baby. The air feels colder. So if he reaches her, I say, she can try to tie the three of us up like a puppet show. Kevin nods once. Then he doesn't reach her, Alan says. You're coming with us. His tone is flat. Under watch. If there's anything you see, anything you remember, you don't hold it back because it feels ugly. That's not exactly my habit anymore, Kevin says quietly. He glances at me for a second. I'll help however I can. Alan gathers a few more people with quick gestures. 2 wolves who have been solid all day, 1 older soldier I recognize from the gate watch. They move in closer. Team is this, Alan says, looking each of us in the eye. Me, Jessica, Kevin, Jordan, Mara. He nods at the short-haired vampire. And you too, he says to the wolves. Everyone else stays here, holds the line, and tries not to bite each other. Jordan smiles with just his mouth. No promises, he says. Alan ignores that. He looks at me one more time. Ready. No, I never will be. Yes, I say. We step through the terrace doors and back into the castle. The change hits instantly. Outside, the air smelled like smoke and iron and sweat. In here, the corridors smell like old stone, spilled wine, and the faint, sharp trace of incense drifting down from somewhere above. Our footsteps echo in the quiet. We pass an overturned table, broken plates scattered, a puddle of dried wine that looks too dark in the half-light. A wall tapestry hangs crooked, a chunk torn out as if someone grabbed it in a panic. We're moving uphill, toward the oldest part of the castle, toward the chapel that hasn't been a chapel in a long time. At the first corner, a young maid darts out from a side room and nearly slams into Alan's chest. She shrieks, then claps a hand over her mouth when she realizes who she's hit. Easy, Alan says, catching her shoulders gently. It's all right. She's shaking, eyes huge. Her gaze flicks from his face to Jordan, to Mara's pale eyes, then to me. It catches on the healer's corset and the way my hand sits on my belly. Please don't kill me, she whispers. We're not here for you, I say. Tell us where the queen went. The maid swallows so hard I can hear it. Up, she says, to the old chapel. She took Lord Fenton and Lady Myrla and some of the guard captains. They barred the big doors. She hesitates. And she sent for him, the hooded one from below. Did you see him? Kevin asks softly. The girl nods fast. They dragged him through the lower hall. Black robe, hood up, face all wrapped with cloth. He kept stumbling. The captain hit him. What stair? Alan asks. She points with a shaking hand down a narrower passage. The side stair by the old storage room, she says. The one that smells like mildew. Kevin exhales slowly. That path takes him right to the chapel corridor, he says. Thank you, I tell the maid. Go down to the courtyard. The healers will take care of you. She nods and bolts away, skirts swishing. Alan looks at Jordan. Any vampires inside with her? He asks. Jordan sniffs the air, nostrils flaring. I smell her perfume, he says, and incense, and wolves, no cold blood except ours. Good, Alan says. We move on, following the maid's directions. The air grows cooler as we climb. Water drips somewhere behind the stone. Our boots thud on the steps. Jessica Fallington, 24, healer, currently walking straight toward the woman who wanted to decide whether I got to see the sun. Just another normal day. The corridor splits ahead. To the right, the wide, decorated hallway that leads to the big double doors of the old chapel. Gold-framed paintings, high ceiling, big windows. It's the path Veronica would use. To the left, a lower ceiling, narrower stone passage, the service way the maid pointed out. It bends around the back of the chapel, connecting to the lower cells and supply rooms. Alan stops us in the shadow of an alcove. If we walk up the main hall, she'll hear us, he says, and those doors will be locked. She'll start whatever she's planning with time to spare. So we come at her sideways, Jordan says. Alan nods. There's a stair here, I say, stepping closer to a plain wooden door on the left side of the junction. It goes up behind the chapel. It used to be for the old choir. If we climb it, we can see down into the room from the gallery. Alan glances at the door, then at me. You're sure? He asks. I used to hide there when I didn't want to stand in the main hall, I say. She never looked up. His mouth twitches, like he wants to smile and doesn't quite manage it. All right, he says. Jessica and I take the upper stair and watch from above. Jordan and Mara, you circle around through the side corridors, stay near the north wall. If things break, you come through any door you can get open and hit her loyalists from behind. Gladly, Mara says. You too, Alan says to the wolves. Stick with them, listen to their noses. What about me? Kevin asks. Alan looks at him for a long second. If she finishes whatever she's starting, Alan says, we lose. If that hooded healer reaches her, she has a chance to finish it. He tilts his head. So who matters more right now, us in the gallery or him in the corridor? Kevin closes his eyes for a breath, then opens them. Him, he says. If she doesn't have a healer, she can't push the magic the way she wants. Alan nods. Then you're not coming up there, he says. You're going to make sure she doesn't get her toy. Kevin's fingers curl into fists at his sides. You think she'll let me walk into her circle again? He asks. After everything. She doesn't have to let you in, Jordan says. She just has to think you're someone else. We all look at him. He lifts a shoulder. She has a man she only sees hooded, he says. Head down, face covered. She doesn't care what he smells like. She cares that he obeys. If he can't walk, someone else can. My heart jumps. The robe, I say. The hood, if we take him before he reaches her. Kevin blinks. You want me to pretend to be him, he says. You're the only healer I trust to sabotage her without blowing up the whole room, Alan says. And she's the only one I've ever seen who could turn a healer into a weapon on purpose. If we stop the real one and you take his place. She'll think she's getting what she asked for, I finish. Kevin looks like he might be sick, then he straightens a little. Where are they bringing him up? He asks. The maid said, side stair by the old storage room. I remind him. That passage feeds into this junction, Kevin says quietly. If they're not here yet, they will be. As if the castle is listening, footsteps echo faintly down the left-hand corridor. 2 sets heavy and confident, 1 dragging. Alan steps back into deeper shadow. Positions, he murmurs. Jordan and Mara flatten against the wall on one side of the passage entrance. The 2 wolves take the opposite side. Kevin presses behind a stone pillar near me. I feel Alan's hand, find mine and squeeze once before he lets go, and shifts his weight, ready. The footsteps grow louder. Voices. Hate that thing, one guard says. Creeps me out. Just keep him upright, the other replies. She wants him breathing. The hooded figure appears first, slim, wrapped in black from shoulders to boots. His hood is pulled low, and cloth is wound around his lower face. His hands are bound in front of him with a short length of chain. 2 guards walk on either side, one gripping the chain, the other holding his elbow like he's half dragging him. They're so focused on their prisoner, they don't see us until Alan steps out. Evening, he says. The guard on the left jerks back, hand flying toward his blade. He doesn't make it. One of our wolves slams into him with a growl, shoulder to chest. The guard hits the wall and goes limp. The other guard turns, sword half drawn, and finds Mara right in front of him. She doesn't even use fangs. She catches his wrist, twists, and drives her knee into his stomach. He doubles over, breath gone, and the wolf on his side clips him behind the ear with the butt of a knife. He drops to the stone. It's quiet again, except for our breathing and the thin sound of the hooded man trying not to panic. He presses himself back against the wall, eyes huge, chest heaving under the robe. "We're not here to hurt you," I say quickly, stepping forward with my hands open. He flinches anyway. Kevin steps out beside me and raises both hands slowly. "You know me," Kevin says softly. "I've seen you in the lower halls. I'm Kevin, one of the healers from upstairs." The hooded man squints, then nods, the movement tiny. "Why, yes," he whispers. His voice is rough, like he doesn't use it much. "The Queen said I had to go, said she'd do worse if I refused." "We're not taking you to her," I tell him. "Not this time." He looks between us, confused. "She'll kill me if I disobey," he says. "She told me that." "Listen," Kevin says gently. "What's your name?" The man hesitates. "Last time I gave it," he says. "She told me it wasn't worth remembering." My chest aches. "We'll remember it," I say. "Tell us." "Elia's," he says finally. "I was once." "Elia's," Kevin repeats, like he's locking it in. "Right now, if you go to her, she's going to use your gift to hurt a lot of people, to lock them up in ways they can't break, to grab a child who hasn't even taken a breath yet." He looks at me, then back. "If we keep you away from her, that doesn't make you a coward. It makes you free." Elias shakes his head helplessly. "I don't know how to be free," he whispers. I step closer, ignoring the way my heart is pounding. "We're going to help you practice," I say, "but we need something from you first." He tenses, like he's expecting the worst. "I have a sleeping draft," Kevin says quickly. "It's gentle, no pain. We'll let you rest in a safe room and you won't have to see her again. When you wake up, this will be over." Elias looks from Kevin to Alan, to Jordan, to the unconscious guards on the floor. "What if you're lying?" he asks. I meet his eyes. "You've been living in a cage she built," I say quietly. "If I wanted you dead, I would have stood aside and let her finish the job. I'm not her." Elias studies my face, my hand on my stomach, the blood on Alan's shirt. His shoulders sag. "I don't want to hurt anyone else," he says finally. "I don't want my hands on that circle again." "Then let us take it from here," Kevin says. The chain between Elias' wrists clinks as Kevin kneels and examines it. He fishes a small vial from an inner pocket, a clear liquid with something cloudy at the bottom. "Open your mouth," Kevin says softly. Elias obeys. Kevin tips a few drops onto his tongue. "Swallow," he says. Elias swallows, throat working. "You'll feel heavy," Kevin says. "Then you'll sleep. You'll wake up in a different world." Elias gives a faint, broken laugh. "That sounds nice," he murmurs, lids already drooping. Within moments, his knees buckle. Alan moves fast, catching him under the arms and easing him down so his head doesn't hit the stone. We lay him gently in the shadow of the storage room door. I grab a rolled blanket from inside and tuck it under his head. Elias sighs once and goes still, breathing slow and even. He looks younger like this, less like a monster, more like someone who got dragged into something and never found the way out. Kevin stares at him for a long second, jaw tight. "His robe," Jordan says quietly. "We're short on time." We all look at the black robe. Kevin swallows and nods. "Right," he says. With a quiet apology under his breath, he unhooks the rope belt at Elias' waist and works the robe off, leaving the man in a simple, stained shirt and loose trousers. Elias doesn't stir. The robe reeks when Kevin shakes it out. Old smoke, herbs, stone dust, something metallic. It smells like the underside of the castle. Kevin pulls it on over his own clothes. The sleeves are a little short, but the hood falls the same way, deep over his face. He wraps the cloth around his mouth and chin, copying the pattern we saw. Mara wrinkles her nose. "If she can tell who he is through all that," she says, "she deserves the crown." Jordan sniffs. "There's enough incense in that hall to choke us," he says. "She won't smell much of anything except herself." "Hands," Alan says. He picks up the short length of chain that had linked Elise's, no, Elias's, wrists and lightly loops it around Kevin. Not tight enough to actually bind him, just enough to look real. I take a step back and look at Kevin for a second. He looks smaller in the robe somehow. Less like the healer I grew up around, more like a shadow. You don't have to, I start. Yes, I do, he says. His eyes are visible above the cloth, and they're steady in a way they weren't earlier. She used healers as tools, as fists, as knives. If someone has to stand in that circle to shut it down, I'm the one who owes it. I don't forgive him. Not yet. Maybe not for a long time. But that doesn't mean I want to lose him. Just be careful, I say. A quick, sad smile touches his eyes. I'll try, he says. You two head up. If this works, you'll see it. If it does, he shrugs. You'll know that too. Alan claps him once on the shoulder. We'll be watching, he says. That's a promise, not a threat. Jordan steps toward Kevin. We'll walk him to the door, he says. Guards expect to see someone delivering their little pet. Let us play the part. Alan thinks for a second, then nods. Fine. Jordan, Mara, and one wolf take him in. The other wolf stays with us, takes the upper stair. If everything goes to hell, we hit from both levels. He looks at me. You remember the gallery path? He asks. Every stone, I say. Then we go, he says. We split. Jordan and Mara flank Kevin, one on each side, fingers hooked lightly through the chain between his wrists like they're just doing their job. One of the wolves falls in behind them, head lowered in fake boredom. They head down the corridor, toward the main chapel doors. Alan, the remaining wolf, and I slip through the plain wooden door and into the narrow stairwell that leads up to the gallery. The air changes again as soon as the door shuts. It smells stronger up here, thicker with incense and something else. The faint metallic tang of fresh blood drawn on stone. The stair is tight and steep. Our footsteps echo. Breathe, Alan murmurs behind me. In, out, don't lock your jaw. I hadn't realized I was. I force my teeth to unclench and exhale slowly, gripping the rail as we climb. At the top, another door waits. Old wood, iron hinges. I know this door. I used to sit just behind it as a child, listening to ceremonies my mother didn't want me to see. I ease it open just a crack. Cool air brushes my face. We step out onto a narrow stone ledge, the upper gallery, half-ringed with carved latticework. We're above the old chapel now, looking down. It's not a chapel anymore. The benches and icons are gone. The long stone altar has been pushed back against the wall. The painted ceiling is still there, faded scenes of wolves under stars, but the floor is what steals my breath. A sigil covers most of it. Lines of dark red and black paint, mingled with fresher streaks of blood, curl and loop across the stone. Small bowls sit at its edges, herbs smoking faintly. Candles flicker at the points where lines cross. Around the walls stand a handful of nobles in fine clothes, faces drawn and pale. Lady Myrla is there in a torn gown, clutching her necklace like a lifeline. Lord Fenton stares straight ahead, jaw clenched, as if he's trying not to pass out. Two guards stand at the main double doors with spears in hand, shoulders tight. And at the head of the sigil stands Veronica. She looks like she dressed for a ball, not a war. Her black gown is fitted and bold, neckline low, corset cinching her waist. Her chest rises and falls, heavy and calm. Her hair is piled up, not a strand out of place. Her lips are painted their usual dark, glossy black. Her left palm is cut, blood smeared over her fingers and across several points of the sigil. A silver dagger gleams in her right hand. That's my mother-in-law, I think, and the thought is so absurd I almost laugh. Alan steps up beside me, expression unreadable. The wolf stays a few steps back, eyes scanning the chamber quickly. Can she see us? He whispers. I shake my head. The lattice is thick, the candlelight doesn't reach this high, and we are deep in shadow. No one down there is looking up anyway. They're all watching the doors. A moment later, those doors open. Two figures step in first, Jordan and Mara, heads bowed slightly, hands holding a length of chain between them. Between them, with wrists bound together in front and head lowered under a black hood, walks Kevin. He looks like the hooded healer we saw in the corridor. The robe hangs right. The cloth covers his lower face the same way. His shoulders are hunched, movements small and cautious. If I didn't know his walk, I might not recognize him at all. Veronica doesn't even glance at Jordan and Mara. Her gaze goes straight to the hooded figure. "You took long enough," she says lazily. "Bring him here." Jordan and Mara guide Kevin forward, then stop at the edge of the sigil. They bow slightly and step back as if they've been doing this their whole lives. Veronica flicks her fingers. "Stand by the doors," she tells them. "If anyone tries to get in before I'm finished, you kill them. I don't care who it is." Jordan inclines his head, turns and walks to the door. Mara follows, eyes hooded. Kevin stays where he is, head bowed. "Look at me," Veronica says. He raises his head slightly. From up here, all I see is darkness under the hood and the strip of cloth over his mouth. But his eyes, just for a second, flash in the candlelight, and I know them. "Kevin." He lowers his gaze again, hiding it. "You remember your work?" Veronica asks. Kevin's voice comes out low and muffled through the cloth. "Yes, my lady," he says. She smiles faintly. "Good," she says. "This is the last time I have to rely on anyone's loyalty but my own." She moves around the sigil, bare feet, stepping between lines with practiced ease. "For years," she says, voice rising just enough that the nobles can hear, "I've held this pack together with both hands. I fed you. I taught you how to fight. I chose your alliances. I burned out threats before they had names. You all benefited." She flicks her eyes toward Lord Fenton and Lady Myrla. "And yet, the first time my son hesitates, you hedge. You wait to see who wins." Myrla flinches. Fenton's jaw tightens. "It doesn't matter," Veronica says lightly. "Tonight, I don't need your courage or your fear. I only need what I already own." She stops at one of the small bowls, pinches up a bit of powder, and sprinkles it onto a line. The sigil pulses, faint red light running along the nearest curve. The air thickens with the smell of herbs and smoke. I feel something shift along my skin, like static before a storm. Veronica turns back to Kevin. "Hands," she says. He raises them. She takes his wrists briefly and smears some of her blood across his skin, leaving dark streaks. Then she guides his hands to two marks on the circle, one near the top, one near the bottom. "Here," she says, "and here. When I tell you, you send your gift through these lines. You don't pull back, you don't hesitate. You let it flow until I say stop." Above her, my pulse hammers in my ears. I feel Alan's fingers brush mine again, a silent grounding. Veronica steps back to the head of the sigil. She closes her eyes and starts to murmur in a language I don't know. The words slide around my ears like water, heavy and old. The dagger in her hand swings slowly in a small arc, catching candlelight with each pass. The lines on the floor glow a little brighter. I feel it now, a faint, searching tug that brushes along the edges of my mind and down to my belly. It's like something is sniffing at my blood. The baby shifts under my hand, as if turning away from a cold draft. "I know," I think. "I know I'm here." I press my palm more firmly over the corset. Veronica's chant grows louder, more focused. "By my blood," she says finally, eyes snapping open, voice buzzing with the energy in the room. "By this healer's gift. By all I have done to raise this pack from dirt and ash, I claim what is mine." The light along the lines brightens, pooling near Kevin's hands. He breathes out once, controlled, and the glow jumps forward, racing across the floor. From where I stand, the pattern looks almost alive. It snakes and curls, lines thickening, spilling toward the center like veins lighting up. The tug in the air brushes against me again, harder this time. My spine stiffens. Veronica lifts her cut hand high, blood still wet on her palm. The dagger gleams in her other hand. Her eyes shine. "By this circle," she says, "I bind my son and his offspring to my will. Their strength is mine. Their future is mine. Their lives." She pauses, smile sharpening. "Are mine to spare, or take?" She draws in a breath, ready to pour that command into the glowing lines. Down in the center of the sigil, the hooded healer stands very still. hands pressed to the marks Veronica chose. Kevin. If he moves wrong, if he hesitates, if she senses anything off. I grip the cold stone of the lattice, so hard my fingers ache. The air hums. The circle glows. Veronica's bloody hand starts to come down. And that's where everything will either end, or finally break. Veronica's bloody hand starts to come down. The light in the sigil jumps like it's about to explode. For one long second, nobody moves. Then Kevin does. From up here, I see only the smallest shift. His fingers slide half an inch, like he's adjusting his stance. But the glow near his hands bends with that tiny movement, just a little, like a river touched by a new rock. His right thumb smears across one small glyph near his palm, dragging Veronica's blood into a curve it wasn't meant to take. With the edge of his other hand, he nudges another line just enough to connect 2 points that weren't touching before. It looks like nothing. The sigil feels like everything. The tug in the air twists. For a heartbeat, instead of reaching out toward me and Alan, it leans the other way, toward Veronica. She doesn't notice. Her eyes are bright, fixed on the circle, drunk on her own power. "By my blood," she says, voice ringing off the stone, "I bind my son and his offspring to my will. Their strength is mine. Their future is mine." Her hand slams down. The circle answers. Light burns along every line at once, rushing outward from Kevin's hands. It hits the edges of the sigil, bounces, and races back toward the center, following every curve, every loop. But that extra stroke, that tiny smear of blood Kevin added, changes the path. Instead of the lines reaching up into the air like claws toward some distant target, I see them lunge toward one place, the mark where Veronica pressed her own bloody palm earlier. For a heartbeat, she smiles, like she feels the power and thinks it's obeying. Then her smile cracks. The glow doesn't spread outward, it slams back into her hand. Her body jerks. The dagger falls from her fingers, clattering on the stone. "What?" she gasps. The light doesn't care. It rushes up her arm like a streak of fire under the skin, then ripples across her shoulders and curls around her chest. The sigil on the floor flickers as if someone yanked its root out of the stone. My breath catches. Veronica clutches at her chest, eyes wide. "You stupid boy," she spits, staring at Kevin in the circle. He doesn't move. He just pulls his hands off the marks and steps back, out of the dying glow. The light in the sigil flares one last time and then snaps out, leaving only candle flames and the sharp, stunned silence of a ritual that just ate its own master. Veronica's knees buckle. She drops to one knee, then the other, breathing fast and shallow. The nobles along the walls start to murmur. One of them crosses himself without thinking. Another takes a half step toward the door, then stops when Jordan shifts and casually blocks the way, still on guard by the entrance. My fingers loosen their death grip on the stone lattice. "It worked," I whisper. Alan exhales beside me, a slow, controlled breath. "For now," he says. Below, Kevin stands just outside the circle, chest rising and falling hard. With a sharp motion, he rips the cloth away from his mouth and pulls the hood back. His hair is sweat dark, face pale. He looks like he just walked through a fire. The whole room sees him. Veronica stares. Her expression goes from shock to fury to something like horror. "You," she breathes. Kevin meets her eyes. "Me," he says. The two guards by the doors jerk, looking from Veronica to Kevin to Jordan and Mara. Mara stops pretending. She grabs the nearest guard's spear, twists it out of his hands, and sweeps his legs. He hits the ground with a grunt. Jordan lunges, shoves the other guard into the wall, and pins him there with one hand around his throat, not choking, just making it very clear he's not going anywhere. The nobles scatter like frightened birds, pressing themselves against the walls. Veronica tries to stand, but her legs wobble. She ends up half sitting, half kneeling beside the dead sigil, one hand on the floor to keep herself from falling flat. Alan squeezes my shoulder. Stay behind me, he says. He moves first. We slip out of the shadows, back through the small door onto the narrow stair, then down the side steps that lead into the main chapel. The whole way, my heart is pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. By the time we reach the open arch that leads into the hall, Jordan and Mara have disarmed the door guards. The two wolves with them have the nobles backed away from the center, at a safe distance. Veronica looks smaller from this angle. She's still in her perfect dress. Her hair is still flawless, but the energy is gone. She stares at the sigil like it betrayed her. Alan steps into the light. The room goes even quieter. Veronica's gaze lifts. For a second, relief flashes across her face, like some twisted part of her is glad he's alive and on his feet. Then she sees me behind him. She sees my hand on my stomach. Something complicated flickers through her eyes. All of you, Alan says, voice calm and cold, back up against the walls. His wolves obey instantly. The nobles, after one shaky look at Veronica, do too. Jordan releases the guard he's pinning and pushes him toward the others. The man stumbles, then shuffles to join the group by the side wall. Mara keeps her spear. Kevin stays where he is, just outside the circle, breathing heavily, hands empty and visible. Alan walks toward his mother. Veronica tries to straighten. Her body doesn't cooperate. She lifts her chin instead. Well, she says, her voice is softer than I've ever heard it. You found your courage after all. You tried to chain my child, Alan says. He doesn't yell. That makes it worse. I tried to keep you alive, she snaps, then winces as she shifts. You think these walls just build themselves, that the pack fed itself, that the vampires stayed in their villages because they liked your father's smile. Her gaze slides to Jordan for a second, then back to Alan. I did what I had to do. You did what you wanted, Alan says. You took every fear and called it duty. You made us monsters and told us it was the only way to be safe. She laughs once. It turns into a cough. Listen to you, she says hoarsely. Alpha at last. Where was this voice when I begged you to see the threats long before they knocked on our gates? Maybe drowned under yours, he says. I walk a little closer, staying just to his side. Veronica's eyes flick to me again, then drop to my belly where my hand rests. For the first time since I've known her, she looks unsure. He's healthy, she asks quietly. The question knocks the breath out of me. I blink. We're still here, I say. That's more than you tried to give us. Her jaw works. She looks away. That circle was never supposed to hurt you, she says. Just bind you. Put some sense where your heart would get in the way. Alan's expression doesn't soften. You talked about my child like a leash, he says. You caged Jessica and tried to use her body as your bargaining chip. Veronica opens her mouth, then closes it. Her shoulders slump a fraction. I wanted you strong, she says. I wanted this pack to stop being a story other alphas laugh about behind their hands. Your father was kind, but he was weak. He forgave too easily. He thought everyone could be saved. She gives a small, bitter smile. I learned better. I think of the vampire villages burned under her orders, the rogue packs crushed because they were in the way. You didn't learn better, I say before I can stop myself. You just learned how to hurt people faster. Her gaze snaps back to me. We stare at each other. For once, she doesn't say anything clever. Her eyes drop to the dead sigil, then to her own bloody hand. I lost the line, she says finally, so quietly I almost don't hear it. Somewhere between protecting and owning, I told myself it was all the same. She lifts her hand a little, fingers shaking. And now look, she says with a small, humorless laugh. My own blood doesn't even listen. Alan kneels. The whole room seems to hold its breath. He's careful, like she might break if he moves too quickly. For a moment, I see the son he was, kneeling at his mother's knee, listening to stories. Then I remember all the stories she told. He takes her hand. The one that's still clean. Her fingers curl around his. I loved you, she whispers, voice fraying. Every ugly thing I did, I told myself it was for you, so you wouldn't be thrown aside, so no one would call you weak, so no one would take your birthright. He swallows. I know, he says, he really does. You can hear it. Tears slip down her temples, dark traces against her powdered skin. I thought if I bound everything to my will, she says, nothing could hurt you. It did, he says gently. It hurt everyone. Her eyes shine. I'm sorry, she says suddenly. The word sounds dragged out of her. For this. Her gaze flicks again to my belly. For thinking of that child as a weapon for caging you. She looks up at me. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do with that. The woman who ordered me locked up for a year, who would have gladly carved my life into pieces if it gave her control, is lying on the floor apologizing like a tired mother. My chest tightens. She turns back to Alan, eyes searching his. Can you forgive me? She asks. Silence stretches. He doesn't look away. I love you, Mother, he says quietly, and the whole room hears it. But I can't forgive you. She flinches, just a little. Then she nods, like she expected that. Her fingers squeeze his weakly. Good, she whispers. Maybe you'll be stronger than I was. Her breathing grows shallow. The hand in his loosens. Alan holds on until her eyes go unfocused, and the last bit of tension leaves her body. When he finally lets go, he sets her hand gently on her chest. No one speaks. The candles crackle. The nobles shift uncomfortably. One starts to sink to his knees, then stops himself, not sure who he's kneeling to now. I stand there with my hand on my stomach and watch the woman who tried to own us be claimed by her own magic. It doesn't feel like a victory. It feels like something heavy dropping off my shoulders and hitting the floor. Alan pushes himself up slowly. When he faces the room, his eyes are bright, but his voice is level. This is over, he says. Lady Veronica Lacosta is dead. From this moment, if you follow her orders, you're following a ghost, and I don't serve ghosts. No one argues. Jordan steps forward a little, just enough to be seen. I'm less interested in your ghosts, he says, more interested in what you plan to do with the living. Alan looks at him. We'll talk, he says, but first we clean our own house. He glances at the wolves. Where is Julia? He asks. For a moment, nobody answers. Then one of the soldiers, the older one who came up with us, nudges the guard Jordan had pinned. Well, he snaps. The guard swallows. She was with the queen in the side hall, he says, before the doors closed, but when the shouting started, she ran. I saw her duck into the antechamber. Bring her, Alan says. Two wolves head toward the side door. I stay where I am, next to Kevin. He's still breathing hard, eyes fixed on Veronica's body. You all right? I ask quietly. He huffs out something that might be a laugh. I don't know, he says. Ask me when my hands stop shaking. I glance down. They are shaking. Thank you, I say. He looks at me then, really looks, like he's checking to see if I mean it. I'm not done paying you back, he says, or the pack, or them. He nods at Jordan and Mara. But you're welcome. The side door bangs open. Two wolves come back in, each gripping an arm of Julia. She's in a wrinkled dress, hair scraped up in a style that was probably neat hours ago. There's smudged makeup under her eyes. Her expression flicks from panic to anger to something almost hopeful when she sees Alan standing over Veronica's body. Oh, thank the moon, she says quickly. You're alive. Alan, I was so scared. Julia, I say. She turns toward me, irritation flashing in her eyes before she smooths it over. Jessica, she says, voice sweet, I'm so glad you're... That's enough, Alan says. The room stills again. He looks at her, the way he'd look at a wound. He's deciding whether to cut out. You were with my mother, he says. You healed her soldiers. You helped her hold this castle while she caged Jessica. Julia's eyes dart to me, then to Veronica's body, then back to Alan. I didn't have a choice, she says quickly. She ordered me. You know what she does to healers who say no? Ask him. She jerks her chin toward Kevin. Kevin doesn't flinch. Sometimes she ordered, he says. Sometimes you volunteered. Julia's face hardens. You weren't there, she snaps. I was, I say. She turns back to me. In the hall, I remind her. Outside my room. After you told me I took it from you. You laughed with Veronica. You said you wanted to live like a queen. You said you didn't care whose blood paid for it, as long as it wasn't yours. A few of the nobles look sharply at Julia. Color rises in her cheeks. I was just talking, she says. You know how people talk, it doesn't mean anything. It meant enough that you walked to her side and not mine, I say. It meant enough that you brought romance pills to a war council and tried to climb into her bed because you thought the crown came with it. Her jaw drops. That was one time, she says. You can't. This isn't about romance pills, Alan cuts in. This is about what you choose when people bleed. He nods toward the doorway. You had the chance to stand with healers who refused to be tools. You chose my mother's side. You chose power. You did it with your eyes open. Julia's lip trembles. I just wanted a better life, she whispers. I was tired of scraping my way through the healer hall. Tired of being a nobody. Tired of watching people like Jessica get noticed for doing the same work I do. I thought, if I climbed high enough, I'd be safe. Is that such a crime? It is if you climb on other people's lives, I say. She looks at me then, anger breaking through. You had everything handed to you, she says. Your mother's place, your bed inside the castle, the Alpha's eyes on you. You weren't locked in cages until today. My mother died on a battlefield trying to save a soldier your queen sent to die, I snap. Don't talk to me about what was handed to me. Julia flinches. Alan steps closer. Julia, he says quietly, you're a good healer, but you used your gift to buy yourself a ladder into someone else's cruelty. I can't keep anyone in this pack who thinks like that, not after this. Her eyes widen. Alan, please, I can change. I'll prove. You're not being killed, he says. You're not being thrown in a cell, but you are done here. He straightens. From this moment, he says, voice carrying, Julia is stripped of her place among the healers. She is no longer part of this pack. She has until sundown to leave these lands. If she crosses back into our territory after that, she will be treated as any rogue would be. Julia stares at him like she can't understand the words. Then she jerks against the wolves holding her arms. You're choosing her over me, she spits, nodding at me. After all these years, after everything. I'm choosing a pack that doesn't sell its soul for comfort, he says. She looks like she's going to slap him. Instead, she spits on the floor at his feet. Enjoy your perfect little healer queen, she says, voice shaking. See how long she stays when she has options. The wolves drag her away. She doesn't fight them, but as she goes through the door, she twists to look back once, eyes locking on mine, full of something sharp and broken. Then she's gone. The room feels lighter. Not happy, just less poisoned. Alan rubs a hand over his face. We're not finished, he tells the nobles. There will be councils, trials. We're going to write down what happened here so no one gets to pretend this was an accident. He looks at them one by one. But for now, you're going to go downstairs. You're going to sit in the Great Hall, and you're going to eat next to the wolves and vampires that survive this, because this isn't your private game anymore. No one argues. He nods to the wolves. They start herding nobles and guards out. Jordan steps closer once the room has thinned to just us. A few wolves, a few healers who slipped in at the edges, and the quiet shape of Veronica's body. So, he says, now that the queen is dead, what kind of alpha are you going to be, Alan? Alan looks at him. One who doesn't treat your people like targets the moment I hear the word vampire, he says. If this is going to work, we'll need new borders, new agreements, and a shared promise that no one tries what she tried again. Jordan glances at me, then at Kevin. The only reason we answered your call at all, he says, is because a healer came to us covered in your scent and asked us to save her. He nods at me. She healed Jordan on the battlefield. That carries weight. Kevin shifts, uncomfortable. You talked to them, I say, looking at him. He nods once. From my cell, I heard her plans for you, he says. For the baby, for more raids. I couldn't sit there and let it happen, so I got out and went where she told us not to go. Jordan's mouth twitches. He didn't exactly knock, he says, but he bled enough to make us listen. I look at Kevin again. You went to the people you were taught to fear most, I say, and you asked them to save me. He shrugs one shoulder. Like I said, he murmurs, I owe you. David's voice cuts across the hall. He's in the doorway, leaning on Anna's arm, face pale but steady. You owe all of us, he says, and I'd like to collect in a different way. We all turn. Anna helps him in. He walks slow but determined, each step deliberate. He waves off the nearest wolf who tries to offer extra support. Old man on the floor, he grumbles. Nothing to see. He stops near the dead sigil, eyeing the pattern with distaste. Messy work, he mutters. Never liked circles, too many ways for them to go wrong. He turns to Kevin. You did this, he asks. Kevin shifts, glancing at Alan, then nods. I just changed the path, he says. I didn't build it. You changed enough, David says. Good. That means you understand both how it works and how it shouldn't be used. He looks at Alan next. I'm not going to be running the healer halls anymore, he says plainly. My ribs sound like broken glass when I breathe, and I'm tired. The castle needs someone younger, someone who's seen what happens when healing gets twisted. He jerks his chin at Kevin. That one, he says. Kevin blinks. What? Master of Healers, David says. You take my place. Kevin actually steps back. David, no, he says. After everything I did, I betrayed Jessica, I helped Veronica cage her. You also refused her, David cuts in. You ended up in a cell because you wouldn't torture for her amusement. You nearly got yourself killed getting to the vampires. You stood in that circle knowing it could eat you. He lifts his brows. You think I pick leaders because they never fall? I pick them because they know what it looks like when someone uses our work wrong. Kevin looks like he might argue. Then he meets my eyes. I don't say yes, but I don't say no. I don't trust easily anymore, I tell him. You know that. He nods, throat tight. But I trust that you don't want to be her, I say, nodding toward Veronica's body. And I trust that if you ever start to sound like her, David will drag himself out of bed and hit you with a cane. David snorts. Damn right I will. Alan steps forward. You won't be doing this alone, he tells Kevin. The healers follow your lead now, but they answer to the pack, not the crown. Those days are gone. Kevin swallows hard. Then, yes, he says quietly. I'll do it. I'll run the halls. I'll make sure healers serve people, not power, not ever again. Good boy, David mutters. Try not to break anything. We leave the chapel. Veronica's body will be dealt with later, washed, wrapped, given whatever quiet right Alan decides his mother deserves. For now, he orders it covered and left under guard, not out of honor, just out of the basic respect you give the dead, even when you don't forgive them. The corridors feel different on the way down. Less like traps. More like empty rooms, waiting to be filled with something new. In the Great Hall, wolves and vampires sit on opposite sides at first, then slowly drift into closer lines as food and water come out. No one is laughing. No one is celebrating. They're just breathing. We keep moving. By the time the sun is dipping low, Alan and I are standing on a small balcony off one of the upper rooms, looking out over the courtyard we first walked across as near strangers. Now it's calmer. Torches are being lit. The worst of the wounded are inside. Children I've never seen before peek from stairwells, staring at vampires with huge eyes. I wrap my arms around myself. Alan leans on the stone rail a foot away, hands braced. I don't know how to do this, he says finally. Do what? I ask. Rule without her voice in my head, he says. Every move I make, I can hear what she'd say about it. Too soft, Alan, too late, not enough. He gives a short, bitter laugh. I don't know how to be alpha without becoming her. You start small, I say. You stop burning villages because someone said vampire and forgot to finish the sentence. You stop caging healers because they ask questions. You talk to people like they're people. You listen when they tell you they're scared. He turns his head, studying me. That sounds like a lot, he says. It is, I say. But it's also not something you do alone. You have Kevin now, David, me, Jordan, whether you like it or not. You don't have to pretend you know everything. He looks back out at the courtyard. About that, he says quietly, there's something I need to ask you, and I need to ask it without sounding like my mother. That gets my attention. I shift to face him fully. He takes a breath, then another, like he's about to step into cold water. Jessica, he says, I don't expect you to love me. Not now, maybe not ever. I know how we ended up here. I know what happened that night wasn't fair to you. And then I failed you when she caged you. I was slow, afraid. I'm not blind to that. I swallow. He's not wrong. But we have a child on the way, he says, and a pack that's been bent around my mother's will for years. I want something different for both. He looks at me, eyes open and steady. I want this child to grow up in a home that isn't ruled by fear. I want them to see an alpha who can say he was wrong and change. He steps a little closer, not touching. So I'm asking, he says. Not ordering, not expecting, asking, will you marry me? My heart jumps. He keeps going, quickly, like he doesn't trust himself to stop. If you say no, he says, I will still protect you. I will still protect the child. I'll make sure you have a place here or anywhere you want to go. You're not a prisoner anymore. But if you say yes, then we build this new thing together. Slowly, on purpose. You tell me when I start to sound like her and I shut up and listen. The balcony feels very quiet. Below us, someone laughs, soft and tired. A child cries, then is hushed. I look at Alan. At the man who walked into my room drunk and kissed me without knowing what we were doing. At the alpha who caved to his mother's pressure for years. At the same man who stood in front of her, chose the pack over her, and let her hear the truth in her last breath. Do I love him? No. Not yet. But do I hate him? I think of the way he held my hand in the gallery, the way he knelt by Veronica but didn't lie to her, the way he exiled Julia instead of having her dragged to a dungeon, the way he listened when I said vampires weren't all monsters. No, I say, I don't hate you. He studies me, waiting. I'm not going to pretend this is some perfect story, I say. You hurt me, you scared me, you let her cage me, and some days I'm going to remember that more than anything else. His jaw tightens, but he nods. But when I think about this child, I continue, pressing my palm over my stomach, I don't see them raised in a house where everyone is pretending. I see them raised with someone who is trying, someone who chooses to be better even when it hurts. I take a breath. You're not there yet, but you're facing the right direction. He lets out a long breath he's been holding. So, I say slowly, no, I don't love you, not yet, but I trust you more than I did before, and I want our child to have a home where the alpha doesn't lie. If you mean everything you just said, if you really want to change, then yes. His eyes close briefly. When he opens them, they're shinier than before. Thank you, he says. The words sound too small for what's between us, but they're honest. Don't thank me yet, I say. You still have to tell the pack. We keep it simple. There's no grand feast, no parade. In the great hall, with wolves and vampires still sharing the space for the first time, Alan stands on the low dais and says what needs to be said. He speaks of his mother's death without painting her as a saint or a demon. He tells the truth. She built, she broke, she tried to control, and in the end her own choices turned back on her. Then he says, I will not rule like that. He calls me to his side. My legs feel strange as I cross the hall. He takes my hand, not like he's claiming me, more like he's asking for balance. This pack needs a different kind of bond, he says. One built on choice, not fear. Today, Jessica and I choose to stand together, not because of some spell or prophecy, because we want this child to grow up in a home that tries, every day, to be better than what came before. He looks at me, and for a second I forget the hall full of eyes. "Jessica," he says, "will you stand with me as lunar of this pack?" The room holds its breath. "Yes," I say. It's not loud. It doesn't have to be. There's no priest, no old book, just David stepping forward from the crowd, still leaning on Anna and placing both hands on ours. "Healers have always watched over alphas," he says. "We've seen the good, the bad, and the ones in between. I've watched both of you from the start. I know your worst days and your best. Don't make me regret this." He squeezes our joined hands, then lets go. "That's it," he says. "You're married. Now go actually do something about it." A tired ripple of laughter moves through the hall. It's not joyful, not yet, but it's real. Jordan raises a cup from his place at one of the lower tables. "To a future with fewer circles and more beds," he calls. Mara elbows him. But she drinks too. Kevin, standing among the healers, lifts a cup as well. His eyes meet mine over the rim. We're all different kinds of broken, but for the first time, it doesn't feel like we're breaking each other. Later, when the hall quiets and the torches burn low, Alan and I end the day where so many of my days have started, in a small room with a bed and a table, and not much else. It's his room now, not mine, but he's had the servants clear out half the furniture to make space. There's a trunk against one wall that wasn't there before, a stack of folded baby blankets someone must have dug out of storage, a small carved wolf sitting on the table. He kicks off his boots and sinks onto the edge of the bed, looking suddenly more tired than I've ever seen him. I sit beside him. For a while, we just breathe. "You know," he says eventually, "when I imagined marrying, I thought it would be some grand arrangement. Formal hall, perfect vows, my mother picking a bride I barely knew." "Sorry to disappoint," I say. He shakes his head. "I'm not disappointed," he says, "just surprised in a good way." I snort. "You have a strange taste in good." He huffs out a laugh. My hand drifts to my belly again. There it is. A gentle nudge, soft but definite. I inhale sharply. "What?" Alan asks, instantly alert. "Here," I say, grabbing his hand. He freezes when I lift it and place it against my corset, just above where the baby moved. We wait. For a second, nothing happens. Then there it is again, a small push against my skin, like a hello. Alan's breath catches. "Oh," he says, the sound is quiet, almost reverent. His palm stays where it is, broad and warm. He doesn't press. He doesn't crowd. He just lets his hand rest there, eyes wide. I watch his face. This is the man my child is going to call father. Not the title, not the crown. This man, with his complicated grief and his new promises, and his hand shaking a little as he feels his child move for the first time. Something in my chest loosens. "I can't promise I won't make mistakes," he says quietly, not looking away from where his hand rests. "I probably already made 10 just today, but I can promise I won't hide them. Not from you, not from them." "I don't need perfect," I say. "I just need honest and safe, and a home where this child isn't a weapon." He nods. "We can do that," he says. The baby shifts again, as if agreeing. Outside, the castle settles into a new kind of quiet. No marching boots, no shouted orders, just distant voices, low and tired, and the crackle of torches. Vampires and wolves share the same walls now. Healers answer to one of their own. The burned healer from the depths, Elias, is sleeping in the healer hall tonight, not in chains. Julia is walking away from the territory with whatever she can carry, her choices catching up to her with every step. Veronica is gone. But we're still here. I lean back against the headboard, letting my shoulder touch Alan. He doesn't move away. I look at his hand over my stomach, at the simple band of metal someone slipped onto my finger in the great hall, at the chipped paint on the wall that someone will finally have time to fix. I don't know when love will come. Maybe slowly, maybe not at all, maybe in pieces. But for the first time, it feels like it has somewhere to land. I close my eyes, one hand over his, over the small life between us, and breathe in a future that doesn't taste like fear anymore. It tastes like choice.